Play ball. Hello, friends, family, fellow traders, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find on this wonderful planet. An all-star cast each and every day. Real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency. You're not going to find another place, another stream like this here at TopstepTV that has education, support, good looks, cool swag, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Plant, and I'm Paige. We have an exciting, informative, educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, and it's whispered that soon, if we all called the tune, then the piper will lead us to reason. Remember that one. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading know-how. Robert, Mr. Plant, is your game plan ready? Got your song list?
The game plan ready, Jimmy.
All right. Is your shirt unbuttoned? Tight pants? Ready to go?
Yes,
checklist. All right. Journal ready?
Yep. All ready. I like that.
How about that ham sandwich?
Ham sandwich? I still have to make that.
Okay. Well, you get busy there, son. Let's say hello to everybody's friend. Yes, that good-looking guy next to me, our trading mentor, John, a.k.a. The Hogue, a.k.a. Robert Plant, a.k.a. my brother, Hoagland. Morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Opening Call, Tuesday, April the 16th. Hope you got your taxes in yesterday. But as always, our focus on the Opening Call is seeking accurate context, good risk management, and always remaining patient. Love the Led Zeppelin reference this morning, Eddie.
Many more to come. Many more to come. They had a lot of songs. But anyway, let's get busy. Let's dive into this news. News for today. U.S. stock futures edged lower, continuing the recent weakness as investors digested like a big fat cheeseburger corporate earnings, rising bond yields, and escalating geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. We did see the Dow futures was about 20 points, 0.1% lower. S&P dropped 3.1%. NASDAQ futures unchanged. The main indices posted hefty losses yesterday, with the Dow Jones Industrial falling almost 250 points, or 0.7, erasing most of its gain this year. Ouch. S&P losing 1.2 and the NASDAQ dropping 1.8. Now, this is weighing heavily on the rise in the bond yields, with the benchmark 10-year Treasury climbing to its highest level since November. It was after a strong release for the retail sales that data further rise the likelihood that the Fed will delay cutting interest rates until 2037. I hope not.
My goodness.
It's a long way. No, cutting rates until later this year, 2024. I'm just sort of giving you a little wake you up. Hey, the banks. Yes, JP Morgan, Chase, Citigroup, Wells Fargo sort of farted here, got off to a disappointing start this past Friday. Goldman Sachs did turn the tide, and no laundry detergent plug here, with strong numbers that were fueled by a recovery in the underwriting, deals, and bond trading in the first quarter that lifted its earning per share the highest since 2021. Over in China, the Chinese economy grew faster than a pimple on a teenager in the first quarter of 2024, with business activity boosted by sustained government stimulus measures. The gross domestic product rose 5.3% on the year. This is in the first 3 months of the year, and it did show that the reading was expected to be about 4.8 in growth and improved to 5.2. Boy, that is pretty good in the first quarter. GDP rose 1.6, an improvement, another good run here from the 1% increase seen in the prior month. John, what else do you got?
All right. As far as economic numbers I'm sorry?
That was all in one breath. I read that all in one breath.
That was pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. As far as the economic numbers this morning at 7:30, the housing starts and permits came out. They were all lower than expected. So, some bad news as far as the housing is concerned. Markets seem to kind of like that idea, though. Remember, bad news seems to be good news as far as economic numbers seem to be. Jefferson started speaking at approximately 8 o'clock this morning. Haven't had the opportunity to check out anything that he's been saying so far. At 8:15, industrial productions and capacity utilization is due out. 10:30. There's a 52-week bill auction at 10:30, 11:30 Williams, 12 o'clock. Barkin will be barking. 12:15 Powell, Chairman Powell will be speaking. And at 3:30, we do have Collins speaking. That'll be after the close. These are all, of course, Central Chicago time. As far as earnings this morning, we had United Health beating in both categories, Johnson & Johnson missing on revenues, Bank of America and Morgan Stanley beating in both categories, PNC Financial with mixed results missing on revenues. After the close today, we have Interactive Brokers. The VIX is down a little, around 2% this morning. Last I checked, it was trading at 18.86. Dollar index also a little bit lower this morning, but still above that 106 level at 106.11. And the yield on the 10-year slightly higher this morning at 4.632%. That's what we've got as far as known economic numbers and Fed speakers today. The talking Feds. Eddie?
Thank you, Johnny. Dudette, where's my crude at? Crude prices, a little steady here. U.S. crude prices traded largely unchanged. We did see that 85.39 a barrel. Brent was 90.10, but oil prices soared last week like an albatross on fire to its highest level since October, but fell Monday like an Alaska airline door in mid-flight after Iran's weekend attack on Israel to be less damaging than anticipated, easing concerns that the intensifying conflict hitting supplies from this oil-rich region. Focus now is on Israel, how they're going to respond to Iran's first ever direct attack on Israel, given Iran produces more than 3 million barrels of crude per day as a major producer. So lots of shit hitting the fan, and that's what we got to watch for. Be ready for, as John says, anything can happen. And I'm definitely a fan of that. But anyway, let's move on. Jack, you got our tip of the week here.
I do.
All
One
right.
moment. I have to pull it out of the giant stack of tips I have over here.
You got any rib tips there? I'm hungry.
Yeah. Well, here's a tip, a technical one. Oops. Let me go to the charts here for us.
At least you're getting tips.
Exactly.
Yeah, tips here. Pretty good.
There you go. Here's your tip of the week.
Technical analysis. Chart patterns sort of fall under that category. Technical analysis study various chart patterns. As JD shares with us, chart patterns, how to identify potential price movements. These patterns include head and shoulders, triangles, flags, pennants, and lots of other good things. So use these technical analysis. Traders using patterns to predict trends, reversals, or continuations. Technical analysis. Johnny, what do you got to add for that?
Hard to say, isn't it, Eddie? Yeah, as far as technical analysis is concerned, you want to know the patterns. You want to know, what these patterns are saying to you. But you also have to keep in mind that in trading, and I'm sure those of us that have been around for a while know this, nothing ever seems to happen exactly the same way twice. And when you do get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. Technical analysis is a way to just examine past price action, different patterns, and use those to limit risk, number one, and to find opportunities using those recognizable patterns. Technical analysis is, of course, a very broad subject, but the more you learn, the better off you're going to be.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you, John. And without further ado, let's get down to our nitty-gritty charts. John, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Thanks, Eddie. So, when we look at these charts, we are basically looking at a lot of technical analysis, and we are just trying to put some sort of context over the market. A couple of weeks ago, we started talking about, at least in the S&Ps, that we were seeing some exhaustion to the upside. We were seeing some potential for pullbacks. The pullbacks that I think we've seen recently have been largely news driven, a lot of uncertainties, and markets don't like uncertainties. The downside move, I should say, continued below last week's weekly kickoff low, which was 5180. We've traded to, and we're showing some signs of possible kind of acceptance at lower pricing at 5103, this weekly kickoff low. We're not really seeing too much as far as long time adjustments in inventory, at least not yet. Yesterday's move to the downside had some pretty decent volume, and we added 9,100 estimated new contracts, indicating that there is some short coming into this market. Some short sellers placing bets to the short side coming into this market for the last two sessions. Is it getting oversold? If this is short time frame selling, there is that chance that it may be getting a little bit oversold, and this 5103 level might provide decent opportunities for us if we get the opportunity at that level today. But remember, a lot of uncertainties remain, and a lot of traders and investors are really kind of trying to focus on the earnings. However they digest those earnings, is going to be, of course, very important to price action. What I'm kind of looking at to the downside, if we continue this move to the downside, back on February 21st, there is a regular trading hour session gap in this bar. Now, this is an extended trading hour gap, so you're not going to see it on this. But if you're looking at regular trading hour session bars only, there is a gap that would close if price gets down to 50, 57 half, 50, 57 half. That's where this gap would close down here. So, and that's on the June contract. It's on the June only contract. It's not going to show up on an extended, active chart. So on the June contract, keep an eye on that 50-57. If this market does kind of continue to the downside, and on the daily chart, where does that take us? It takes us to the trend line off of the megaphone that we left back in December through February. Okay, this megaphone coming back to that level could bring us in a level of potential support and opportunity to limit risk. Everything that I talk about in futures, any levels that I look at, are levels that I'm looking at because they're gonna help me limit my risk. They may not be successful trades, but it's all about risk limitation when we're talking about these levels. Taking a look at the 30-minute chart here. So yesterday, we opened with overnight inventory to the long side. The first move to the downside was overnight inventory. The longs in the overnight, weaker hands, didn't get what they were looking for, and that would have been continuation to the upside. First thing they did was take us right back down to settlement. Then, the market did continue to the downside, basically almost terminating and closing right on weekly kickoff low, 5103. Settlement, 5104. Last night, the market held relatively close to below that. Didn't really see any acceleration last night. But we did see a couple of times that the weekly kickoff high provided some resistance for some potential short opportunities in short time frame. Now the opposite is true. The market has come above weekly kickoff high, and it has tested down to it on 2 30-minute bars, actually almost right to it. 5103 and a quarter is the low on this 730 bar. Market's going to be opening in range and in value. Yesterday's profile, there are some interesting opportunities for us if the market were to continue higher. It was a double distribution trend day. In other words, there was a period of time and volume accumulated here. We have some would call it a fair value gap. Some would call it single prints in this area. So this area of single prints, it goes from 51.27 quarter on the downside. Interesting level. If we do start taking out the single TPOs, To close them out, we have to get up to 51.53.5. 51.53.5. That would close the fair value gap and take out all of the single TPOs that we left to that level yesterday. So I know we've got some levels from some of our funded traders we're going to be checking out today. It's going to be a really interesting trading day, I think. Aren't they all? And of course, they're always going to be challenging. So double distribution trend day. If we get into this fair value gap, to close that fair value gap, we would have to get up to 51.53.5. I'm seeing some people speculating that the market may be a little bit oversold at this level and if there's no news, no bad news, I could see us finding a range and kind of hanging out in that range for the better part of the day today. That is, if we maintain price above 51.03, that weekly kickoff low. All right, let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Now, the NASDAQ, the move to the downside is a little bit behind the S&Ps. This 18,000 weekly kickoff low was last week's weekly kickoff low because we never really tested it. We never really went down below it. So that breaks the balance that we've been in for, I've been saying, 6 or 7 weeks. So there is the potential for a market state change to the downside if we're looking at this on this daily chart. How did it do yesterday? Well, the volume was pretty good in futures. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. We added 6,000 new contracts, new open interest on that push to the downside, indicating yes, there are still traders and there are traders willing to place short bets into this market. A lot of uncertainty out there does that. The weekly kickoff low, it relates to the weekly kickoff low that we broke out of on Friday of last week in the S&Ps. So the NASDAQ may be starting to catch up a little bit to the downside here. Volume again was pretty good. Open interest adding 6,000. New bets to the short side coming in. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right, so overnight inventory, nothing. Are we going to be opening in range? Probably. If we don't open with a gap, we're opening inside range and inside of balance. We have a similar situation. We don't have a weekly kickoff level down here, similar to what we have in the S&Ps. The S&Ps have driven to that next level and is digesting that level as we speak. So the overnight inventory, nothing. Are we going to be opening with a gap? Low probability. Are we opening in value? Yes, probably going to be opening in value. We have the similar situation as far as the profile is concerned. We have a double distribution trend day. So these single TPOs, or some again would call it a fair value gap. The low end 17,952, the high end 18,083, and we've got our weekly kickoff level right in the middle of that. So this is the beginning. It's always going to be challenging, always going to be interesting. Just make sure you are taking trades that allow you to limit risk, trade as close to points of invalidation as you can. Take a look at crude oil briefly here. All right, so what I'm looking at on this daily chart is a failure to depart. We're still in rollover range. We're still trading the May contract. The May contract has been sticky and is still holding higher volume. So I would imagine tomorrow those June levels will be on here, and we'll be taking a look at trading the June contract. But right now, May still has the greater volume. Volume wasn't great, and open interest, we lost 1,800. But because of rollover, it's very difficult to read that information as to changes in positioning in any time frame. So that's really not going to help us. So I'm kind of looking at this as range rules still apply. Range rules are we fade the extremes until there is a substantial breakout that does continue. That then we have to change that strategy. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. Yesterday, the market did do it. It was a normal variation day. They put in a late spike. So the market has opened below the late spike. That is indicative of a rejection of lower pricing. With the way the world is right now, make sure you're prepared because ACH, anything can happen. The market opened in range and in value. The normal variation day yesterday indicates price may go looking for new levels to facilitate trade. After all, that's the market's job, is to facilitate trade. We did open below the late spike. The base of the late spike was just right around here, 85.35, right about where VWAP is right now. VWAP is down sloping. The market did open in range and in value. That might be an interesting opportunity for an execution. And again, not suggesting it's going to be a winner or a loser, but it's a level that I can limit my risk at. That's the whole idea, is limiting risk. Take a look at gold now, and we get RIPS in here in just a moment. I see him waiting in the wings there. Good morning, RIPS. Right. So here's the volume. So gold, the upside structure remains intact. We've had a pullback. We did have an excess high last Friday, and the market, is still kind of struggling to take that out. Yesterday, volume really tapered off up here. Open interest, inert. I mean, it's basically zero. It says that it's an estimated added 71 in open interest. Yesterday was a hangover day, a rest day, something like that, even though the price action was indicating something else. With the low volume and with the change in the lack of change in open interest, the market still seems to be looking to do some sort of resting at this level. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Okay. Overnight inventory, no. We open with a gap, yes. Have we closed the gap? No. That indicates to me that that price is kind of showing a possible acceptance above yesterday's range and value. That has me looking for longs, as long as we can't close that gap. If we close the gap and start to accept value, more of a pullback to the downside would be likely. We did have another late spike here in gold. The base of that late spike, 23.78.20, 30, 28.78.30, right about there. And with the market opening above that and with a gap and unable to close the gap, the initial nuances in gold are saying that acceptance of higher pricing is likely. Just keep that in mind. Trading right at VWAP right now. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath. Be ready for the trading day. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. And please, by all means, remember to pray for peace.
Please.
And that's what we've got.
Thank you. Thank you, Johnny. In the green room here, let's get him in before he eats all our carrot cake and drinks all our coffee. My grandma made that carrot cake.
Good morning, RIPS.
Good morning.
Doorbell's
How you folks doing? Good morning, John. Good morning, Eddie. How are you guys?
Good morning, RIPS.
Good. What's on your mind?
I mean, carrot cake. It was delicious. I mean, your mom's got the best recipe, I got to say.
I know. She makes a good carrot cake.
Yeah, so, I'm just looking over here at the NASDAQ. We are kind of ping-ponging between our levels of 918 quarters down to 873 even. So, I want to see if we can actually, I got to share my screen now that I just realized that here.
You're one step ahead of me, RIPS.
I know. The one thing I forgot, it's been a little bit of a busy morning over here, but there we go. Sharing the screen now. But yeah, just seeing us ping-ponging between our levels here of 873 all the way up to 918 quarters. And it's just been ping-ponging in this range. I've basically said that I'm not going to be touching my XFAs today. By the way, did you get that the screen share there, Jack? Not sure if that came through or not.
Oh, it's coming through. It'll take me a few seconds to get it.
Cool.
Pretty.
Yeah, so I already told the stream this morning that I'm not going to be trading my XFAs today. I only want to be trading a combine. If anything, this price action is leaving a lot to be desired, basically because it's so choppy and thin right now. We don't have anything in the way of news that's on the schedule for today outside of the one thing that I'm watching, which is a 52-week bill auction out from the Treasury. That's going to be due out at 11:30. So outside of that, I'm really not watching much. The big news event of the day is going to be Jerome Powell speaking alongside Governor Tiff Macklem, Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem, and they're going to have some discussions about the economy and the path forward. But outside of those two things, I'm really not expecting much clean price action today in the market. It's not my style to be trading this stuff. So I'm going to stick it with combines today, and I probably won't do very well trading those, and I just know that right out of the gates. But everybody's different. If you're the kind of person where combines are a big deal to you, maybe trade on a practice account today. If you are in the pocket and you are seeing the market very, very well, then continue trading today. I'm not seeing the market well. I'm not going to be trading in anything outside of combines today. And I already am prefacing my own trading attitude with, I don't expect to do very well, but I'll be very, very surprised if I pull out some wins today from the trade. So self-evaluation there, I think, is key as a trader going into each trading day, trying to find time to evaluate your performance, evaluate how you're seeing the market. And if you're in the pocket that day, really going for it, trying to nail trades. And if you're not in the pocket, trading on a practice account, trading on a combine account, something that doesn't matter as much to you, and trying your best.
I like that.
Rips, thank you very much for that. I got a question for you before the open here. What do we got? About 4 minutes here. The dome in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ has been extraordinarily thin for the last week. Why is that?
Well, I think that it's a lack of inventory and nobody wants to be the first one jumping in the pool. And we're exploring areas on these contracts that we haven't yet. So it's a mix between the lack of inventory and the hesitation that nobody wants to be the first person that's getting overloaded in these areas. So the liquidity that's being provided is as scant as possible to kind of do their jobs as liquidity providers. And I think that that's going to carry over until we get some really strong news in the market that's going to solidify what the next move is, whether we're going to make a leg to the top side or the downside. But I think that nobody wants to be the first one in the pool right now. They're doing their jobs as liquidity providers to keep the market from having a huge 5% down day and having a halt in the markets. And, they're doing their job in that sense. But yeah, like you said, it's very, very thin. I don't expect that to change until we get some big market moving news or we have some kind of solidification in the amount of rate cuts, or if we're even going to have any this year.
What percentage of the fact that there's a lot of uncertainty out in the world right now do you place on the lack of liquidity in these markets?
I think that has a lot to do with it. I think it's a lot of these liquidity providers and market makers do not want to be caught off sides. And if the market's going to go much lower from here, nobody wants to be providing a lot of that liquidity on the way down. So if there's nobody that's doing it, they all don't have to follow suit. So it makes for a very thin market up and down. Nobody has to provide a lot of liquidity. I did see some liquidity being provided yesterday off the open that was to the downside, a lot of bid support, but then that evaporated pretty quickly towards the end of the day. I actually missed that whole move to the downside myself. I was out of office, so I didn't get to trade any of it myself. But I saw the people who did trade that and they did really, really well with it. But that, again, was kind of displaying that lack of liquidity, especially on the bid side there. It evaporated lickety split.
All right. Well,
I got to agree with
2 minutes
that
here.
too.
Let's get our driver in, Andre.
Coming in.
What was that?
I tell you, Rich, with that uncertainty that we got, I mean, it's, finger on the mouse, contracts in your pocket. I mean, anything can happen at any time, and we'll be watching the news for that if anything does hit the wire.
Awesome, Eddie.
All right, what do we got here? 2 minutes here. Let's get our ponies in the gates. Whatever you are riding today, and I guess we could bring in Andre.
Yeah, let's bring in.
MP.
Waiting for one person to sit down, but they have sat.
There we go.
Welcome to
They
the
have
show.
sitted.
Wow, hello.
Have at it, boys.
What's up,
Go.
Daddy? Let's go. What's
up,
up,
MP?
guys?
Morning, Michael. Morning,
Not
Andre.
much. Just
Morning.
setting a couple things that changed on my screen right now. But how are you guys?
funny.
How are we doing today?
Doing great, man. Doing great. Looking forward to seeing whatever we can find today.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
House account, we turned around and made money yesterday. Just a little FYI, guys. We got stopped
Nice.
out to the tick. We got stopped out
Yeah.
tick, but I made an executive decision. To get back in right where we got ticked out because it came right back up to it. And my God,
What
did I have a
price? What
tight
price
stop.
did we sell? Hey, what price again did we sell in that house account trade?
Ugh.
It was a massive winner.
I don't.
It would have been a massive.
It would have been a man.
I can
It
tell you
would have
right
been a
now.
good one. Yeah.
Yeah, what was it?
51.85 quarter. That's where the stop was. That's where the stop was.
51.85.
If we would have risked the 10 to get the 10, we would have got the 10.
Yep.
All right. Well, we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're 4 for 5. We're 4 for 5. I believe.
Good stats. Good stats.
We're up like 12 grand, 15 grand on the house account.
Nice.
But that's a team account, guys. This is all of us trading on a house account together. It's open. Where's the horses? Off to the
We're
races.
open. Bam.
Man,
Giddy
Right.
up.
giddy up. All right, daily levels at the top of your screen, everybody. Those are levels that we're watching. Share your levels. RIPS, do you have any levels?
Yes. Yeah, the level that I have to the downside here is 834 quarters in the NASDAQ. And then above that, 873 evens. And then above that, 918 quarters. If we break above 918 quarters, I think we will have a nice little squeeze to the top side.
918
Give me the
upside,
34s. What was after the 34s?
I got you.
Sorry.
I got you. 918 upside, 834 downside.
19.
Yeah, 834 quarters, 918 quarters to the top side, and then 873 right in the middle, which is what we're kind of diddling at right now.
Yeah, I was just going to say right in the middle. Okay, guys. We have RIPS is looking to sell. Is that what Richard says? What big headlines do we have overnight?
Nothing really, kind of quiet.
Nothing
here
major,
overnight.
right?
Okay.
Just wait.
Yeah.
They'll be
Okay.
coming. They'll be flying around today.
I think so too.
Israel-Iran thing.
Probably. Israel hasn't made their move yet.
Yeah, that's the main. That's
Right.
the main one we're watching. We also do
We
have
have some
Fed speakers today.
We got Powell today, Michael. We got Powell at 12:15 Central Time.
Jack,
Boy,
didn't Powell leave us a voicemail a couple weeks back?
Oh, he's left us a
Talking a little
couple.
trash.
He won't stop calling.
Stop going.
Leave them on red. We got 86% long here in crude for all you crude traders. We'll watch gold today. Gold's been the star of the show the last few days. Big time volatility in gold. Big time moves, big time volume. So it's been fun to watch. Speaking of gold, 76% long. But yeah, I'll leave it up to you guys.
What do you
John,
think of
how are we looking on that opening range trade?
Still in it. I mean,
Oh, what did we
still in
take?
the
I'm
opening
sorry.
range.
We're still in the range.
We're still in
Gotcha.
the opening range. It's kind of large, and it's right up against that weekly kickoff low of 51.03 in the S&Ps. It is that's one tick above the low of the opening range right now. So, and we're still in it. We've got negative 1,500 in Delta right now.
Ready?
So if we do take out the high of the opening range, I think that might be a worthwhile opportunity. It's almost a 5-point opening range, so that's about 7 points of risk. But we're still in it. NASDAQ, S&Ps, we're still in it. RIPS, I think you might be right. I mean, this might be a day just to trade practice or a trading combine, something like that, because we're just not seeing a whole lot of participation here.
Right.
Just to cut the high of the
makes
opening
it-
range. I'm going to jump in with one lot.
John, what I always think about that, if you've been trading for a while, and in
Yes.
the beginning, yes. In the beginning, yes. But I think a trader needs to get, comfortable with it. So yes, practice or combine. But if you've been trading for a while, you need to be in the markets. And that's just where, unless you're cold, unless you're off, unless things haven't worked for you. But to have different market states, I think it's still good to be able to trade range-bound markets, breakout markets, breakdown,
Oh, of course.
whatever you want to call them, and be there, because it's hard to peg. Like right now, we don't know if it's going to be a range-bound day, trending higher, trending lower. Right now, it's range-bound.
Yeah.
So there's
Yeah.
three strategies, guys. If you want to go as basic as they come, there's range-bound markets, trending markets, whether it's uptrend or downtrend, and they all can be played a little bit differently. Now, we in the morning like to try to get an idea of what that's setting up to be, and we'll keep talking about that. But right now, range-bound rips.
Yeah, range bound, as well as kind of what John and I were alluding to, is the fact that there's a lack of liquidity on either side right now. And anytime that these algorithms are moving the price, you have a lot of these other algorithms that are ducking orders. And you're seeing this if you're watching the bid and the ask and the way that they're spreading this around, you're seeing big gaps in prints and liquidity that is really difficult to read and trade. And if you're trying to watch the order flow of the market right now, kind of makes your head spin because you can get faked out so easily there. I was trading this earlier before I came on to the Topstep program here, and I got chopped to bits. So, and that was kind of what my litmus test was of whether or not I was going to trade my XFAs or my live account today. And just recognizing that the reads are very difficult for my style of trading. It just doesn't make for a very conducive day for me, for at least for my style. There might be some folks out there that can nail this stuff. I mean, probably a good majority out there, but it's all about, Michael, recognizing who you are as a trader and then trading how your style is and exploring your own style. So And this is not to say, that nobody should be trading this market. It's more so that if you're recognizing your own style isn't conducive to this trading style, it's best to lay off trade practice, trade a combine.
Yep. All right,
I'm starting to get some levels here, Michael. We're not near them yet, but I'll have our upside targets in the NASDAQ.
What's the tilt, Andre? I'm curious.
Tilt in NASDAQ currently is 72%
72.
long. And then we have 69% long ES. And how about this? YM short 67%. So long ES, NASDAQ, short in the Dow. We always see that divergence in the mornings on the open with between those three. John said we have a minus 5,000 delta in ES. It's kind of big, kind of for this time of day.
I'm short from 72s right now, just a one lot. I dipped my toe in the water earlier, lost a hundo. I'm up 200 on this. But this
You said you're short?
Yeah, short 72s. I'm keeping it very light and tight. Actually, I'm out. I'm going to scratch today. I'm scratched. Back to scratch. Dip toes and water.
Prescient move to get out there.
Yeah, Michael. So if we see a move above 17,900, we can look to really take a long, maybe house account style. We got three of our guys with the levels that are giving us their basically 918 upside, 925 upside. So I'll let you know if we're getting close to 17,900 to the upside. Could be a house account play there.
Is this if they break, or if it stays above the 900s?
Yeah, we got to move to above 918s, 925s, break out to the upside. Yeah, we're not there yet. Just something to keep an eye on.
Stop
Code along from 18,866, looking for a run above 18,900. 17,900, I think he means.
Yeah, I think the breakout area that I'm looking for has been our level. We've had this level for quite some time, 17,918 quarters, and we've been really bouncing off that level. And both attempts, when I was trading this earlier, were trying to long that level. And I guess I was a little bit stubborn and bullheaded, where I really wanted to see that breakout of 918s, because above 918s, we have a level up at 960. So that's about 40 points of alpha to the upside there that I was trying to gun for. But, it's looking like if we revisit that area, we're going to get some stops popped. So we might have to gather some liquidity to get there. But yeah, again, still looking very predictable from my end here.
We took out the low of the opening range. Now, Andre, I'm looking at yesterday's low. Wasn't
50?
That,
what was it? We're you're looking for the Austin Silver trade.
Austin Silver, right?
Yep. Low of the day of overnight 50.88 in the S&Ps. Gold selling off a little bit right now, down about $8 for 7 minutes of trading here. 8 minutes of trading.
We are running into our level of 834 and 3/4 to the downside there. I am in a short, but I don't really trust it. Just a one lot.
I'm long.
Yeah.
Just because we're against yesterday's low, we haven't taken it out yet. If we take it out now, I'm gonna go the other way. I'm gonna go reverse position. I never do that.
Dolby style. Anne Marie, the Austin Silver trade, one of our guests from a couple weeks ago, is essentially permeable just because due to the natural bid in equities. But it did say is willing to take a short if we can break out beneath the previous day's lows. And that's kind of what John was alluding to when he said
shorts.
Only time he shorts is we're going to break out beneath, break up below the previous session's lows. So that's the Austin Silver trade. Hey, we got tilt. Nice. We got tilt of 88%, 87% short in the YM right now.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's a heavy tilt there. Gold popped right back.
Yeah, it's looking like super squeezy up here again.
It's tricky right now, Rips. Where'd all the liquidity go? Why is this so? Who shut off all the algos, man?
I don't know. Somebody forgot to pay their power bill over in the algorithm.
100%. S&Ps are 15 up, 20 up right now. You never see that.
No,
you know what's really in the markets when the algos go off.
Yeah, there's some time and sales that you can watch that don't just print the actual orders going into the market, but also printing when the bid and the ask are shifting. And if you're watching that time and sales, it's going ballistic right now.
This is fiddling in the middle.
This is just
10
crazy
minutes.
chop here.
So you get some
Man,
nice
you can
upside
get
targets.
Yeah, you can get popped pretty easily here. Back and forth. Because it is moving.
It's definitely
15,
been
20,
moving.
20 handles.
Definitely
See it
moving,
moving.
but
Yep.
yeah, I don't know.
Keep an eye out for that
It's
slippage.
just a choppy mess.
There's Eddie. Eddie, since I got you here, Eddie, hit us with some economic numbers today. What do we got on tap? Looks like from what I'm looking at, might be a busy day.
Well, we did have some early numbers here, really not making too much of a difference here. Hey, coming up in 19 minutes, we got milk auctions. So milk
Oh.
traders, your auctions are coming up here in 19 minutes. We also got Williams going to be speaking here at 11:30.
Wow.
Come on, Betsy. Come on, just another glass.
Wow.
We got Barkin going to be barking here at 12 o'clock, high noon. Atlanta Fed, the GDP at 12:15. 12:15 also.
Wow. The animals are
Never
feisty
milk
today.
a dog. Never milk a dog. No. Bad juju. Powell's going to be speaking, and he's going to be talking about the milk auctions at 12:15. Also taking a look here, we got the API weekly crude
2%
stock leader
target.
in the day.
Had to say it.
2%. We're targeting 2%.
Oh, hey-oh.
I'll leave.
Yes, the comedy team of TopstepTV. All right,
That's
and that's
amazing.
it. Back to you, Andre.
All right. Thanks for that. I'm not sure if we got exactly what's coming out today, but you get the gist of it. We will keep you abreast throughout the day. Eddie's scanning the headlines, of course. We're watching out what's happening in the Middle East. Geopolitical risk cannot be ignored. It's just a fact of how the markets are right now. I think that's contributing to this lack of liquidity and what's making us so thin in these markets right now. We will keep an eye on that. Yep. Typically, if you see a spike in gold, spike in oil, those move first when you start seeing those headlines coming out from the Middle East. Then equities will react accordingly to the downside. But we'll keep an eye on that. Nothing has hit the wires just yet. Just up
Hey,
there.
really quickly, Kai, you said MP some pressure off of support would it be too much to automate XFA activations? We have that coming out in 1 week, automating XFA things. So you should get those a lot sooner. We have 5 major bugs that 4 of them I think got taken care of. They have to do a lot with rebill and getting resets and things like that. So if you're one of those folks, it's an extra, you know what it is? It's an extra like 800 new tickets a day for the support team, just on some tech issues. So we buckled down, had an all hands on deck meeting with the 2 teams, support and tech, to nail down these issues. So you shall see better support. We're hiring each week. I'm not happy with support side, but we have automation coming and tech bug fixes that got prioritized above a lot of the other things. Therefore, some things got kicked down the road, not far down the road, like a couple weeks. Other fun things that's more external facing. Just a little heads up. I saw that one in there.
Back to yesterday's low here in the S&Ps.
Oh man,
We're in the middle right now in terms of levels, Michael. We're getting levels from guys like RIPS, SS in the chat, Nick T, Max Maserati. Still in the middle, like a downside, like RIPS said, if we can break beneath 834, which we're not too far away from. We also got the chat here at SS, downside target 815. If we can move to the downside there, might consider a house account trade. We'll keep an eye until we're getting in chat here. But right now, as far as NASDAQ goes, we're in the middle, trading 17,850. So we're in the middle right now. So might be personal account trading time right now, but in terms of house account, we are watching levels. We're getting fed to us from our top traders all around TopstepTV.
Yes, sir.
Center. But right now, we're in the middle.
Everything's above 900. Is that what you're saying?
For the upside,
17,900.
yeah, we got to break above 900 for us to look at taking a long in the house account. Then once we start hitting 834s, which we're kind of getting there. Here we go. 834s, maybe 815 more follow through. Good look at taking a short there. Currently, we are in the middle.
Short below the low of yesterday now.
You're shorting the S&Ps there, John?
Yeah, just cutting myself to ribbons here.
Yeah, John, I got chop. So I'm down 500. I need to chill.
NASDAQ snaps
I can
right
make
back
it
up. Trading back up to above 850. We're looking to take a short there, but 860 now. So we're in the middle right now. So let's just sit on our hands for the time being.
Does make you wonder if the market is going to remain in this chop until Jerome Powell comes on. But I mean, that would be god awful. I would hate that.
Well, we got a little bit of spike in crudes, gold following accordingly. Haven't seen anything coming out on the headlines, but anytime I see those two pop, as aggressively as they did, looking here at the 5 minutes, it makes you wonder what's coming next. But did see a pop in crude, did see a pop in gold there. Looking at the 5 minute chart.
Johnny Scissorhands. Thanks, Coop.
Johnny Scissorhands. I like that. Cut yourself the ribbons.
Cut myself the ribbons.
Oh dear.
I just got short with you up there, Johnny. I made $200-300, so now I'm down 200.
Nice recovery there, Michael. Beautiful.
Yeah, I don't like. I've been working out the hole quite a bit this month.
Come on.
Yelling in 15 minutes. Okay.
Who we got in 15?
Yellen speaking? I don't have Yellen on my schedule.
Never on. I know. Same. Never on the juice. Thank you, Chad.
Wow.
M4U says yelling in 15 minutes.
God bless our chat, man. Nothing better. All right, here we go. We're just
thanks, guys.
All right, we just dipped beneath the 834 level here in the NASDAQ. That was a quick turnaround.
I'm going to try to short that break there, that 834 level.
We got a couple levels here lining up, 834, 815. So we are in the zone if you want to take that short house account style, but let's see if there's some follow through. S&P's breaking.
Well, what short are you talking about, or what levels?
Short NASDAQ, we are in that level between 834 and 815. RIPS gave us a level of downside, 834. SS in the chat has been pretty good. Looking at 815.
Yeah, the downside level between 834, lower is 797 3/4. So if we are breaking below that, would get pretty speedy there. That was kind of where we bounced off of. We've double bottomed there at 797 3/4. So looking to see that break to the downside for a nice short.
Are you short right now?
I am short. I'm short with an average of 828.
All right, I'm short from 32, just a one lot on my personal. So
S&P's continuing to break here, Dow breaking as well.
Well, these breaks are kind of short-lived, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. It's
breaks
tough.
And then
it's tough right now.
Yeah, break and bounce.
Well, let's test the overnight low. Let's test the overnight low. Come on.
I mean, there's a lot of weakness in here. It feels like that. JD, you on?
Weak, but can we get that follow through? Is the question.
Yeah, it feels like the markets are very nervous.
I know I am.
JD, what do we don't have? If you look at the day, JD's our chart pattern teacher, but I could go to anybody here. What do we don't have a head and shoulders on NASDAQ daily, do we? I mean, the head is taller than each left and right shoulder. If you want to play that game, I don't know.
Jerome Powell isn't speaking until 1:15, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
1:15 Eastern, 12:15 Central. Yep,
that's right.
I don't see that, Michael, as a head and shoulders.
Look at my chart. This is not
guard speaking right now on CNBC.
That's not
to a degree.
I mean, how extreme? How extreme do you need? Here's the neckline.
You don't. There's the neckline. So if it's going to go, there's space.
Yeah.
85% short in the Dow.
Seems like that's the one to be short right now.
Yeah, it's the only one with some real follow through.
Okay.
Look at that. Same thing that short NASDAQ. You're going to take heat. You're going to take heat right now. We need some more follow through, Michael. If we are going to do house account trade, we need some follow through. I mean, that's vicious snapback. My goodness.
Yeah, big rejection there.
My goodness.
Crazy.
Shoulder pads, huh? More rounding top. Thanks, Chasing Markets. You're right.
You're going to need shoulder pads and a helmet today, Michael. You're going to need a cowboy collar also.
I teach my kids. I teach my kids flag football today, so I'm going to need some pointers, guys.
You're coaching flag football? Oh, get some footage of
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
I
like,
need some footage
yeah.
of that. Herding cats.
Get your ass over here.
Do you want to win? Poor kids.
You want to win?
What we got here? Yeah,
All you need to do
Eddie,
is-
I didn't see
is
yelling.
glue
It
that
is on
flag
Juice
to
now.
their belt.
Eddie, I did see yelling on Juice finally. I don't know. She slipped through the cracks somehow, but I did see it.
Last minute here.
Must have been last minute because I didn't see it either, but
Yeah.
they snuck it in.
She must have been up all night drinking. That's why she's here early today.
She's going to talk even slower today then. One of the slowest talking human beings I've ever heard. Yeah,
That must be
Michael.
really- well, Andre, that must really clash with you because you are not one of the slowest talking people I've ever
I am
heard.
not. I knew I was setting myself up. The second those words came out of my
God
mouth, I
bless
knew
it.
exactly what was coming my way.
Boom.
Out. Strike 3.
Wow, that short. I mean, man.
Strike 3.
Yeah, 834 straight back to 873 in a
Yikes.
jiffy there. Complete insane bounce right back up to the top side there. So
Face job.
is that the technical term, by the way?
That's what we said back in the day. You just got faced on that, man. I mean, wow. All right, we'll keep
This
testing
is
those
why
levels
we use
through Nelson.
combines or practice accounts on a day like
100%.
today. This is not an XFA or live day.
I should have listened to you.
Well, hopefully you're not sending it in, 9 contracts or anything.
Full send.
No. Light and tight.
Man.
We gotta wait.
Wow.
That was brutal.
Wow,
That was
choppy.
absolutely brutal.
Choppy. Down 700. Ay. God bless it. This thing is
Vicious.
it's
man.
a nothing burger. It's a nothing burger.
Tough to read. It's going on full blown air right now.
Yes,
When
it
Rip
is.
says don't
Yes,
trade,
it is.
don't trade.
Quick check on the 10-year yield. 10-year yield 4.68%. So we've seen that nothing but uptick of about 30 basis points in the last 4 trading days.
Same with the 2-year. 2-year's been creeping too.
2 years above 5. Are we above 5 and 2? I don't have it up in front of me, but
it's been trying.
yes, it has. Why I'm still 76% short.
Hoagland, it might be opposite day today.
Uh-oh.
I'm right. So far, it has been for me.
Uh-oh.
So far.
Dangerous.
Andre says, "Uh-oh."
That's a dangerous place to be. I'm like, hey.
Sometimes it's not. If you're really cold
I feel-
and you can, and
Like
you
I
can
always
go,
say.
I'm gonna get. Then you just do the opposite.
What happens if it works the first time? What do you do then?
Then your brain resets. It does like something to your brain. That's what it does to me.
It does. It does.
It does. Fade yourself, Steve R. Yeah, or Steve R. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
Just
I
fade
know.
yourself.
There are days where there's
Fade
100% of it. There's days where it's probably a smart move.
Crude off about 30 cents from that pop that we were talking about. NASDAQ vicious turnaround here. Look on the 5-minute. Up about 40 cents. 40 ticks off of that. Jeez, man. All right, I guess some upside targets. We are not there, or upside levels here in the NASDAQ as well. We are not there, Mike. We are in the middle. We are officially in the middle right now.
In the middle.
We're in the middle from yesterday's close. We're right on the VWAP, right?
We are. That's right.
Yeah,
I got
looks
VWAP
like it.
17,865 NASDAQ.
So,
Riding the pine, Andre, just like your high school
Say it.
basketball team.
I didn't play basketball.
you got to talk to
Started
Austin
in
today.
baseball. Started baseball and football, or baseball and soccer, my man.
You can ride the pine in baseball too. You can ride the
I
pine
ride
in
it.
baseball.
Yeah, not here though.
We looked below yesterday's low in both the S&P and the NASDAQ, and we have nothing but rejection down there so far.
Gosh, it's tricky.
The bias is staying long. Heavier long,
it?
guys. NASDAQ. Yeah, NASDAQ and S&P. I mean, like in the 65%.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them, though. Average price of longs is 59,859. 17,859. 17,860.
We got yelling 5 minutes, fellas.
We're
That should be
adding
interesting.
this.
Yeah, we do. Michael Beggs, pumped for that game. That match, I should say. Huge match. Very thin in the S&Ps. Like we've been saying. NASDAQ, Dow, no different. And markets right now. Markets are on edge. Uncertainty, John. I think say markets are uncertain at this moment. Is that kind of where we're
course.
at? That's what the market
Why
state
they're
feels
so
like?
thin.
Yep.
Why they're so thin, man. There's a lot of anxiety in the markets right now.
Yeah, I think people are kind of juggling between, is this a good area for value? Are we going to make legs higher later in the year? Or is this an area where we want to start really shorting this market?
We got
Eddie watching the wire. Thank you.
yesterday. We added 9,100 in open interest on the way down in the S&Ps and 6,000 on the way down in the NASDAQ. That tells me, Rips, that there's already some short sellers coming into this market, but not big, not huge.
Absolutely. 100%.
Man, good luck trying to get on any trade. I can't get on anything right now. Every time I feel like I got a great entry, wow, comes right back to it.
If you don't pay attention,
74% long. 74% long. 76% long.
Yeah, it's growing.
It's growing.
What do you make of it? Like, what do you do with it? I think
it's growing legs.
The moves are so short-lived, though, that I don't know.
I think it has buying pressure in here.
Yeah, gold selling off
78% long. 78% long.
So.
I mean, he's clearly holding the market up right now, Dakota. On his live account, guys, all those guys with the 20 accounts, they're all sim traders. I don't care if they make $150 in 20 accounts. Dakota makes more than that in one account, and he actually has real orders that go in the market. Right. So he's a pro buyer.
I got a Dakota update for you, though. It's a 56 minutes ago. Dakota up $2,700 on the day.
He's up 6 now.
Right. Show you the money.
Up 6 G's?
Yep. Right in the
like
chat.
That.
He's holding on to one as a runner.
Beautiful, Dakota.
Hold on. So that's a weak ass influencer. Sorry, weak ass influencers. I'm sorry. And I gotta say this, and don't get that's $200 on your that's $300 on your 20 accounts. That to me is not impressive. I hate when people are like, I made $6,000 today. I don't like it. And it rips. I know some people here do add up that. I just don't like it because it's not, to me, it's not a one account guy. And a one account guy is like Dakota and any of the live guys have to have one account. We can't have copy accounts in live trading. So I just personally like somebody who puts up big size rather than somebody who puts up small size and then claims they put up big size, because psychologically Rips or Dakota is a much better trader than all those fat folks. That's my opinion. I do see that the psychology of having, making $200 and then timesing that by however many accounts. But I will give props to our live funded traders more than I'll give props to anybody. That's copy trading. It's 84% now. It's above 900.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, once we break above 900, could look to take a long here. We got to get through these 918s in the NASDAQ. We are thinking about...
God, I want to see
house account trade. I don't think we're there just yet. We got Yellen coming out right now, Michael, any minute. So we got to sit on that house account. Then we got some more speakers. So we'll see if there's follow through on these levels. But as always, you were bid 850.
So Nick T for the house account legs along above 17,925. Yes, longer time frame, low volume node. Area of resistance on the 15th.
What numbers do you have up here? The 918?
925. 925. We got
that's Nick T.
925, 918.
We're going to need a running start.
I think, so damn long. Well, Yellen's talking.
Yellen's talking, so heads up. And we got Lagarde on the wire right now talking as well.
Give me a pop and you'll see me get short. Give me a pop, you'll see me get short. And I just because.
Are you reading something?
That's me personal. That's me personal. It's building legs though, so it has been. All the longs got paid. here at Topstep. That was a lot of folks long down there in the 80s and 90s, sitting with a sitting
We're
in the
getting long.
money.
I mean, look at that. And then it just, Jesus.
Just whips
Tricky.
back.
It is violent and vicious.
Well, they did have buying power. Oh, Michael. I was just short of 4 lot of 07. Got out at 05. I'm in that mood right now where I'm just getting shaken, not stirred.
Yep, me too.
Johnny, misery does.
Misery loves
Go,
company.
Rips. Yeah,
I think the market's definitely waiting for Jerome Powell. I think that's really the answer here, is that the market's just going to continue waiting for Jerome Powell.
All right, we are getting some Yellen comments here coming in here. Nothing major, but her first comment was that we are focused on strengthening the IMF, pushing for strong loan programs and robust conditionality to help restore stability. And she says she's going to meet with Chinese officials to see if she can get these dollar stores back down to $1.
I like that.
Actually, she's going to discuss anti-money laundering and balanced growth. Well, I hope she comes back. Maybe not. Back to you, Andre.
I thank you for that one, Eddie. Yes, I saw the dollar stores maximum price like $7, $8 or something like that. It's not very dollar store.
You can't find a dollar anymore.
The dollar store. They never factored in inflation, did they? When they came
that
up
kind
with
of hurt
brand.
The business plan, didn't it? Kind of pigeonholed themselves on that one.
You got to roll out of that somehow.
Yeah, $8 store, $7 store.
6-minute abs.
That's right.
Remember that?
7.
Oh, yeah.
Abs.
Oh, Andre always used to say, because we were like 8-minute abs or 7-minute abs. Like the next company comes out with this,
Yeah,
shorter.
Keep doing one better.
It was from There's Something About Mary.
That's right. That's exactly what it is in the car.
Yup.
All right. Well, we're in the middle right now. We tried to make a run above 17,900 NASDAQ. Rejected. We need the old running try, as Michael likes to call it. S&Ps just chop around 5,100s. Try and make a move to the downside. Viciously rejected.
Viciously.
Yeah, it's tricky right now. Gold turning around. 80% long NQ and 81% long NQ.
80% long in the NASDAQ. What is going on here?
I don't know.
Oh, my God.
I'm so impatient. I'm just terrible.
Were you in the longs, MP?
I was. Now I'm short 89s or 98s. I was short 07s. That would have been a 30-handle move. This thing just
That's
feels
one of
like
those
it has
days that
blast
is
off.
really just going to test your patience. One of those morning sessions, at least.
Yeah.
Definitely a day. Trading on that practice account, trading on a combine if combines don't matter to you. Trade on something where you're not going to feel the burn.
Set it out of the gate.
We got Powell at 12:15 Central.
Oh, my God. I was just short 2 odds.
Rips.
Okay.
Rips
I'm
says
not
don't
holding
trade,
any
don't
of my
trade.
positions. I'm not holding any of my positions that are actually been winners. John, have you missed a winner trade by getting out early?
No,
A W?
no. I've
He's been wrong.
had 3 straight losses. I'm short with you right now, Michael. 50.99.
No,
just one contract.
Okay. I got short 98s, but I covered 95s. I'm not. It's either going to run or not, and it's not doing that. It just floats around, rips. Floats around, rips.
Rips.
Right, rips?
Because Rips is here. It's doing it.
Buddy.
So that's what it's there for.
Our buddy Rips.
Stay true to Tuesday's brand.
Yeah.
Got to keep it on brand today.
Yeah, got to keep it on brand, guys.
I feel like I have my Topstep TV curse. Every single time that I come on, the price action just turns to complete and total garbage.
That's who we have to blame. I knew we could pin it on somebody.
It's got. I mean, I bring the worst price
you.
action.
It's got to be you. I love it. Yesterday on Power Hour, Daniel Inskeep took the blame for the lack of price movement as well. So I like when the guests come on and they say, "Yep, it's my fault as to why the market is not moving."
Yeah, everybody out there can blame me for this one. I'll take it. I'll take that one on the chin.
Yeah. Damn you,
100% it's me.
100%.
I'm still hanging in here on this short. I'm just so cold. I'm just.
I want to short it, John.
Not in the pocket.
John, I want to short it, but there's also a fading myself going on in my head right now. That would be fading my bias as well. So
Got it.
I'll put an 86 on right now. 87. I just got long one. I wanted to get short anyway.
Yeah, you trade this long enough, then you start to just fade yourself.
Yeah, then you're
Right.
chasing your tail.
It's a story
Right now, I'm
I've told
resetting
100 times.
right
in
up.
the pit, man.
Yep.
Buying highs, selling lows. Somebody says you should just do the opposite of what you think, and I did it, and it worked.
I love the poll that just popped up.
What is it?
Can
we blame
for the bad price action?
Everyone.
I'm voting yes. I'm
yes,
doing
of course.
yes on that one.
Everyone vote yes. It's funny.
don't know.
No, got some no's in there. Got some no's in there. So
I'm
you're
one of
saved
them.
by this.
Some real good time Charlies there.
Yes, there are.
No, of course he's not. The markets have many participants.
Yes, thank you. I know, right?
This thing is just not going anywhere.
Yeah.
It's not even going anywhere for me, John, and I faded you and my own bias. So ooh, there's your move.
I think
Well,
Rip said
Look
it
out.
best.
Big two-handle sweep to the downside
Yeah.
here.
Right.
We're waiting for
Yeah.
Powell. We're waiting for Powell, waiting for a headline for the time being.
Call that a flush of teeny.
I like that.
I like that.
There you go,
There's a real
John.
flush.
Right to VWAP.
Stirred, shaking us stirred.
Yeah, we're in the middle right now. If any levels we got from respected traders out there, Michael. So if you're getting chopped up,
And we got nothing.
yeah, we got.
Wow, look at that bounce too. We dip those lows.
Wow.
67 immediately sends into 90s there. This is
Good luck,
unbelievable. It's just like you finally get the price action where you're thinking like,
Yeah.
okay, maybe now it's gonna fade. And it's like, hold on a second, hold my beer. Here's 30 candles right in your face.
Right. Hold my beer is right. I scratched that trade. I'm just I'm on Power Hour today. I'm gonna kill it in Power Hour today.
I took a $150 loser on that one. It was $400 at one point, but then I'm like, this thing's been snapping, so I just snapped back as you just saw.
Yeah.
I need a blindfold. Where's the blindfold? Where's the blindfold?
Oh, wait, what? No blindfold.
What?
No blindfold. No, he's just looking at
Blindfold.
80%.
Get the
They're
handcuffs,
getting
get the
long
feather
again.
duster.
82%. My goodness, yes. Oh no, come on, guys.
Brutal. Coming off a little bit. Yeah. Just flip a coin, right?
Blindfolded and flip a coin. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, we're right in the middle. It doesn't really matter. Either is going to work or not work. One or the other.
Oh, Michael. I see. Do you know who's joining us here at 10:30 today?
No, I do not.
Rips you along.
Opie's joining us.
I'm nothing. I'm flat as a board right now.
Opie is. Hell yeah.
Opie's joining us. Yes. Hopefully, have some stories
That
locked
should be
loaded.
fun.
He's got stories.
I gotta get in
Eddie,
there.
you're buddies with him. Yeah.
Have we? Yeah.
Get
Hopefully we
Eddie.
keep
Make sure Eddie's driving
PG.
in there or
Mhm.
in there or something. Yeah.
We gotta keep it PG.
Right. Yeah. He has a foul mouth.
He's gonna let it rip. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Except from the floor.
It's
Yeah.
from the floor. Yeah. He has
course.
never grown out of it.
Yes. Please tune
I
in
don't think any
at
of us have.
10:30. One of Michael's mentors from the trading floor will be joining us.
No. He's not my mentor at all. He's not my mentor. He's my he was. Yeah,
My bad.
I'm going to be
No.
very selective with my mentor. Yeah.
Not
Opie
mentor.
is
Gleason.
Opie's he's a buddy. Gleason's my mentor. God. Opie was just a wild kid in the pit. 84%. I'm gonna
84% long and growing. 77% long ES.
I see Dakota's in chat. What's Dakota got on? I want to copy his position. Number one trader on Topstep.
He's up $6,000 and he went to breakfast.
I would too. I would have done the exact same thing.
Mike, you ever talk to Glees?
Yeah, real quick, Eddie. If I can get this thing to fall out of bed, I'm short 4 from 97.
Nice.
I just made 800. Okay.
There you go.
Good job. Way to go, man.
Nice trade, MP.
Nice job.
Get it in there. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm doing this dance and I'm just increasing my size.
All right.
What were you saying on that
You ever
one,
talk
Eddie?
to Glees?
Yeah, I did. I texted him last week. He's down to come on. He was a big trader in the pit, and when the pit kind of dried up, he became a GC and started buying homes. Had a crew, fix them up, flip them,
Nice.
make 50 grand, 100
And I
grand.
tell
a
you,
pop.
he was good to both of us. You know, he was a mentor to me when I got in the pit there. Very awesome dude. Awesome guy.
Yes, he is. Great family history on the floor too.
No relation to Jackie.
Nice.
Kevin Gleason was just a gorilla. One of the strongest people I think I've ever known.
Oh yeah, his brother Kevin.
Oh yeah. And a nice guy.
They're all nice guys. Yeah, just big brutes. Played football, all that kind of stuff. These are big traders in the pits. We'll show you pictures here a little bit later if we still have them. 78% that keep getting long around these 90s.
What's the average for the tilt, and what's the average long price?
83s, 17,883s, 5,100 on the ES. So you got these folks in the money, and then you got more buyers jumping on. If I was a betting man with a one lot,
Which you could
I'd
be.
say it's going higher. Yeah.
Press the button.
I'm gonna press this button. Well, I don't know. I was gonna paper trade. I might need a paper trade.
Yeah, I've single-handedly proven, Rips, your theory that you probably shouldn't trade today.
Yep. It's definitely one of those days.
Moving to the calendar. I still want some space to be on Power Hour today. We're gonna kill it.
Nice. Yeah, especially after you're going to have the market digesting Jerome Powell's statements.
Definitely. Yeah. What's Delta at, John? Just out of curiosity.
S&P Delta negative 1,000, NASDAQ 2,000 positive.
Okay.
This typically happens to me when one of the weekly kickoff levels becomes magnetic, because I'm looking for a price to move away from it. And if there's no decision in longer time frame, it just chops around it and chops around it and chops around it. So I could have expected the outcome today to be what it is, because 51.03 is weekly kickoff low. It has been, well, overall just really magnetic since it got to it. Yesterday, it just got down there and hung. Last night, it stayed below it. Today, it's been above it, below it. It's just really kind of rotational in and around that level, because, again, I don't think that there's been any longer time frame decision making being made at this level. And, it's always just easy to think about these things in hindsight, right? You figure we're at this an important level, but we're not seeing any impetus to move away from it in either direction. So if the longer time frame is waiting for new data, and we're near one of these weekly kickoff levels, this is what tends to happen. And you can say that moving, thinking forward, like RIPS, you said that today, it just really is not a good day to be trading live. I'm going to just try and practice and try and learn something today. And, that was a really good thing to say, especially in the S&Ps. NASDAQ, we've taken out that weekly kickoff low from last week, which remains from this week. And we're really just kind of hanging below it. We're not really on it. We're hanging below it. But again, no major decisions are being made here, which makes for very choppy, very indecisive trading.
All right, breakout to the upside. I don't want to call it breakout. Starting to see some buyers here in the NASDAQ. Clear that 915 level, trade 920s. I don't know if there's any push through. Taking a look at some of our Nick T, one of our live funded traders that wants to see follow through 925 in the NASDAQ.
That's it.
That's about it right now.
Give me.
Yeah, we did have that breakout of that 918 quarters level, so
Yeah.
not too shabby there.
Trade 930s now.
Now we're getting some liquidity coming in here. We are seeing some larger players on the offer here that are kind of pushing back at 930s here. So first time we're seeing bigger liquidity sort of stepping in on the offer here. Kind of all the way up from 910s to 930s.
See that in the S&Ps as well, Rips?
Same thing. Same kind of thing where we're seeing a lot of pressure as we get up towards that 5120 in the S&Ps.
And they just get rejected.
83% long. 83% long. This is bananas. Everybody and their sister's buying.
Yeah.
What is today? The 16th? That means everybody's 401k got pumped in the markets too. I mean, come on. Like from
Yeah, we came up to those 930s and starting to reject. Let's see if we can actually catch a bid here above 918 quarters. If we do, then we potentially have the room to have that excursion all the way up to 960s here. But it's a tall order. It's a lot of liquidity to get through. There you go, rejecting below 918s there. So
all right. Well, while we watch that rejection, everyone's sitting on their hands right now. Let's take a quick breather here. Let's get a news break here. Eddie, you got some news for us because these markets are very, very tricky right now. So let's hit the reset button. Let's check out some news. Eddie, what do you got?
All right. I do got some news for you. This one, we're going to put up the picture. This was a meaningless free throw in a meaningless game. But Boban Marjanovic turned in one of the funniest moments in the NBA season. The Houston Rocket player deliberately missed his second shot so the Los Angeles Clipper fans could get free chicken. It seems the Clipper had a promotion that everybody gets a free chicken. No, actually, everybody gets a free Chick-fil-A sandwich if the opposing player misses 2 free throws in the fourth quarter. The crowd was buzzing after Marjanovic missed the first free throw. He clearly played along with the crowd, even celebrating by pointing to the stands afterwards, his shot missing, and saying everybody gets chicken. Look at the ears on that guy. My goodness, he can hear me from here.
Chicken from Boban.
Yeah. Shout out to Boban.
All right. Second story. This is a good one. This is a good story here. I can't wait for this one. Yes, that's one of our Chicago favorites, Chris Farley. There's going to be a film to portray him being put together by Josh Gad and director Paul Walter Hauser in the lead role. Family of the comedian and Saturday Night Live cast crew who died of a drug overdose in 97 at the age of 33 is cooperating with the projects. This is going to be a glory story ready to honor Christopher. And we had his brother, John, worked in the Japanese yen options. And Chris visited the floor one time. And if we ever got time for a story, I got a great story you can tell about Chris Farley. So I'm looking forward to this movie. Good stuff. And number 3. No more monkey business. Look at all the monkeys. The Thai wildlife officials laid out a plan to bring peace to a central Thai city. That's after at least a decade of human-monkey conflict. Yes, Planet of the Apes 2024. Authorities hope to round up about 2,500 urban monkeys and place them in a closure. So what was happening is the monkeys frequently snatched food from humans, sometimes resulting in tussles that leave people injured. One lady had her food stolen and she had broken her knee. Another person who was delivering food was knocked off a motorcycle by a monkey. No, the monkey didn't take the motorcycle, but he did take the delivery food, and nice enough left a tip. The monkey's legal team has not yet commented on this development. And that is our news for today.
You ready? Thank you. Oh, we're getting that news. Yes. All right. Another the old running try here in the Nasdaq.
Is this retesting?
It looks like it.
Yeah, retest 918s again.
Yeah.
One, two, three. I'm short.
Levels are tricky
from right here. I figure it's a retest. So if it's a retest, we're looking good. 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 Because I'm short 3 from 18.
Ah.
If it's a retest, I'm looking
nice. Good luck. That's a nice position right there.
Come on, retest.
It's a good snipe.
Come on, retest. If it's a retest, I'm looking okay.
What's your target to the downside there, MP?
30 handles.
Wow.
On a one
nice.
on a one lot. On a one lot. I got.
Did you already cover two?
Yeah, two around this 03s.
Nice.
I needed it. I was down 1,500. It's
nice bounce back.
Yeah.
Command up here saying up $898 up on the day. Just locked myself out. God bless that button. God bless that button. Is right.
I'm out on that one, Rips.
Nice trade.
Hey,
I made 1,000. I'm still sitting in the hole though. I'm still sitting in the hole.
Nice
I have
job,
been in the hole all day.
Only in the whole $500 though, right?
Thanks. Yeah. That's an easy one. You can get. That's an easy one to get out of when you're down like $2,000, 1,500. Those are like you either got to peg it right on a big move or get a couple little base hit doubles. Guys, base hit doubles for me like $200 is a base hit. That's 10 points. I call them like that. I try to have fun with it a little, and then doubles would be like $400. Triple 600, 1,000 on a one lot, 800 on a one lot. That's a home run.
Hey, NBC News here saying Israel's response is imminent. Again, Israel response is imminent according to NBC News. Tricky trade right now.
Okay.
Tricky trade.
That was a retest.
Also got a comment here from Yellen. We've been working to diminish Iran's ability to export oil. There may be more that we can do. Well, we'll see what's up her sleeve.
This is what? Tricky trading environment right now.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
We'll
is.
selling off a bit.
I don't know if this is true, but on the Topstep X, if I click flatten all, does that cancel all working orders as well? Does anybody know
both.
that one?
I always click
I
both.
believe it does.
No, I don't want to click both. That's the whole thing. Because I find myself a lot of times when I go close position, I still have working orders. So if I can get close position and cancel order off and then flatten, well, I still need cancel order, I guess.
I'll test it right now for you.
I'm trying to hit one button, right? Yes. All right, cool. That's why. I always had closed position, and that didn't cancel any working orders. And then I'd have stops working. All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah, if they're not OCO to that position, then they'll stay.
Not if you're on a flat and all.
Yes. I just did it on my combine account.
Yeah.
And so I put on a position with an OCO, and then I put in another order to sell it above. And when I flattened all, the other order to like sell another one higher stayed on.
Okay, that's not what Robert's saying or the chat. So it's weird that yours is doing something different. I don't know the answer, but Robert says flatten all kills them all.
If you show my chart, I just put a position on. Okay.
You flatten all guy?
Yeah. Sometimes.
You're clicking
So
flatten.
Here's the position. What? Here's the position.
You're clicking
Here's
flatten all.
risk and
Mhm.
profit target. I'm going to put an order in to sell one up here. Okay, so there's that order. It's not attached to this. If I click flatten all, now it worked.
Okay, good.
So
Thanks,
flatten
John.
all
That
does
helps.
cancel everything.
Kills active positions, and then it probably kills active working. That's my button.
Flatten all.
I missed a couple yesterday. Yeah.
Let me try that again.
I don't even need cancel orders or close positions. Okay, I'm getting some more extra real estate here.
I hit that cancel all and my Netflix subscription got canceled.
Yeah, it works. It works that way. Yep.
Got him.
Cool.
All right, we got that.
Mm.
Watching some real time investigation here.
Yeah, we are. I'm trying to see.
UA.
It works. It works.
Okay. We are in the middle of the range right now. All the
Man, that was a good short up there. That's
Right,
tough
the
one to
VWAP.
hold on to. Yeah, it does a lot. It's doing a lot of retesting areas. Lots of retesting. Range bound.
we'll haul a short from
MP can-
916 in the NASDAQ. Nice short.
Tommy, MP, can you add a fade yourself button on Topstep X? I actually asked for that on the copy trading functionality.
What did they say to that? We'll get back to you.
They said, is that priority? I'm like, not really. It's
No.
it's a nice to have. It's not a need to have.
That's
Curious if I got a question about it again, but curious about the shot clock, if that's still on the docket for sometime this year.
Yeah, sometimes this year. I'm sure. Yeah. Right now, it's micros and minis, I believe, is coming out with the launch of this.
That's gonna be the big one.
Yeah, and so, well, I'm really bummed that the launch got pushed 2 more weeks, and this is because, and that'll mean by the end of the month, bugs that I talked about, support bugs, took priority. We have to prioritize. You can't do all things. And we were missing the most important thing, which is basically our traders' experience getting Swift support and also less buggy system.
Priorities. Back to yesterday's low in the S&Ps.
Yeah, we're bouncing off that 873 level, just kind of meandering around here. I don't really see anything worth trading. I don't know if I'm even going to take a trade in a combine account beyond here. I sniped a couple good trades. Didn't really talk about them, but sniped a couple good ones, but that's it. I didn't really see anything that that's warranting anything. Certainly not going to trade XFAs today. Certainly not going to trade live. Just not seeing anything that's warranting a trade. Maybe Jerome Powell can change that.
I was just going to say. Hey, Rips, if you don't mind, what's anything cool happening in the Mag 7? NVIDIA doing anything? Apple? I know Apple's getting hit pretty good yesterday.
We're starting to see, so since we crested above 918s in the NQ there, we started to see everything really pull back. So we are seeing everything rolling except for Amazon. Amazon's sort of the only one that's bouncing. Netflix is one to watch this week too, because they have earnings reporting after Thursday. It's the first big tech name that's going to be reporting this season. We had all of those bank earnings that came out, but now we're in tech earnings season, or the beginning of it, and we're going to see what happens there. But yeah, we're just seeing a little bit of a roll right now from Apple, Tesla, Meta, NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Google, and Amazon is now starting to roll as well. So those that push back above 918 quarters there may have been the high push on the day, and then we might just roll lower here unless we get some news that saves the market here. But again, I don't trust it either way. This is not my market to trade. I don't want to employ anything in the market that's going to add actual risk in the market, meaning that I don't want to trade XFAs that can lose money. I don't want to trade a live account that could lose real money. If anything, I'd trade in a practice account or a combine account, something that can't hurt me.
That's reasonable. Makes sense. So y'all didn't say too much. We got that 52-week here in about an hour. We do have one of Michael's old trading buddies, if you will. I don't know what you call Opie, but floor buddy.
I mean, he's got a pretty impressive story. I just don't know if he's going to say it. I mean, I'll tell you.
I was going to say, you'll probably say it then.
It has to do with an open position that he forgot about in 2006.
Hopefully, he can jog his memory.
Long Apple. He just had it in there, and somebody.
Oh wow!
I think
Long Apple.
Yeah, in 2006. Yeah.
And he forgot about it.
I hope he's still Long Apple from 2006.
Yeah.
Hopefully, he still forgot about the position.
Yeah,
he got out of it like a year ago, I think.
Oh my
wow.
gosh!
So he did forget about it for a couple of years.
He 100%. I forgot about it for
hilarious.
like 10, 12 years.
Holy moly!
I guess the Zoomer equivalent of that would be, having a crypto wallet you forget about, and then you check your crypto wallet and you say, "Wow, I have 20 Bitcoin in here. That's amazing."
Oh my god!
Yeah, he was a clerk. He was a clerk back then, and he just put $1,500 in it, I think, or 15,000. 1,500. I don't know.
That's
talk about it.
So he did rips. So he did forget about it. I want to forget about my Apple stock from 18 years ago so bad. 84% short in the YM, the Dow. See some really heavy leans over there in Dow. Do have some chart. We have charts and some stats coming up here in about 4 minutes from JD. JD, let me know when you're ready. Really like that chart of the day, chart pattern of the day segment. Really learning a lot. We do bring it to real life examples, which is pretty cool. Not seen a whole lot here. 85% short in YM, Michael. It's about all I got for you in terms of tilt.
Do we still have tilts long in the NAS here at all?
So let's take a look at NASDAQ. 61% short now. So they reversed that.
Wow, that was so everybody got tired above those 918s there.
Yes, they did.
Andre, why do you think that the Dow gets so tilty? It's a smaller data pool. It's not a smaller number of traders trading it.
That's a really good question, John. Do you have any theories? I really don't. I mean, we've been watching Dow for about the last 3 or 4 weeks, seriously. But it does get very tilty. That's a really good question. You think it's because it could be because of the small data pool? 20 traders, 17 of them are long, there's 17 of them are short. Yeah, it's going to really skew the tilt one way or another. That's a really good question. I'll start watching sample size because we do get that data. And compared to it is, John. It's much smaller sample size compared to NQ and ES. Much smaller. Much smaller. John, you're honest on the 88% short now. Yep, good call, John.
I mean, if there's 10 people trading it and 8 of them are short, 9 of them are short, that's it.
Boom. I think you're spot on. 89% short, 90% short YM, but the data is, but we're breaking.
Okay, here we go.
All right. So we're back below yesterday's low here, boys, in the S&Ps. Back below yesterday's low here in the NASDAQ. Not in the NASDAQ so much. Still inside yesterday's range in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, this is a big breaking point area for the S&P. So if we did actually break these lows, we could see some tremendous downside, but still hasn't come yet today. We keep on coming down and get all excited for it, and then all of a sudden we get a big bounce like it's on a trampoline. Speaking of bounce, there's a little bounce. We got a bounce in the NQ as well.
Fire at the Copenhagen Stock Exchange. That's not good. That stinks.
Oh my. Snooze sales going through the roof.
Snooze. Wow.
That's a deep cut.
I got that one.
Long cut.
There you
go. All my chewers out there. If you know, you know. All right, gold just popped a bit.
Exciting day in the markets today. We're doing off the beaten path dip jokes.
Very nice. Very nice. A little pop here in gold, pop in oil. I get nervous every time I see a pop in gold and oil come simultaneously. knowing that headline of something Israeli response is imminent. So uneasy times right now in the market, that's for certain. And we also got rate cuts getting put. I mean, hey, RIPS, so much for 6 rate cuts now. Now it's 1, right? Now it's 1,
Can
RIPS.
you imagine? 7 in December was what Goldman interns were talking about. And
Yeah, they were.
It's just
Now we're at
kind
1.
of crazy that now
Goldman
we're saying,
interns.
hey, maybe 1. I think.
Maybe
I don't
1.
know. I think we're
MP
under 2
said
right
0.
now. I think we're pricing in 1 and 1.25. Or
1.25.
I said a raise.
MP said a hike. That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
I said a quarter
Dolby
point.
looks great in that helmet, by the way.
I mean, it's technically trendy that way.
I'm short the S&Ps in a combine now because we're below yesterday's low. The Austin Silver play here.
All right. Speaking of Austin Silver, he'll be joining us on Power Hour today, John.
Uh-huh.
I'm short 3 from 68, 868. I'd like to see this run, but it does these little pullaways
Little rips.
and goes. Yeah.
Yeah, these pops are frustrating to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is a shakedown. Shakedown.
Equities aren't really congruent with this fading just yet. We are kind of at inflection points in a lot of these different equity names. Like right now, Meta's on these lows right around 500. It's trading 499 halves right now. So if Meta started to pull away from 500 to the downside, we could see that starting to roll. That could add pressure and make some contagion in the rest of the names in the market. But when we get down to these inflection points and there's not a lot of liquidity in the indices, then generally speaking, what we tend to find is those inflection points holding instead of breaking. And we get this really range-bound trade. So, just not really great. Andre, we'll give you a little update on market internals. I know you like when I do that.
Really
Got
do.
something to talk about at least. So the NYSE's trading 146 million shares right now, which is 11% above its 1-month average, which is a stark contrast to what we saw yesterday. Decliners are leading advancers by 3.2 to 1. Yesterday it was 6.4 to 1. The NASDAQ volume is 1.54 billion shares, which is 11% above its 1-month average as well. Decliners are leading advancers 2.4 to 1. And the VIX is flat at 19.27 here.
Thanks, man. So volume up today. Volume up.
Yep,
John, I'm up.
Big contrast.
All right,
I'm
we're
up.
selling off.
Nice
Yeah,
trade there,
I'm
buddy.
up.
Way to go.
Caught that short.
I'm up 15 bucks. 15 bucks. Got myself out.
That's a heck of a
Win.
recovery right there, MP. Nicely
Nice
done.
comeback.
That's a win.
That is that's a W. Now let's slow down.
All right.
It makes me laugh every time. Eddie,
94%.
you're good.
94%
Why
Wyatt.
in this short in the S&Ps, and I'm holding on to it. I want to see it take out the overnight low.
Now we're coming down here. Wow. No news,
Yeah.
by the way. No
Nothing
news
yet.
at all. Just starting to roll here.
Here we are.
Let's see how
This
this
is for
overnight low. Heading to the overnight low. Let's take it out and run. I doubt it, but we still have positive delta, Andre. 1,400 positive in the S&Ps, and we're on the lows.
interesting. That flipped. Plus, thank you. Plus 1,400.
Mm-hmm.
938.
Okay, right.
And we are bouncing kind of down here at that 834 level again.
Yesterday's
Wondering
low
if
in
this
the
is where it's
S&Ps.
going to start to have some folks covering their shorts down here. And maybe we reverse it back up to the top side towards those 873s again.
Yep.
Would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would
One
be.
quarter is the low.
House account
I think
levels
it'd
are
be the
not
most-
coming into play right now, Michael.
Nope.
All right.
did,
Well,
you had them up at the 918s though. You had them up
918s.
at the 925s though.
I did,
You
but then
did
it got
have those.
rejected.
No-
Then we got rejected. Then we got down to, like Rip said, down to 834 level here. NASDAQ rejected. So rejected the upside, rejected the downside.
But those are levels though, right?
They're
18s
levels.
and 25s. 918s, 925s. That's
918s.
really where it pivoted. That pivoted off that level.
Yes, we did.
So actually, those are effing great.
And look at that, John. We
Yeah,
bounced just like that.
We did bounce.
Yeah, I
It's
made
unbelievable.
5 points on that short in the trading
Fine.
combine. Boy, it would be nice to see a failed auction down here.
I haven't even looked at Crew. Let's have a gander here.
Cruise uptick in here.
Everybody here is just searching for a trade.
Anything.
Show me
Anything,
something.
dude. We're like in the desert looking for water right now, man. And it's just looking for. All right. Well, while we do a little searching here, let's check out some hot streaks with JD and chart pattern of the day. JD, welcome to a very, very difficult trade. How we doing, JD?
All right, boys. Let's just rip through this real quick. Here we go. We got hot streaks from yesterday. You're going to like some of these, MP. All right. Same list as yesterday. Everyone extended their hot streaks for another day, some of them by the skin of their teeth. After commissions, Arian profited $2. $2. That'll get you a hot dog and pop at Costco with change, right? It'll also extend your win streak for another day. Petrus pocketed $11. Tien made $200 trading the YM. After commissions, James took home $3, and Madi made a little over $200 trading the micro Nasdaq. Small numbers, but good enough to extend those hot streaks for another day, right?
Oh,
and I did get
W's a
confirmation.
W. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Nice.
I did get confirmation that our last leader, Jacob, did break his win streak after a 32-day heater. Hell of a job, Jacob, if you're listening.
That is incredible.
That's a great run. Yeah.
Well done.
Yes, it is.
Good job.
Very nice.
All right, here are our live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Some new names, some familiar names. Corey with 2,600, Omar with almost $3,000. Our friend Julio is back, 3,300. Miguel 4,300, and Eddie is also back in the mix with 5,600 in profits trading the Nasdaq and S&P yesterday. Nice job all around to those traders also. All right, onto the charts. Jack, if you could pull my charts up, I'd very much appreciate it.
Yes. As long as you appreciate it. Here we go.
Very much appreciated. Let's talk a little bit about measured moves.
One moment here, JD. I'm trying to get your...
Sure. So, guys, a measured move, it's a concept in technical analysis used to estimate potential price targets based on the height or length of a previous price move. You following that?
Yep.
The idea is that once a pattern completes, the subsequent move tends to be similar in distance to either the initial move before the pattern formed or a move equivalent to the size of the pattern after the breakout. For this example, we'll be talking about the latter, a move equivalent to the size of the pattern. Okay, so here's the pattern we looked at yesterday. Here's this diamond formation in the daily chart of the Nasdaq. Yep.
Yeah, JD,
Yep.
I just mentioned this. I was thinking of the head and shoulders, just talking about it. Pinged you, but I think you're busy. Somebody in here says a rounding top. You're calling it a diamond formation.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
It could also be a rounded top. Hogan and I were talking about this diamond pattern last week, and we finally got our breakout. But let's break it down. So we have our uptrend here, leading up to our formation of the diamond pattern, our consolidation, or what do you call it? Decrease in volatility all around here. Then we have our breakout yesterday. Breakout happened on decent volume. We added about 5,800 in open interest. So that means shorts were entering the market on this move yesterday. This is good for our confirmation of the breakout and adds validity to our measured move target. So now, similar to the head and shoulders pattern, the measured move for the diamond depends on the size of the pattern. You want to measure the widest part of the pattern, the lowest low to the highest high, and then measure downward from the breakout price. So our low is right here at 18,008 quarter, and our high is at 18,709, this high right here. So we're going to take this and measure down from our breakout price at 18,080 from yesterday. That gives us a measure move. The measure move is about 700 points, so that gives us a potential price target of 17,380 in the Nasdaq. Keep in mind we're looking at a daily chart here. It took this pattern about 2 months to form, so it could take a little time to play out. Also, disclaimer: there's no guarantee that prices will go to this level, but it's good information to have for forming that initial bias before starting the day, and it's something to look at until the pattern busts or it's determined it was just a head fake. But something to keep an eye on. Measured moves for the Nasdaq right now, targeting 17,380.
Damn. All right. Thanks, JD.
You got it.
Yeah, wow,
Questions?
17. That's a lot of room. That's a lot of room. Measure moves, John.
Michael,
John
you're
does
on
help.
mute, I think.
Yeah, last night I was doing my series 3, and I was reading on open interest, and I love how you guys always talk about it. John always brings open interest in here, guys, and it's very important.
Mhm.
I would say it's important to do that when it's. So basically, increasing open interest indicates a strengthening of the existing market. If there seems to be strengthening of the existing market, look for existing trend to continue. In other words,
Mhm.
more and more positions are established as more and more traders jump on the bandwagon once they feel a market direction has been identified. Therefore, expect a rising market to continue to rise and a declining market continue to decline. JD just said open interest is increasing to the short side on this move now, or no?
Yes.
Is that what
Yep,
JD said?
That's correct.
Yes.
Yep.
The breakout occurred yesterday on higher volume and an increase in open interest to the short side.
Yep. In higher volume, Rips talks about it and everything. Higher volume means more participants. More participants means more what is it? Conviction in the move,
Conviction.
or more interest in
Yeah,
the move.
I like conviction.
Okay.
So this little table here is something I've been
There you
using
go.
for years. And it just kind of compares volume and open interest. If price is rising on higher volume and increasing open interest, it's likely that move will continue. That is a strong market. You don't want to fight a market like that. You want to find a way into something like that. But if price continues to rise on lower volume and or lowering open interest, the move is probably getting close to an end, or market state change is likely at some point in the future. So what we saw yesterday in the S&P and the NASDAQ was we saw a falling price, a breakout of a structure on decent volume, but rising open interest indicates that downside move. I don't like the way this is written, that it says a weak market. It's more likely to continue in the downside direction because volume and open interest are rising in that way. And just like Michael said, if more people are getting into the move, it's more likely to continue until it doesn't. If this market falls on lowering volume and lower open interest, the downside move may be nearing an end, and a potential market state change could be imminent. Everything could be. Nothing is finite in futures trading.
So,
When you get the right answer, the markets are going to change the questions.
yeah. So would you say then that I'll go to, you have your crude oil, that daily, the rounding, well, the diamond on the top, the rounding, I thought it was a head and shoulders. What
On the daily,
was the
and
volume low?
I had it up.
What was the volume? Yeah, was the volume low? Was the interest low around that? What did it say? 2 weeks? Did you say 2 months or 2 weeks for that rounding?
Yeah, it's been about 2 months since this started kind of
Yeah.
coming together, right? So here, let's just take a look at this, and then
From that to
we'll
that.
put the top on about here. There's the upper end of the diamond. Here's the lower end of the diamond. Let's go here to here, and then here to here. So there's the breakout
Volume.
point right around 80 is what JD was saying. So, this is, when you said it was a head and shoulders, I was like, I don't really see it that way, but everybody sees the market the way they see it. But this diamond formation. So what he said was you take the high of it here to the low of it here, and you would measure that move from the breakout point, and that takes us to our potential target. Now, I've been saying for 6 weeks that there's really not a lot of longer time frame participation in this move, or in the S&Ps really. And Dalton says the same thing. He says it's been a while since we've seen any major adjustments in inventory in longer time frames. And that moved to the downside yesterday on increasing open interest in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps, adding approximately 9,100 in the S&Ps, approximately 6,000 in the NASDAQ. That's a potential market state change right there, because volume was okay, but that open interest indicated there were a lot of people willing to make short bets here. If that continues, and they continue to make short bets, and we continue to see increasing open interest over time, that's indicating that this move has some legs to it to the downside. When it gets to its target, you'll probably start to see open interest start to fall off. And there's your warning sign. When open interest starts falling off in a directional market, there's something going on. There's a possible change. And of course, nothing is finite and exact in futures, but these are just things that we look at.
According to Series 3, last thing on open interest that I have to share, open interest number in a commodity contract is another huge indicator of which technicians rely on. The number tells them how many players are out in the field. Open interest is a measure of participation. It tells them it's a measure of participation or liquidity in the commodity. Now I got a Series 3 question for you guys.
Hey,
this is open interest.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
That's my gig, man.
That's Jack's job.
I'm gonna steal his thunder real quick because I want to understand what John knows on this. To illustrate, if there's 20 people, this is an open interest. Open interest. How is open interest calculated? If there's 20 people in a room, and 10 go long and 10 go short, one contract each. What is the open interest in the room? There's 20 people in the room, 10 go long.
10 contracts.
You're correct. This was that was Jeopardy. Whoever dinged it up first.
It was John and we were tied. I think. I'd say we're pretty tied there.
Johnny.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
So if somebody gets long, somebody gets short.
One contract.
Correct.
One long, one short, one contract.
Somebody's got to be the counterparty to the trade.
Yep.
Well, the counterparty to the trade, RIPS, if you want to go technical, is the clearinghouse. Because when I get long, the clearinghouse actually takes the other side. And when you get short, the clearinghouse actually takes the other side. We think it's another participant, but the clearinghouse is there. The clearinghouse is there to take the other side of your trade, because to pretty much guarantee you the trade. But then when it comes to open interest, it only counts as one. It's very interesting.
Right.
This is open interest. So volume, John and RIPS, what's volume? If I buy one, does that add to one to the volume?
That's one volume, correct.
So it's the same thing as open interest. Yeah. Is how volume
sort of. I mean, it's measured on either the bid and the ask or the market, or above bid, below bid. I mean, it's a print. That's considered the volume. So how many contracts did you take and show on the tape, the print?
Okay. For you folks that are asking for that
tick here.
Sheet, that table that I just put up, I'm going to put it up here again. Please take a screen share. Oops.
What?
Please take a screen share.
Yeah, that's good. I like this.
Here, let me.
So we just learned a little bit about open interest. Hoagland talks open interest quite a bit. Hopefully that helps. We'll add it to our lingo link that we have, different lingo. Open interest, according to Series 3 book, which helps develop, if you pass, you become a professional, true professional in the space, says that is a very important indicator that technicians should know. So all the technicians, chartists in here, should know some open interest combo.
Hey, update, guys. We got crude popping here. Crude and gold popping here. Gold closing in on $2,400 again. Crude on the move up too while you guys are doing that Series 3 discussion. Equities have not fallen line or have not necessarily reacted just yet, but we are seeing a big rally in gold, big rally in crude at the moment.
There is some breaking news out of the House Majority Leader Scalise saying that they're considering adding border security to the foreign aid package. That is latest news from the Hill.
Thank you. All right, well, we got a minute here. We got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of stuff to get squeezed in here for fast markets. Eddie, if you're ready, let's get those plugs in. A little update from Eddie. We got a lot of exciting stuff coming up still here on Fast Markets. But Eddie, what do you got?
All right. Before I start here, I want to see some likes. I know we've got over 4,000 lovely traders watching TopstepTV. But if you haven't hit that like button, remember it's the thumbs up button, not the heart in chat. We want to see this number grow. But I got some goodies here for you later this week. And I'm going to repeat that later this week. We're going to have a bell-to-bell giveaway for one free reset. But the thing is, you got to tune in to participate, and that bell-to-bell is going to happen. We're not going to say. So be here for that. I know, don't tar and feather me, but that's what it says here. I got to read what it says. I'm sorry. But anyway, moving on to more plugs. We do have something fun for everyone. What are your hobbies? You got a hobby? We want to know more about your hobbies so we can keep bringing you the best in tradertainment, from sports to video games, music, art, cooking, and more. We're interested to hear about what you're doing when you step away from the screens. And we're going to put that form in the chat. We're going to do this a few times, so if you missed this one, we'll get you back again. Also, Instagram. Like what we're doing and want to keep up with Topstep TV's crew? Instagram, so you don't miss out. We're going to post that link in there. Follow along, and by all means, comment. Let us know what you've got to say. Otherwise, that's it for me. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. What's so funny over there?
It's just what the chat bot is hiding right now. People's hobbies. They're not going to let you guys say some of the stuff you guys are saying right now. I can read it.
Ask?
No.
Why'd I even ask?
It's funny though,
go
guys.
there, but I figured I'd ask.
Oh, Eddie. Just hear him giggling over there. I'm like, what? I should have known.
Was ever chat bot? How good is Dre? It's working. It's working.
It is working. I saw what you saw. It is working. Thank you for
guys.
that.
Funny guys.
Selling off here.
So there was one question in chat about volume. So if I open a position selling one to Michael, who is opening a position, that creates a contract that adds one to open interest and one to volume. One to volume. So any transaction, buy or sell, if I buy it and Michael sells it or whatever it is, every transaction, every contract traded is one in volume. So it's not like one person sold it, one person bought it. That's two in volume. That's one in volume. And if it's opening a position, it's an addition. It's adding one to open interest. Now, if I'm long and Michael's short, and I sell my long to Michael, that evaporates a contract and takes one out of open interest. The other thing that can happen is if Michael's long and I'm flat and he sells his to me, that's a transfer of risk and it doesn't change open interest.
Yep. I had that question last night. I had to reread it.
Here's a pop quiz for you, Michael. What are the 5 trade locations that you can have on the tape?
5 trade locations you can have on the tape.
Huh?
At the market?
That's not
at the ask?
Oh!
At the bid?
Okay.
Below bid? Above ask?
Okay. Okay.
Isn't that in there?
So,
that should be in Series 3.
No, it's not. I mean, I'm not there yet. I'm on order types and right now, and they're talking about killer fills and all that kind of banana stuff.
I can't believe that's still in that book.
What?
Oh my God! They talk about a runner. They talk about a runner running down to the floor. I'm just like, come on, Kaplan. Kaplan's got to deal with the Series 3. You're like, dude, you guys, they don't have anybody working at the company anymore that knows anything, because this is like edition 6 of 2022. That's when they updated this.
It's so ridiculous how there's so much still floor stuff in that book. Just so everybody knows, a fill or kill order is, let's say you want a 50 lot to be offered into the pit. So a fill or kill is, I'll sell 50 at even, sell 50 at even, sell 50 at even. If nobody buys them, the order's killed. You give it 3 offers or 3 bids, and if nobody takes it, the order's canceled. That's a fill.
You can still do that digitally, no? I mean, you can do that in equity markets. I know that for a fact, but you can put an FOK order, and then that way, let's say you put a 50 lot limit order, and if nobody takes it in one order, then it doesn't get filled.
Well, that's all or nothing.
That's all or nothing is a limited price that can be executed. Yeah, I got all or nothing, fill or kill,
so what
immediate
would be the difference
or
digitally
cancel
between that and FOK?
Well, all or nothing means you have to take the whole thing in one lump. Fill or kill, you can take a piece of.
Yeah, RIPS, and by the way, this is a PG-13 show. No FLKs. Hey-o.
Oh, Michael.
Hey-o.
Waka waka.
All right.
Gold dipping. Gold about 50 cents away from 2400s right now. Crude sees some moves to the upside. Wow, what a day. Equity's kind of asleep right
Chat
now.
a new word they can use.
Yeah, we got Powell
Yeah,
here
I
in a
think there
few
is
hours.
AON in some brokerages still, right? There, some digital platforms you can do AON.
Well,
John, it almost takes it's the floor. It says real quick, just trust me. It says floor order routing, and then it gives you step by step, and it takes a page and it takes about a page. First one: a customer calls a registered commodity representative and enters an order. They write down the action taken. They write down the month. They write down the year or the quantity. They write down the price. The broker writes an order ticket, gives it to the order clerk, who gives it to the floor runner, who runs it to the pit. It's just like
I remember that. It's so brutal. How inefficient was that?
I mean, it worked at the time, I guess.
It did.
Organized chaos. That's what I always thought it was.
absolutely. Very, very organized chaos. It's a good way to put it, Michael. Yeah. So we've just potentially left a failed auction at the low of the S&Ps.
You know,
Here
we're
it
still
is.
looking to break down into those 50, 85s in the S&Ps. That would be where the juice is.
50, 85s. So that would, I mean, an excursion down there and then leaving it would still remain a failed downside auction. So the initial balance low 50.87 was extended, and then the market came back up, and then the next 30-minute bar opened back inside the initial balance. So this has the potential to be a failed downside auction. It has to remain the low of the day for that to be true. So if you like those 85 evens and we bounce off of there, this remains a failed downside auction. So, you know, the implication of that is price got too cheap, sellers wouldn't sell it, buyers took over, and the implication is a move back to the upside toward point of control, perhaps value high. Value high in this would be 510, 5103 quarter, 5103 quarter.
Okay.
We'll see if that plays out. I don't know what the hell's going on here, but I'm long right now. I've been long. I kind of preempted that failed downside auction.
Gold on the
This
move,
is in a
guys.
trading combine.
Gold on the move. We're
Pardon?
trading 2402s now. It's cracked above $2,400.
John,
$3
can we
above
jump
it.
to
There you go.
gold?
Gold's
Gold is gold,
it's the action, man. That's where all the action is right now.
right?
2403s.
Boom.
Look at
There's
that
gold.
pop. Look at that pop.
20.
Might be time to cash in all those gold bars, Michael.
Yeah, right.
I don't have any of them. I have fake
Uh-oh.
ones that I used to have to hold the door open.
I remember those. Door stops.
Rips. I'm glad to make you laugh sometimes, Rips. We did. Andrew remembers one. The old office.
They traveled too. They always made the moves for some reason from office.
They
to
always
office.
made the move to the new offices. Yeah,
They always
right.
made the
I don't know how.
They never got lost in the shuffle for whatever damn reason. They always made it.
That's that picture of me holding the gold bar. That's the doorstop.
That is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. We got to get that. That's the gold bar that made it through 3 offices moves, and they're all upgrading offices. We started on the trade floor, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Oh, good stuff.
So here's the way that failed downside auction is looking right now. There's the failed downside auction. Market opened back inside the initial balance, and it's starting to rotate higher. We don't know what's going to happen, but as long as it keeps rotating higher, I'm looking at maybe 03, somewhere between 03 and this profit up here for a nice rotation back to the highs after the failed downside auction. We're going to watch this. I'm going to leave this on, and we'll see how this plays out.
Gold new highs.
No kidding. Wow.
No kidding. 2405 just pulled back. Just tagged the new highs. Yep.
Jeez Louise.
I know. Gold. Or once I see
There was
once I
a
see
good
gold-
market to trade. You were hiding it from us, Andre.
I mean, I'm not. Yes, I was. Here, new highs. Gold new highs. 2406.
2407.6 is the level that I have to the upside there. Be pretty interested to see if they can.
Is point of control from yesterday. Sorry,
Makes
I need to
sense.
stomp on you. 24.10.60.
Always look when I see gold pop. I always look over to crude to see if that pops as well. When I watch that, then I'll try to see if equities will sell off a little bit. But currently, that is not the case. Gold continues to rally. Kind of keeps you sitting up straight a little bit more now these days when you see gold pop like that.
Mm-hmm. How do you buy it? I mean, if you wanted to buy physical gold, how do you pay that much for it?
I know.
You go to
Costco.
You go to Costco.
Yeah, that's right. Costco.
They're slinging gold
fill up
bars
your
these
car-
days.
You fill up your
Crazy.
car for 10 cents a gallon. Oh.
I'm pretty
Yep.
sure there was a,
I got-
a TikTok life hack that somebody posted where they said that you open up a bunch of business line of credit cards and go to Costco and then default on all of those and keep the gold bars locked away.
Wow.
Genius. Great way to end up in prison
Wow.
for a good 30
Yeah.
years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Borderline fraudulent, but I do like where their heads at. I did see hey Jack, if you want to pop one here, if you're ready.
Top one
We
what?
just- Pop one of those Series 3 questions. I know we just did one, but all we're watching right now is gold rally. Nothing else really going on.
Yeah. Jack, I don't want to take your thunder. I mean,
you did.
My
You
question,
did with
asked, my question asking, I had to do it. It's timely and relevant.
Yeah, we had like 4,500 people in here to watch you read a textbook, but I have
Yes.
I have fun graphics. So here we go.
Jack, we all went to college. That's exactly how it was.
Pretty much.
Oh, college. Okay, let's see what we got here. Which of the following
Okay.
determines the efficiency of a market? Is it A, the number of open contracts, B, the number of traders, C, contract details, or D, all of the above?
D.
I mean, yeah.
I locked in D.
Hold on.
I did so.
You locked in D?
D.
I'm
D is
I'm
in.
with you guys.
Yeah. Open. They all matter.
It
Yeah,
is
they all
not
matter.
D.
It is not.
No?
Wow, we all
No.
failed.
Didn't,
Jack got tricky with us. Jack got cheeky.
oh, number of
I
traders.
guess
Number
A
of
then?
open. Hey.
If it's not D, it has to be A, I would say.
It is B.
What?
Okay. Number of participants, scalpers. You need them. Liquidity. Right?
Liquidity.
Efficient markets.
I mean,
yeah.
not as, I mean,
I know,
I would
we-
disagree with that because if you have two market makers, they could make a very efficient market if they wanted to. And you'd only need two people. It could be very efficient if they wanted to make it that way. I don't know.
I think
we
the
have a lot of
idea
A's.
comes from the fact that with the markets to be like totally efficient, which they're not, you would have to have like every piece of information absorbed into it, and you get that by having the most people.
Most people.
Like two people could have an
Most-
efficient
most
market,
people's
but you wouldn't know
opinion.
if it's actually efficient. Now, if
Mm.
everybody, like if all 7-8 billion people on the planet were slinging ES, presumably that would be efficient.
That's efficient.
You're right
CME
about
would be
that.
very
That
happy.
makes sense. That makes sense when you break it down like that for a moron like myself.
Okay, I get it. Well, we learned something then. Number of participants.
Yeah, and we always say it too because we're like, hey, we're providing liquidity. Liquidity provides efficient markets and participants, and all. Yeah, that makes sense because if it's open interest and just a couple institutions are playing the game, yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, it makes sense.
Well, yeah, you could have 10 people, but if you don't have Nancy Pelosi, how do you know what the price is?
Yeah, how do you know which way it's going?
Dial her
I
up.
think that we're just so conditioned to the markets being inefficient that we just kind of faltered on the answer for that one.
Well, that's why
We're just
all
so
here
used to
is
it being in the hands of these
provide
market
liquidity.
makers.
Mhm.
Gold new highs.
Through that 2407 spot 6 there.
Oh, yeah.
Wowzers.
Wow, Jack, you got us in that one, buddy. Nice one.
That's a good one.
All of
It's only
us.
Tuesday,
There's
too.
a lot of folks.
I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Friday's going to be brutal. If that was just a Tuesday question, man, I'm nervous for Friday.
I think the obvious one was C. C said something that really should have not have been all the above, but I went with it. I forget what C was. Open interest, traders, and then contract details. Yeah.
contract
Yeah,
details.
who cares? That's not efficient. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. All right, good question. Now when that shows
That was
up
a
on the
nice
exam,
So
curveball.
those
you got it now, Michael.
Yeah,
You're locked
those
and
that are-
loaded.
locked and loaded for sure. I got that one wrong. That you can get, there's 125 questions. You can get 70%. So what is that? However many you can get wrong. So,
Wow.
guys, we're sharing these series 3 because we have some grand idea. Besides Hoag's learning, Andre's learning, I'm learning right now, or studying right now, among other Topstep folks, on passing the Series 3. It's just another layer of what we want to add to the professionalism here at Topstep. And we want you to join. So as we do these Series 3 pop quizzes, once we get some structure here on ours getting done, our test, we're probably going to look to say, hey, how do we do this each month? How do we have 100 people that we back on their Series 3 test, and they got to pass our test first? That's the idea. And then this allows you're like, who cares? Well, I think it'd be care enough to show as your experience on your LinkedIn, especially as there's a lot of people here have a primary income, and then trading is a great secondary income. And you should never kill your primary income until trading is bigger than your primary income and more consistent long-term than your primary. Given all that, you should have good experience on your resume. So then when somebody talks to you at a financial job, they go, oh, you have a Series 3. Oh, and then you have risk management at this company called Topstep that helps in the futures market. Okay, you're hired because you're more qualified than everybody. So that's kind of the concept. We want to help you guys.
Hey, MP, did you see in chat, Coach Dakota just closed their long on NQ up $11,000 in their live?
Yeah, man. It's what?
Where
Yeah.
do you get long?
He was buying, yeah.
He did say in chat,
848.
this is where I'm buying the dip. And that was, I think, in the 850s or so.
He did it at breakfast.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hit that lockout
that's how
button,
it is
Dakota.
now.
Eating a
Dakota,
Dennis
hit that
grand
lockout
slam
button.
while hitting a grand slam.
My goodness.
Man,
Dakota won't be
there
joining
he
us.
is.
You will be joining us on Power Players today. So if you want to get the details and the insider thoughts here, yes, 84.5. Yes, he'll be joining us on Power Players. So please stay tuned for that. We'll give you the dirt how we did it.
Man, Dakota.
Yeah.
This is impressive. Jabbing. And they're like big, strong jabs daily.
Yeah, he's growing close to 10% a day right now. It's insane.
Yeah. And no smoking mirrors, guys.
On top of that, guys, let's be honest. Yesterday, he hit his DLL, and we gave him we expanded his risk parameters. So he had a super tough day.
Yeah.
Actually, him and I chatted on the phone yesterday. He goes, just one of those days. He was getting short.
Mm-hmm.
He got stopped out. He took it on the chin a little bit. Came back, not only made what he lost yesterday, but made more than that. So that's an amazing comeback story. He had a tough one yesterday when I was talking on the phone. He's like, just one of those days. Got back on the horse and was able to not only recover that, but turn his week into the black. So it was very impressive. Very impressive. Just shrugged off a sizable losses yesterday. He's a beast, man. Double-edged sword. That's right,
walk
Dakota.
away from a day like yesterday, man, and then do that today. It's amazing.
Yep. Well done, Dakota.
Yep. Very nice.
Yes, he will be joining us here in about 45 minutes on Topstep TV for Power Players. He'll be joining us. So make sure to stay tuned for that. We'll be watching one of our finest traders here. Tell you what he's looking at.
Yeah, and we see all the things behind closed doors. We know that he's on a live account. He has one live account. Not hiding his account number or anything like that. Again, I don't like when people do that. Share your real stuff. So that's what we try to share, what he's doing. And then you guys get these updates too. So real trading, real traders.
Real trading,
and real markets.
Real P&Ls, real markets. All right, gold retreated about $7 off those highs, trading 24.02. We'll see if 2400s act as support now. We've gone up and down through 2400s for a while. See if we can hold it on the retest here if we do get back down to 2400. We got 45 minutes left here in fast markets. Michael, as far as house account levels, everything's just in terms of playing a breakthrough. Maybe these levels may have played as resistance and support more so than a breakthrough, if anything. I think the best idea we did for now is to the upside was 8, and NASDAQ 925s, 918s to the upside, to the downside 834s. NASDAQ. But those were they more held as support and resistance, if you want to use those terms, as opposed to a breakout. So I think nothing really developed just yet. A lot more time in the day, though. We'll keep an eye on those levels, see if they come into place. But like Rip said, we got Powell coming out 12:15 Central. And in about 15 minutes, hopefully we get one of Michael and Eddie's. John, I think you knew Opie, right, back in the day?
No, not really. I mean,
Okay.
I was a Merck S&P guy. He was a Dow guy. So we got to get Eddie in here when he's in there.
We're gonna get Eddie in
I'll
here.
jump
And,
out, put Eddie in
we
here.
get Eddie in here. I'm gonna
Everybody.
I'm gonna head over to the chat, and I want Eddie and Michael start throwing some stories around. Give us the dirt on what a young Nebraska looked like when he first entered the pit. Wide-eyed and bushy-tailed. Little young Nebraska. Couldn't grow a beard back then, if you see these pictures. Now he's a grizzled vet.
Yes, age creeps up.
Age creeps. Now he's a big-time
these
size
guys-
trader, slinging 50 lots in the S&Ps.
Those
He's got a
guys,
grizzled
not
vet.
Opie. Those guys, Tim Gleason, and we'll share pictures. These guys, 200 lots, 300 lots. I mean, that's kind of where it was. And then that's 600, 300 lots is 600 minis. That's the biggest position I've ever had on outright. Outright. Short 600 minis at the price of like 87. Like, wasn't even a whole round number. I remember because he goes like, stood up and he goes 80. And then I would think, it was going to be not. And he goes 87 bid. And I go sold. And he just looks at me, and it was during the lunch hour where traders are sitting on the floor, literally sitting on the floor because there's nothing happening. And he goes 300. And I'm like, hands started shaking. Started shaking. Like literally like shaking to go touch the touch screen, because I knew if it popped, I'm out of the business. Literally, like, I'm like, this is like hundreds of thousands if it pops. And like, I'm a 28-year-old kid. I mean, I just,
my God,
I don't have all that sitting around.
It's amazing how your hands immediately start shaking. You can't write anything. You can't do anything. You get that kind of size on.
It's a very interesting state to be in.
Yeah. Remember in yes. Oh, real quick. We got the top 10. Top 10 is ready. This is everyone's favorite list that we show every morning. Top 10, JD. Let's get this going because we got a lot of more. It's action-packed day here on Topstep TV. JD, let's fire that up.
For sure. Let's start off with these XFA P&Ls from yesterday. These numbers are going to blow you guys away.
What?
If you don't know this, get ready for it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wait, these are the live numbers. Hang on.
Those are not mind-blowing numbers.
Wait a tick.
Is your mind blown?
Let's see these numbers.
Give this just a second to update. I'll be right back.
They're that big,
Size
they don't
numbers.
even fit on the page.
You don't even too many commas to fit on one page, man.
Needed a bigger calculator.
Yep.
I want to see if this is a reaction real time. MP, did you see who's on top of the list or what the total was?
Just got out of my position. I'm up $200. Who was on the list? No, I did not see who was on the list.
Well, when JD gets those set
short
up,
98s.
I want to put you on the screen by yourself to see your reaction to this if you don't know what's coming.
All right, I'm
I have
back.
no
You guys
clue.
ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so these are for single accounts, but there's a lot more to this. We're going to start at the bottom. So Lou picked up 17 grand trading the NASDAQ, all right? Adam, copy trades across two XFAs for a total of $37,559 yesterday. Big day for Adam. Matthew picked up 26 grand trading the NASDAQ. Ryan here also copied trades across a pair of XFAs for a total of $60,184. And now, here's the dinger, guys. Out of the park, our leader for the day, Daniel P. Daniel copied trades across 3 XFAs and profited a total of $103,818 yesterday.
Wow.
Holy bananas. Hell yeah. Wow.
He must have gotten
Daniel
short.
P.
He got short and got short again and got short some more.
Wow.
100 G's.
We're going to talk more about Daniel in just a second. All right. Here's the bottom half of our top 10 list. You saw those XFA numbers from yesterday, so we had a big shakeup on the leaderboard today. All right, starting at the bottom. Pin dropped from 6th to 10th after a small drawdown. Ryan, new to the list. Ryan moved into 9th place after that nice $60,000 day yesterday that we just mentioned. Raj, who spent a lot of time in the top 5, has dropped to 8th place after dropping about 10 grand yesterday. Ferez moved up a notch after pocketing 6 grand across a pair of XFAs. And Adam D. Adam jumped into 6th place from 9th after spreading 13 grand across 3 XFAs. All right, Eddie, give me that drum roll.
What?
Take
It's not a
it.
drum. Oh, there it is. There it is.
All right, we got 2 new players on the list today. It's getting real tight.
Whoa.
We're going to start at the bottom, though. First, you fell from 4th to 5th despite a $13,000 winner yesterday. Adam J. Adam's new. Adam was on that XFA P&L list. Adam was in 17th place yesterday, moved into 4th after that stellar $37,000 performance. Ivana was new to the list yesterday. Ivana dropped a notch despite picking up 14 grand spread across 3 XFAs. Now Daniel had that incredible $104,000 day yesterday. Yesterday he was in 100. Yesterday Daniel was in 105th place on the leaderboard and moved into 2nd after that huge day. So
I love seeing that.
Our guy Tim reached out to Daniel. This morning to see if we can get him on for a quick visit. We'll keep you posted on that. We'd like to hear more about Daniel's big winner yesterday.
What would you guys in the chat while he's doing that? What would you guys like to hear question wise? Toss it in the chat. We'll kind of, because if we can get Daniel on, I'm sure you guys have different questions that we would ask. That's impressive.
Yeah, it'll be interesting
sure.
to get Dakota's thoughts here and Power Players about how he feels about the competition closing in on him.
Right on Dakota's heels. Yeah, Dakota hit the loss limit yesterday. Took a nice bit of a drawdown. Still holding on to that top spot though. I mean, he's up 11 grand right now apparently. So, way to cover it up today, Dakota. We'll
Good
see what this looks like tomorrow. Yeah,
love it.
big shakeup today. Big shakeup.
Man, oh man.
So you was able. This goes to show, guys, like you can move down the leaderboard by being up on the 13 grand. You was up 13 grand and still moved down.
That's correct.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Same with Ivana. Ivana was up 14 grand and moved down also.
That.
All right, that's all I got for you. Catch you guys
Thanks,
later.
JD. Man, let's marinate on that for a second. Good stuff. Like I said, we got Dakota coming up in PowerPoint.
One day, best day ever. 100 grand.
Yeah, over 3 accounts.
Yes. I have never made 100 grand in a day either.
Trying to remember.
Well, Michael, when we're trading those 100 lots for when we're trading the 100 lots for that house account, we'll get $100,000 day there.
Trying to
It's a great candy bar.
He's texting.
100 grand.
45 grand was probably probably my best day if I can remember right. I was ecstatic.
Yeah, I'm slacking, Andre. They have me scheduled for an interviewing somebody in 7 minutes.
I think you're about to get interviewed here in about 7 minutes.
Yeah, right.
That's right. Yeah.
I think, all right, NASDAQ catching a bit above 17,900 now. Everything's being met with a lot of rejection there. S&Ps might be taking a turn to the upside.
Still in our failed auction long in the S&Ps here. Up 10 points on it right now.
Coming up to VWAP. VWAP now looking at 50.99. S&Ps, call it 5,100. It's been the price for the last couple of days. Boy, those are some big numbers put up by our traders. Great stuff.
We're going to hold this up to 5103 and get out. We'll see.
What do you got, John?
I'm still long off that failed auction on the downside in the S&Ps. 50.88. So we're up 10 points on it right now. And I'm looking to see if we can get up to 5103 for the profit target on that. That takes us pretty much to the value area high for the session today. So I would be happy with that with that profit.
Ooh, I do see the man has been logged in. This is going to be very exciting, folks.
Yeah, this is
very exciting. He's got a smirk on his face right now, Michael. If you can see the green room, he's ear to ear, man, ear to ear. This will be exciting. I'm gonna drop back to chat when Eddie gets back. I will be in the chat. It's gonna be fantastic television.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, we'll keep an eye on these markets. Dow up against VWAP. We got Powell coming up. We got that. Hey, Rips, real quick. 10:30. We got a 52-week auction. Why is that? Tell us why that's important.
It's a long-term fixie, so we're going to see if people. You have to understand that we also have a TIPS auction later, a inflation protected security later in the week. I think that's going to be more interesting. That's going to be on Thursday. But long-term fixies are basically going to tell us whether or not people think interest rates are going to be going up in the long term or the near term here, because it's a 52-week auction. So it's just basically going to tell us are rates going to go higher or lower from here. And if the auction has high participation, that basically means that people are thinking that we're going to stay higher for longer. So that participation rate, that bid to cover, is going to tell us what the market participants are thinking. They're going to put their money where their mouth is.
Love it. Thank you very much. Very good. Gold's retreating a bit beneath 2400 trade 2394. Volume has been tapered off since. All right, guys. Well, if without further ado, our special guest is in the green room. Eddie, if you want to take it from here, I think you know this gentleman.
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, trying to connect here. Ring, ring, ring. We got going on here. How you doing, Ope?
Good. How about you guys?
Good, man. Nice to see you. Check this guy out.
Too. How's everything going?
Pretty
What's
good,
up,
man.
Opie?
Yeah.
Patty Cake. What's up, my man?
Patty Cake.
Would you call him?
Opie gave me a lot of names back in the day, but I think Patty Cake would be the other one. You use Stroke Boy a lot. I think that was kind of one that really got me.
Yeah, that was daily too. Yeah,
that was daily. Yeah,
yeah. but my favorite for him is Patty Cake.
Yeah, Patty. Thank you, Opie. PTK, Patty Cake. Yeah. So, hey, Opie, how long have you known Eddie Horn?
Oh, Eddie. Yeah. I mean, I knew him basically since probably 98 was when I started, 99.
Yeah,
around there.
Been a long time since we rock and rolled, man.
Yeah. I went to a couple of Eddie's. He did some stand-up comedy here. I went to a couple of those. Yeah, I've known Eddie for a while.
That's cool,
so
man.
yeah, Opie, so you've known Eddie for a long time. What was Eddie was? I remember you meeting Eddie, and he's called Kid Comedy. And then I remember you guys would work together. He would flash in orders to you guys off the desk, and then you and Hulk. And if we do have the bigger picture too, we'll share that one. But this is Opie in the pits right here. He's on the call. He was a broker, and then his kind of, what would you call Hulk? Your partner?
I was my partner, yeah, for the most part, yeah.
And you guys would sling a lot of big size. What was the biggest size you guys ever put into the markets?
I mean, we would do when the Dow, like if you did 1,000 lot contract, that was a big one. Spreads, if you did 1,800, 1,800 lot contract, that's 3,600 contracts during the spread. So during the spreads, we would do 4,000 or 5,000 lot orders. But probably like biggest straight, straight trading in Dow was probably a good, we would get like a 1,500 lot order, things like that. But yeah, it was a lot of size. Eddie was one of our bigger customers. They were with Eddie, it was consistently 20 lots, like right after another. There was no breaking for like an hour and a half. It was constantly on the market, off the market. If you get hit, filled, or if, because Eddie was on the phone, so we had somebody who would hedge it. I don't know specifically, didn't know what he would hedge it with, but when the market was good, it was always 20 lots, and as soon as it went bad on the other end, pulled it. If we didn't get hit, we try to get out of it, things like that. But yeah, Eddie was a bigger customer of ours.
Yes,
yeah, those were good times. Those were Deutsche Bank saying, Eddie, you know what, sell 1,000, get it done by noon. So they'd let us have a little fun with it, and they'd never bitch about a price. And
I was going to say
many a times.
a lot of those bigger orders were like that, where they would be like, "Hey, here's a 1,500 lot. Just do like 100 every half an hour or something like that." And we just want it done by like 12:30 or 1 or something. Yeah.
Right, because they had
You
to
want
go
to
to
give
the
us?
Yankees. Yeah.
Yeah, you want? Hey, Ope, you want to give us one of the stories from the past? It can be anything. Just give us something. The markets are quiet today, guys. We have Opie on here. OPE was his badge. You can see back here. This is my badge. That's why he calls me patty cake or whatever he calls me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Opie, give us a story. Concise, quick, and impactful.
From the pit.
From the pit.
Yes.
So I remember the
private life.
I just remember the first time I had to, the first time I actually saw a clerk basically like shit himself. Like it just got so busy, and he was just like a deer in headlights. And I just remember looking at him, and like he like eyes got real big, and he started shaking. It was like one of the first times I feel like I took leadership of the group and kind of jump up there and just told him to get out of the way type of thing. And that's when I first became like an ARB clerk. I was like 19, and that was probably that was the first time I've seen somebody like I literally think he shit himself. But that was like one of my biggest memories of like him getting like it just like a deer in headlights.
Was
like,
that the other clerk that was working with Hulk?
We had a couple. We had we like when I started, we had Don and Max, but you probably dealt with like Ryan. There was a couple of them. Joe Holt.
Yeah. You guys even hired my daughter as a runner.
Yeah. We always had. For the most part, there was always a mainstay of me, Harold, Hulk, and Tim. But then, like, we had a couple art clerks come in and out and things like that. But that was my biggest memory, is when I first saw somebody actually like shit themselves, like from a market being too fast.
It happened.
That was probably like my first why, like, because that didn't faze me at all, and that's why I did so well down there. The controlled chaos didn't bother me at all, where you could see some people who if it got like that, and that was, like I said, first time I ever seen somebody like, oh my god, what do I do type of thing.
So guys, Opie's on here. Opie, you can Opie, we got some folks saying you got an accent. What part of Chicago? What part of Chicago you from?
I'm from the South Side.
Of course, that's the accent, ladies and gentlemen. South Side boy.
Yeah.
So, Opie, you were okay. You started in '98. So you started in the Dow pit. I started trading Dow minis in 2002. And when did you start in the Dow pit? Was that your first pit?
98 was my first Dow pit. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No, I take it back. 99. 99 was the first time I was in the Dow. I started out. I did a summer in the 5 years as a runner, like just my first job out of high school, and then Ico offered me a job. Ico was you guys. Ico was
I remember
basically my first real boss down there. And then he left, he basically gave the group to me and Harold Hulk.
Ico had a big drug problem, if I recall.
Yeah. Near the end, yeah. But
who did?
Yes, near the end.
Yeah, that's another. Yeah, who didn't? That's a good question.
My God,
the trading floor did breed a lot of characters.
Oh, characters! I'll tell you that one thing. I love the Board of Trade, but I probably had more. All of us probably had more life experience.
There, you're back.
Life experiences, Opie. You got to cut out.
Oh,
life
my
experiences.
Fault.
What?
Sorry, I said most of us. I had, by the time I was 25, we had more life experiences than most people have in their entire lives.
Oh my God, yeah.
By far,
it's not like nothing else working on the trading floor. I can't compare it to anything.
People try to ask me what to compare it to, and I say like a high school locker room.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Melting pot of different folks. Yeah. Oh, it was self-regulated at the same time too. So imagine that. So
yeah. Yeah.
Opie, I
In
was
high school
hinting
with
at.
money.
I was hinting at. What's that, Johnny?
It's like high school with money.
It's like high school. I called it recess with money. I remember back in the day, I used to call it recess with money because the people were of that a mature level. But it was fun to watch.
Yeah.
Any other stories, Opie? You've seen a lot. You've seen a lot.
So I also I mean I have a wild story. I mean so I am I'm fairly young. I consider myself young. I act young. But I'm technically retired. So I so in 2001 was going through a lot of things. I had my dad had just passed away a couple months prior. I decided I had to stay with my mom. I went out and spent a lot of money on a car and was just kind of running through money here and there because like they said it's a recess with money. So I was 21. I was driving a brand new Escalade. I mentioned to somebody that I had bought I had pre-ordered an Apple iPod, and somebody told me, hey, if you're gonna drop $300 on an iPad, at least spend $300 on their stock. So in 2001, I happened to buy some of their stock and basically forgot about it. At the time, I always heard at the Board of Trade, you don't keep a lot of stuff in your name just in case like something happens, you blow out or something, they can't come after like your house. So I had the stock in my uncle's name and basically forgot about it for over 20 years and basically found out 2 years ago that I had stock in Apple.
Come on, give us price.
What did your uncle say?
Come on.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
So my uncle had stock in it too, and he was basically getting out because he is moved to St. Lucia, built the house out there. Yeah. So because he invested in it too. So basically, I had no clue about it. He's like, I'm getting out. What do you want to do with yours? And at the time, I thought I had some Walgreens stock with him that I knew about. So he'd always ask me about it, and I always thought that was he was talking about. But then turns out I own stock in Apple.
So okay, you got to give us. We don't have your first and last name on here, and we just have your picture. Okay. Give us what you put in, and give us what you exited. That's a trade.
So I exited with just under $2 million.
Oh, what'd you put in?
I think it was $750 or $1,000. Wow. I don't remember the exact amount.
That's crazy.
To be honest, yeah. So,
hey guys,
yeah, now I'm retired. I'm semi-retired. I work for benefits. I have my house paid off, cars paid off, no debt, anything. So,
I mean that's
my one story from the Board of Trade.
Great trade.
That was a great trade.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
So,
I think Mike Bellafiore wrote the book. What does it say? One Great Trade. I think that was the name of the book. Maybe you guys can correct me. Yeah, that's what it was. I mean that story. I remember you told me about it, and 20 years of holding Apple and not knowing it. That's a pretty interesting story. So
yeah, I mean,
kudos.
Like I said, it just happened to be like I just. Like the timing of my life, like I said, I lost my dad. I was just kind of spending money and I just completely forgot about it. And like I said, I knew I owned some Walgreens stock and I always knew that, but I completely forgot about the rest of it because at the time, like, I don't know, I was, 21 and $750 wasn't a lot. So you don't even think about it.
Right.
And I mean, here's the thing. If I would have known about it, pardon?
Good thing your uncle was honest.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, I think I'll tell you right now, I'm pretty sure he invested more than I did. And has.
Well, that's why he's down in St. Lucia.
Yeah, exactly. So, he's doing pretty well himself. So either way, but yeah, so now I'm just kind of enjoying life, man.
Hey, Opie, you in contact with Hulk at all?
I do. You know what? I am not. That's the one thing I don't have any social media. So that's the only thing. That's the one reason why I might jump because a lot of those guys, Harold. There's a lot of guys that I would like to know what they're up to, or at least run into them. I have ran into a couple. I'm out in the Downers Grove area now, and I have ran into a couple ex traders. here and there, but yeah, nobody I'm really interested in. So,
Are you still trading?
no.
You've
I
signed
left
it
at the
all.
border trade. I left the border trade in 2010, and I never traded again until I got out of my Apple stock.
I think you're one of the first guys and only guys I've known to end on their highs, like P&L highs.
Win the Super Bowl and retire.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the border trade is something that I wish it was still there. I mean, just so people can go and see it and experience what it was, when it was, everything. It was awesome.
Yeah. Oh, it was something that you we're not going to get back to. You know, it's like getting in a batter's box with Nolan Ryan. You know, back in the day.
Yeah.
You know, it was something that you'll never forget.
Yeah, it was an awesome time.
Opie, I'm glad I've never forgot you, buddy. We haven't traded down there in a long time. I want to thank you for coming on here. It's really a really good story. We're going to have you dig up some more stories. And as you let us know about those, we'll get you back on. But nice trade. One good trade.
Yeah.
And as you know, we've been friends for a long time, and you've been friends with Eddie for a long time. And Eddie, I would say you'd probably back me up saying Opie was one of the coolest guys in the Dow pit with all the other Dow guys. By far.
You know what?
By far. So
by far, you'd be able to go, Opie, I got an issue. I got a problem. We got an error. And Opie wouldn't freak. You know, he'd get it done and he'd do it right. That's why we got you back here, brother. You know, much love.
And that's why, and that's one thing, that's one reason why I love the border trade, because it didn't matter who you knew, if you were able and faster, or you were able to make your boss more money than that person, you were getting that job no matter what your age was.
Okay, really quick, Opie. Opie, really quick. Do you have any wild stories of Eddie? You've known him. You've known him longer than me.
You did, didn't you and Harold went to Amsterdam, right?
I went by myself to meet a female friend.
Yeah, I remember. So I remember that.
Not in the red district. No, she was outside the red.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, man, Eddie was a good dude, man. He, like he said, if he ever needed, that was somebody, like, you wouldn't do that for everybody, but if there was a problem and there was an error, you'd make sure you try your hardest to get it done and fix for him. Other people, you'd be like, you figure it out. That's your problem. You need to figure that out. But Eddie was a cool dude. So, like I said, went to a couple of his, he used to do the comedy shows, went to one or two of those. So he was a good dude.
Kid Comedy is what his name was on the trading floor. He was hilarious. He still is hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, looks ain't everything, okay?
All right, Opie, buddy. Thank you very much. You have a good one today. And we'll get you back on here.
Thanks for having me on, you guys. Eddie, it was good seeing you again. Patak, Patty Cake, it was good talking to you, my man.
Take care, buddy.
Nice to meet you, Ope.
All right, guys.
Take care, Ope.
Later.
I like stories.
Yes, I do too. Good stuff. Oh my! All right, back to business, boys. It was fun.
Yeah, Eddie, we're still right here in the middle. Hoagland, we're right here in the middle.
Yeah.
Rips, we're right here in the middle.
I made 12 points on that long in the trading combine, so I'm back high. I'm back up on that, and I'm saving the live account for Power Hour. I'm actually in Power Hour. I'm gonna have some fun with this.
Well, good. If you get a house account there, trade going. Let's make it happen. House account.
Andre will be in.
Yeah.
We'll do it.
I'm up a total of $185, and that was after being down all day. So I am
was a good
I'm
thing.
feeling okay. Yeah, didn't get away from me.
Yeah, so I'm gonna hang out and wait for Power Hour 2:00. I'm looking forward to it.
I think that's where the best price action of the day is going to be, John.
Right? I'm hoping so. I'm hoping the price action goes my way.
Unless you're Dakota, then you make $11,000 trading this price action.
Right. Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've done that. It's been a while, but maybe we'll do that today. Make 11 grand in power hour.
Would
Wouldn't
love
that
to
be
see
exciting? Wouldn't that be
I think you
exciting?
could do it. I could see that happening today.
Yeah, I mean, on any given day, right? It's got to be the right day.
Usually happens when you least expect it.
That's so true. You know, you hit a home run, it's usually by accident.
100%.
Crude traders, taking a look at crude here, high 85.73, a very good line of resistance. I think we tagged it almost 3 times here on my 15 minutes, but pulling back 85.47. Gold right now, 23.99 on sale. And we also do have the NASDAQ here. NASDAQ sort of sleeping a little bit with the S&P slowing down a bit. But like you guys said, it's thin, and I think we are waiting for Mr. Powell to join the festivities.
Look at where gold.
Yeah, this is a.
Yesterday's point of control was 24.1060. The high 24.0980. Within 8 ticks of it, and right back off. So it always continues to amaze me how those points of control just kind of attract price and then repel price. So often that's the case. Didn't quite take it out, but right there. Amazing.
Yeah, if you're just scalping between these ranges, I mean it's a pretty wide range, 834 all the way up to 918, and then the tighter range, 873 to 918. There's definitely some money to be made, but you really have to be on the ticket.
I'd take a little bit.
Hey,
more
while we got some
concentration
time
to do that,
before we close Fast Market, a lot of people have been asking about this, and I think Jack has the answer and winners. Talking about our caption contest. Jack, what do
Yeah.
you got for us here?
Well, it's not all of the winners. We selected them last night, and you should get an email by about 6 p.m. Central today if you were one of the many that we liked. By the way, much better job on this one than the previous. You guys were bringing it. Here's just a brief few of the ones I liked. Andre finally opened his third eye. Take off your glasses. You can clearly see a double top asymmetrical triangle bear flag forming for JD.
That's pretty good.
These last two are my favorite. ICT actually predicted the eclipse.
Oh, gotta have laughs in this business. Let's just laugh.
We got to keep doing this. This is fun.
And lastly, I don't know why this one cracked me up. Maybe it won't for you guys, but oh look, sun, no moon.
What?
And that's how you do captions.
That was great.
Thank you, Jack. We shall have more pictures for caption contest down the road. That was fun.
Found your gold picture. Hug.
Yeah, there it is.
Maybe someday.
Yeah,
there's that gold
that's the
bar.
doorstep.
Yeah,
The doorstep.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that was
the
the very
doorstep.
beginning of market prep. We were using an iPhone to do it.
Oh, I have some old videos to share sometime.
Oh, good.
I'm thinking about that ad hogue that got nixed. It was pretty funny. Where you were in the coat.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right. And don't forget about the Friday dance.
Oh yeah, good stuff.
Let's keep it here.
That was funny.
Rips, how you doing today? How's the trade going, my friend?
Oh, just hanging out, watching the market here. I did get a couple good trades on some combines, but for the most part, the red combines outweigh the green ones right now. I think I'm green on 3 and red on 6. So not the greatest day of trade for me.
No. We've got a poll here. Let's get a poll before we close it out here, if we can. How many traders are up on this very thin day of trading? And how many traders are down on the day? Let's get a poll up here. Post it in the chat. and we'll see where we stand. As far as I go, I'm hands off here, and I know that some of us here are, if you want to call it, under the weather, and see what we can do here.
Say that.
Scratch days, guys. Scratch days count as winners up on the day.
Yes.
Yep.
So not trading as a position. Remember that. You're preserving your
we got a
capital.
pull coming. Yeah, we got a pull coming, guys. So you can hold off. I'm at $30 down now, Rips. So I'm
That's really good. That's a really nice recovery.
Yeah.
Also,
there's something more satisfying.
Here,
you could trade for an hour and make like $1,000, but there's something well more satisfying ending the day like up $20 after you're down like $2,000. There's something much more satisfying about that.
Yeah, I agree.
We do have. There it is. Oh, there goes the link. There it is. All right. Are you up or down today? And I'm not talking about trading standing up or trading sitting down. I'm talking about your account. Up on the day, even if it's $1, you're up on the day. And like Michael said, if you're flat on the day, that is preserving capital. Not trading is a position. So consider yourself being up. Let's get this vote in and see where we stand.
Isaac's doing well. Just by looking at the chat, looks like a lot of people are up today. That's good.
So far, almost 700 votes here. Yeah, over 700 votes and the majority up on the day. 63% showing profit, 37% down on the day. Well, like Rip said, the day is early. We might see the blender turn on when Powell is speaking. I know that he came over the wire here just a little earlier that he did say something here regarding that. I think he was talking about, let's see if I can find it here. Mr. Powell.
NGU.
Yeah. House Budget Panel Republicans met with Fed's Powell today to discuss monetary policy and inflation. So we might see some of the repercussions from that possibly coming up here a little later on. We can have him speaking.
Yeah. William speaking at 11:30, Barkin's barking at 12, and Chairman Powell at 12:15.
12:15.
Lots more talking Feds coming out. We'll see how that goes.
So Barkin's the opening act, and Powell's the headliner. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
They got Barkin's got a 15-minute set.
Yes.
We're back at the 18s. We're in the 20s. These are the levels that Andre was sharing today. What are we thinking around here?
This will be the 5th time that we've tapped this level since basically 8:30 this morning. So this has been the big level where we've been rejecting off of. We had one clean sweep of liquidity above it where we tussled above 930 temporarily, but this has been a very, very tough level. You can see on my screen here, we have multiple touches on this level, 5 of them. This is touch number 5 right here.
Oh, yeah, this is a tough one. I just put myself 900 in the hole on that rally. Can't do this, Mikey. Nope. Yeah.
It's a tough day.
And this is the high of the range, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it's touched it 5 times on a 5-minute. And then 30-minute.
Wait. With that failed auction at the bottom in the S&Ps, I'm right now only thinking longs. Took 12 points on that one. But I don't know, we'll see what Powell has to say.
Thank you, Robert, for that poll. We had over 1,000 votes and held up. 62% up on the day, 38% down. Thanks, Robert.
Looks like.
Oh, now I just want to get short up here, John. You're talking about failed auctions down there. So, can you really quickly explain to everybody what a failed auction is and where the failure happened?
Of course.
And you said in the S&P.
Yeah, if you want to go on my screen.
Yeah, so, quick one.
Yeah, this is initial balance. Is this blue line here? The high of the initial balance, which we're quickly approaching, is 51.10 half. The low of the initial balance down here. 50.87 Price exited the initial balance and then came back inside, leaving us what we call a buying tail at the bottom. This failed auction is the price auctioned lower, but did not attract business, did not attract new sellers. As a matter of fact, sellers backed off, buyers took over, and you can see the result of that. Now, this isn't solid. It doesn't happen every time, but it does give you the opportunity to limit risk. We took the long up to I think it was a 1075 is where I got out, and now look, we're taking out the high. We're taking out the high of the initial balance. So this is more likely going to end up being a range bound type day because we've looked below the initial balance and now we've looked above the initial balance, but anything can happen. But that's basically a failed auction. Price moved lower, sellers backed off, buyers took over below the initial balance, opening the next 30-minute bar inside the initial balance. And then we rotate usually at a value high. That's a pretty good target. This is a pretty good move on this. This is a pretty decent move off that failed auction. That was a good trade.
Beautiful. All right. We are just about out of time here, my friends and traders. And I wanted to say thank you very much, RIPS, for being with us here today. And by all means, hope to see you commenting and staying with us here in the chat. Michael, thank you very much for being with us here also. Get you back here tomorrow. We got you back here tomorrow with Deeyana. But, and of course, Johnny Hoax, you're here all day. So I'll meet you in the coffee machine. We're going to take a break here. Power players, check this out, folks. Andre, Coach Jay, Coach Dakota. Oh, man, I'm going to sharpen my pencil and get ready to take notes. Awesome. We'll be right back. Thanks, Have a great day, you guys. Thanks again, Rips. Thanks again, Michael.
Rips,
and,
Michael.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Power Players. We got some of the most powerful players in the game here. Coach Dakota, Coach Jay, what is up? How are you guys doing? If you love range-bound markets, you're a happy camper. If you're a momentum trader, you might be pulling your hair out today. How have we traded so far, and how are we approaching? I would consider relatively tough markets.
Go ahead, Jay.
Well, I think we've heard how Dakota has done, killing it. $11,000 on a range-bound day like this. I think we've put ourselves in categories: range-bound traders, momentum traders. Dakota is just a market mover, and it just goes however he wants it to. But I have not traded well. I think we talked about it. These range-bound markets are not my type of day. I tried to take a few, not trading well, but I'm trading on some combines because I kind of, after yesterday's 500-point sell-off in the NASDAQ, was not expecting much as far as continuation goes. So, I wouldn't put my personal account behind any trades I would put on today. But not doing well in combines. How about you, Dolby?
I have not taken any trades today yet, and I don't really feel bad about it. I think there might be some opportunities in Power Hour kind of once the Fed speakers are done. I think we're really seeing markets here that are being driven by fundamental news and geopolitical events. I hope chat has kind of noticed how the vibe of the market has changed, where we used to kind of just be like, hey, let's just buy every single dip in existence. And now we have like real stuff happening in the world, and the big players are like, whoa.
Right.
Let's take a minute before we start throwing on some positions here. And it's made for a great range trade if you are anticipating that. It sounds like, Dakota, you have anticipated some of these range-bound moves and have profited nicely. Was that kind of your approach, knowing that these days we're going to be kind of tight because of the Fed?
I mean, no. I'm just a bull, and I was looking to buy the dip. And we dipped, and I bought it, and we dipped again, and I bought it again, and that summarizes my day.
I dip, you dip, we dip, baby. That's what they say. Man, not a bad strategy. I mean, you kind of you're a perpetual bull, and so any dip you're gonna buy, right?
Even though last night I was short the Nikkei, and that played off really well, and during the London session, and maybe I could just go over it briefly. Here's my chart, and here's a 5-minute. Let me pull up my charts over here. And everybody knows I keep everything as simple as possible. Keep everything super simple. If we look over here on the hourly chart, it looks really small for you guys, but look at this. Back in February, we seen a lot of support here around 17,800. 17,800. Guess what happened during the London session? We went down and we tapped, 17,800. We even peaked a little bit below that, 17,795. We showed some buyers, kind of almost like a double bottom on the higher time frame. This is a 60-minute chart. Then I zoom into a 5-minute chart, and guess what? We started to sell off, and I was buying the dip around 17,840s, 850s. This is more of a zone, and pretty much the same thing is we showed a little bit of resistance here. There was a lot of support through the London session in this zone, and it worked out pretty well. Sure enough, right after we sold off, I went and had breakfast. We sold off again, and we got into the same area, and I bought it up again, and sure enough, we're getting right back down there as we speak. If it's not broke, don't fix it. I'm going to be looking to be buying this if we get back into that zone, because why not?
Yeah, right. I mean, if it worked once, it's probably going to work again. Why not just keep doing the same thing until it doesn't work and maybe it rolls over? But you're not wrong. We've made higher lows, at least in the NASDAQ, for the last, I don't know, since 545, since 530. Just buyers.
Yeah, and I just missed that long as I was speaking.
Yeah. You missed the long? Oh, I'm sorry. We got you distracted.
I did. It's fine. It's fine.
Got you distracted. So you were looking for a long,
good.
right? So you're just kind of playing that upward trend line that I think we actually have the same thing drawn right now. But you were looking for a buy at I believe, what, 17,860-ish?
Yeah. Just as simple as it gets, like 870. We did get a breakout on this smaller time frame, and it's starting to play off really nice. Over here is a 100 tick chart, and you can see it. You can see the price action a lot better, right? We made a higher low, and we just broke above this. And when we break up, guess what? Support becomes resistance, resistance becomes support, and that was the opportunity. And guess what? It's right down here on the 5-minute chart, and that was the trade. I missed it. That's okay.
That's on me, Dakota. But since we do have some coaches here, let's talk a little bit of coaching. Before that's actually, let's talk group coaching. So we're gonna do a double segue. So group coaching, the form is up top. So please put in your questions for Coach Roberts. The form is up top. Please enter in your questions. From what I hear, we're a little bit thin, so there's a very, very good chance you will get your question answered in real time. Now, going back to the other coaching thing I had here, you said that trading, you try to keep things as simple as possible. What in your coach's experience do traders make more complicated than necessary, and where can they try to find a way to simplify their trading? Coach Jay, if you want to go ahead and start.
I personally think traders try to find what works too much, right? Instead of sticking with a strategy. Oftentimes when we get a new trader that comes into the room, they're just like, hey, I'm looking for a strategy that works. What I suggest is stick with one strategy long enough to figure out when it doesn't work, right? If you're a momentum trader, a breakout trader, right? If you're looking for that all the time, the market doesn't present those circumstances all the time, right? So sticking with something long enough to understand that nothing works all the time, but it's about your risk management in between. Just talking about trades real quick, gold is pushing. I'm looking at gold right now, 24.10. There's 106 lots sitting at 24.10. And at 24.11, we got 123 up there. So I'm just going to watch and wait to see how we react at those major levels. It's not a trade right now, but depending on how we fill those orders and trade afterwards, there might be a trade there. But go ahead, Dakota.
Yeah, good call on the gold.
No, I couldn't agree with you more, Coach Jay. Time and time I see is traders switch things way too fast and way too often to realize, it does it work? When doesn't it work? And find out the true statistics. And I'm a big statistics geek or nerd or whatever you want to call it. Everybody here is working with such a small sample size. Maybe they have a bad week and then they switch. And then they have a bad day, then they switch. And they're switching between indicators, strategies, and they are stuck in this infinite loop of just switching and switching and switching and never get to that point to really refining a simple or a single strategy and finding out how to adjust that strategy so it can work depending on who they are as a trader and how they trade. I go through it all the time because the markets are always changing, and sometimes the strategy that I am trading doesn't work. I went through that last month. You guys seen where I was number one, and then I had a really rough month. I had to change my mindset on, hey, the market's no longer letting me have just runners go. I need to see profit, take profit. I need to start looking for more one-to-one risk reward and get a little bit tighter. So I adjusted, I started to do good, and now the market might be changing again. And that's what we continue to do, just like any sports, where you have one sports team going against another. Coach Jay, you're a big basketball fan, and it's one thing like LeBron James. And we joke all the time about how he's the GOAT. It's a different beast between going against one team, just a one and done, versus a series. And every single time you play the same team, like the market, they make adjustments. We make adjustments. And it's like a chess game, or if you, for lack of a better, analogy, that's how it is. We always need to be changing and analyzing, and some things might go back to what it used. You pull up a playbook and you say, this is currently working. This is how I should trade it. Instead of getting into that infinite loop of continually switching and losing and losing and losing and losing, and then blaming yourself.
So what do you guys think that is? Is it just like a new trader's obsession with never wanting to take a loss? So they assume that, the trade they put on, even though if it was strategically correct, that if it is a loss, that, there's a desire to change it because it wasn't the outcome that they wanted. Is that where you think that's stemming from?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it, right? We're not conditioned in any other aspect of life to accept being wrong, right? So there's never the fact that like, oh, that's just part of the percentages where it's not going to work out. There has to be a reason why it didn't work. Instead of accepting that uncertainty, I think it's hard for a lot of people to do. So you try to find an answer to fix it instead of just accepting that sometimes you're going to be wrong and then minimize when you're wrong.
Yeah, exactly. We have a really nice range here in the. I love ranges. I don't, Jay, do you like trading ranges? You're more of like a momentum trader.
I'm more of a momentum trader.
Okay.
Markets like this are difficult for me. I'll say that at least. Yeah.
So this is a living hell for you.
Yeah,
Range
absolutely.
traders, we're probably doing pretty good right now. I mean, shorting the tops of 17,925. Buying the upward slope and Nasdaq within that range. This seemed to have been profitable. Why is it so hard for it seems like momentum traders and range traders are on the opposite side of the coin. Yes, at least in my opinion, because taking those longs up there at say 17,925 feels pretty expensive. I mean, Jay, I think, are you trying to play a breakout of that range theoretically if you had the choice to?
Yeah, so not even a breakout of that range, because I also agree that buying up there is pretty expensive. What I would like to know is there really room up above that range, right? So I'm more of a wait for a pullback confirmation and then trade up towards a potential level to make money, right? So if I knew that we had buyers up at 17,950 in the NASDAQ, right? If I knew we had buyers up there and we got a pullback, then I can trade back up towards those buyers up there. So I'm not looking to buy the breakout at the top. Anyone who's been in Discord with me knows I call that swimming in front of the shark, or swimming in that shark tank where you're hoping for a breakout. But if I know, or if I can assume that there's potential up above, then I can trade back up towards that. And I'm just not seeing that right now. Which if you are a range bound trader, then you just say, well, on your pullback to the bottom of the range, you buy it and go right back up to that top. It feels like too many decisions have to be made. I'd rather be able to make 2 or 3 trading decisions on the day, and it might be multiple executions on that same trade idea. This just feels like more trading ideas, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I'm going to try to work some shorts in the NQ in this 100K account, but they're pretty high up there. So like 17,926, 937, 946. So just the top of the range. I'll leave those in there for the next half an hour to see if we get filled. I'm not trying to fade Dakota. Dakota is he already missed his trade, so there's no fades going on here. But I would never.
Yeah, I mean, I like the long side. I like the long side. I think we could push to 18,000. I think there's a chance we push to 18,000. Looking at higher time frames, looking at where we're at on the market, we had such a negative day yesterday. I would not be surprised if we do start to rally and have some type of pullback. I mean, 18,000, it's a key psychological level, and we didn't spend 100%. Any time around there yesterday. We just kind of fell through it, right? So why would we not get to 18,000 if we do start to break higher? I mean, that's what I'm looking. And plus, I'm a perma bull. I'm looking to be buying. It's been buy the dips, and all these dips have been bought up, and we're making higher lows and equal highs. So 18,000 is reasonable in my mind here on the NASDAQ.
Yeah. I mean, I just looked at the 1-minute chart on NQ, and the 1-minute candle didn't even pause at 18,000. Like, it just went straight through it, offered absolutely no support whatsoever. So it'll be interesting to see if NQ decides to respect that on the way back up. If it gets there today or maybe this week, who knows? We'll see what happens. No one knows what is going to happen in the future. But if you do have questions for group coaching, definitely put those in very, very top of chat. There's a form in there, so please get those questions in, and maybe they can help you anticipate what will happen in the future. So we are going to wait and see here. We do have some big news coming out later. The markets have been kind of chilling out, waiting for the news to happen. Do we have any opinions on this news coming up? Do we even care as traders? We're just going to trade the charts as we usually do.
I just like the fact that it should give us some volatility.
Yeah.
As far as an opinion on how it goes, I try not to hold one because then I think it dictates my trades, and the market might do something opposite of what the news. How many times have we seen good news and the market just tanks on it, right? So I'd rather just trade the market
Right.
reaction if that's the case. So I don't have an opinion. What about you, Dakota?
Same. I mean, I'm a technical trader, and technical trader doesn't really care if the news is positive or negative. Of course, internally as a bull, I want the news to be positive, and I want us to be going up. But overall, as a day trader, yeah, volatility is what we love to be getting in and out of trades.
Yeah, and it's not a lot of volatility yet, but things could change once Powell comes in. He's coming up in about an hour. I'm sure he's going to shake up the markets a little bit. All of the algos will scrape his speech and try to place trades and make a market. So volatility should pick up quite a bit. We'll probably also see the ladder start to thin out as we get close to him speaking. Little tilt update. Everything is in the green so far. Gold 71% long, crude oil 67% long, NASDAQ 59% long, and ES 63% long. Have we been using the tilt at all in our trading, gents, or are we still sticking to our systems?
I don't. I'm sorry. I love to hear it and listen to it because it's always interesting to me to see how all the traders are doing and what their thoughts are on the market.
Yeah, JP, use the tilt at all?
I'll listen to it. I have TopstepTV playing all the time while I'm trading.
Nice.
So I'll keep it in the back of my mind, especially when you hear something like 80% long in a market. I like to think about where my position is in relation to that 80%, right? If I'm long NQ, but I have a better position than when the tilt increased, then I'm okay. But if I'm right in the middle of that tilt increase, then I think about that as potentially maybe not the greatest trade location for my trade.
Hey, Coach Jay, I have a question for you. And Dobie, what's your guys' thoughts on that leaderboard where we see these? I think there's one or two traders who made a ton of money yesterday in their express funded accounts.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime, and it is an express funded account, right? So sim fills are different or whatever it is. But even with a sim fill to make 35 grand in one account and do that over 3 accounts, either that trader fell asleep or has really great patience. I think it's impressive to do. Right now, just like anything, right, repeatable results are how you stay consistent in this game over a long period of time. What I would hope is if that's that trader's biggest day, you don't try to stretch for those type of days, right? Make that the exception and not the expectation, because then it gets, you're in a bad spot at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I knew what trades they placed, because I don't know if they were making a bunch of trades or if they just placed like a handful of very, very well-timed trades that they just held. So, I mean, I'd assume that they weren't trading actively. I'll make the assumption it might not be true, but I think it does show just how much the market can work in your favor if you just don't play with your positions on like a trending day. And
you just heard Opie say it, right? $750 in Apple, walk away and come back $2 million up. I'm looking for one.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't overthink it. I mean, in fact, he didn't think about it at all because he forgot about it. Right? But you don't have to work harder while you're trading to make more money. If anything, it's probably the opposite, which is why I try to find the best entries I can, because that has the most upside, and then I can just kind of sit and let the market play out how I want it to play out. I don't know about you guys, but I do feel like the more trades I place, the lower my quality of execution is. I think it's just like a fatigue thing, or I just can't place, 10, 15, 20 trades a day because the quality is going to be garbage. Like I don't have that many quality setups.
I'm getting in long here on my live account.
Ooh, nice.
Trying one contract long. I think it's like 905, 17905.
Nice.
I'm looking for a break. I want to see a break. Like I said, I can see this market going to 18,000 possibly on the longer stretch. We're testing these highs. We're testing the session highs, making higher lows. I want to see a break higher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, you've had really good timing, at least I've seen, with kind of making these buys up at highs. and just really having good conviction. So what are you seeing here? Is it just like the momentum is, you think, shifting in the favor of bulls? Because I would consider this an expensive long in my opinion, but clearly you're finding value in this trade.
Yeah, I mean, just think all these traders over here on the 5-minute chart. I'm looking at this 5-minute chart, and we, pre-market, we've tested it twice. During the New York session open, we rallied up, tested it again. We tried to break, we failed. We bought back up. We came back over here, and there's going to be a lot of traders thinking, let's short it. Let's get these range traders selling this market. And if I was a market maker, I would want them to do the same thing if I want this thing to rally. And then I'll build a lot of traders thinking that we could sell off here. We just had that 3-bar reversal kind of fake out to the downside. And if I was a market maker, I'd just run this market on them and get everyone to kind of puke out of their short positions and push us up. That's my thought process on this. I could be completely wrong, right? But yeah, if I was a market maker and people are seeing the same thing I'm seeing, like, hey, we're range traders, we're going to be shorting this range. They did it once over here, and then maybe if they push it up, people's going to think, oh, it worked before, let's try it again. Not throwing shade at you, Dobie, but there's going to be people trying to sell it where you're trying to sell it, and maybe they just
eventually that pattern is going to break, right? I'm looking at the daily. I'm looking at the daily ATR on the Nasdaq right now, and right now it's 264 points. Today we're at 144.5. So if we're gonna get to average, there's 120 points of range left somewhere. Right now, we may not get to average. Right, that's also a possibility. After yesterday, we had a above average day, but the likelihood that the daily range stays at 144 points is pretty low. So I agree with you, Dakota. At some point, it's going to have to break. What direction that might be. Right now, it looks better to the upside. Definitely.
Yeah, I could very well be wrong. Like, this is a very, very small size. One contract. Typically, I'll just get in at 3, but I've made money today. I don't feel like risking a full amount of risk, and I'm going to give this one a little bit more room, because a days like today, the traders that have a little bit more room than others tend to be a little bit better than getting stopped out, getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out, especially on a choppy day like today. So leaving this one on with more room feels like the right thing to do.
Yeah. So someone in chat did ask, where's your stop going to be for this one lot in NQ? So where would you, hypothetically put it?
I have my finger on the trigger, and I'm going to just watch price action. If we start to build momentum and not see the buyers come into this, it's not going to be a physical stop. I could put a disaster stop over here, which might be the better thing to do near the low of days, just in case something does dramatic happen. I'm not going to blow an account. I'll lose $1,000 or something.
NQ can move stupid fast sometimes, so not a bad idea.
Yes. Yep. But I'll watch this. We'll see what happens. We're failing to just drop right now, so far so good.
It's not really achieving a whole lot of anything, to be honest. I mean, it is very, very kind of chill. Even the NQ ladder is fairly tame, which is I feel like if I say those words, it's probably going to perk up, because that's typically how it behaves. Like right now, look at it. Look at Dakota. That was for you.
Just keep going.
For you. Yeah, I mean, look, the NQ ladder is just so tame, not doing anything. La-di-da. So we got you're up some profit today, so you're happy taking kind of like an not experimental, but maybe a more risky long here. Do you typically try to push the pedal to the metal when you're up a couple bucks in your account? Do you like taking some more trades, or Jay, do you like hitting a profit target and stopping for the day? There's a bunch of ways to manage the account when you're up money. What do you guys prefer doing when you're trading? Jay, you can go first if you want.
Yeah, take it, Jay.
Can you guys hear me? Oh, I was on mute. Sorry about that. Yeah. So if I'm up on the day, I want to kind of I don't like to check P&L while I'm trading. But if I'm up on the day and I still see good setups, then I'll go ahead and take them. But I do want to be conscious of the quality of those setups. Dolby, like you were saying before, the more decisions you have to make, the potential for the quality of those decisions to decrease. So I want to be conscious of that as well, right? I feel like a lot of times what happens is if I have a good morning, you want to keep going. But then for my style of trading, the volume dies down in the middle of the day. right? So if I want to just stay here and keep trading, the trades that I took earlier are not going to be the same setups that I have. So I think what's been better in my experience is if I have a good morning, stepping out for lunch, right? Maybe taking 2 hours away from the markets and then coming back. Naturally, volume is going to come back as well, right? And I use volume in all my trading decisions, so that's the better way to do it. But if you see a setup, go ahead and take it and manage your risk.
Nice. There's a lot of good stuff in there. Dakota, what about you? Man, you're up frequently, Dakota. So you're probably used to trading while you're up money. I mean, do you find it the same as being down money, the same as being flat, or all trades the same to you, regardless of P&L?
Yeah, I try to make everything the same. I'm down money just as much as I'm up money a lot of the times. It's just that my winners are bigger than my losers, and hopefully I get to keep them that way. Just like yesterday, minus $9,000 yesterday, guys. Today I'm up about 11. So it's give or take. Just like if you're trading one combine, you hit your daily loss limit at 3,000. Hopefully your winning days are much greater. It's give or take, but I approach every trade the same, regardless of whether I'm up or down. Sometimes that just bites me in the butt when I am down and I get down more. And I was going to answer. There's a question in the chat I wanted to quickly answer. Dan Trader, how often do I look back? And my answer to that is it depends. It depends on the time frame I'm trading, and it depends where we're at in the market. Over here, where we're at on the NASDAQ today, we are down, and we haven't been in this area since back in February. So I look back into February to look for support or resistance. That's just, it depends. A lot of my answers to so many questions lately has been, it just really depends on what the market's doing and what time frame I'm trading.
Yeah, everything is kind of conditional in these markets 100%, because like I said, not every trading session is the same. In fact, every trading session is completely unique and has never really been repeated before. Every little stop run is different. Every tick is different. It's never going to be the same, which is why we love trading, because it's a great challenge, and in that challenge there's a lot of opportunity to
did you get triggered in there, Dobie?
I did not. No, I'm looking for like an extension way outside the range and see if we get back in. I think if the market wants to do a stop run of weak shorts, it needs to push a little bit higher. But the fact we can't even like stretch highs that much, I don't know. It feels like a bait to me. I don't want to get baited into an NQ short just to have it, rip. So,
we're just being
I'm not
choppy
a huge
right around here.
Yeah, I'm also not a huge NQ trader. So it just looks the best as far as the indices go currently, because YM is not really in a range. It's in a very awkward kind of situation last time I checked as far as market structure goes. But yeah, I mean, you could have taken a short at 17,920, but if your stop is above that, that's like not even that far to go to get stopped out, and you could still be right, but like right direction, but not enough width on your stop. So I want to see
what price did you say you had your orders in at? You said 20s or higher 20s?
It was like high 20s, yeah, like 27s, I think, or even like around 30s. So between I'd say like 27 and 30, I was looking for shorts. But we're still catching a bid.
Here's
though,
a perfect example. Look at my chart, and this is the best example I think I could show for these stop hunts and to get shorts into the market and then just kind of run against them. Look over here on the 100 tick chart. This is as ugly as it gets in terms of price action. We fake out, as soon as we start to fake out, shorts pile in, and guess what? We're right back into where we were. This is as choppy as it gets, even over here on the 5-minute chart. So if you're a technical trader, this looks extremely, extremely bearish, very similar to what we got this morning during the first 1 hour open. And we just sold all the way off down into the 800s. And it started to look similar that we've seen the last two sell-offs. And buyers stepped in right here, right when we got back into the 900s. And we are right back up to those highs, pushing into the 19s.
Yeah, it's very hard. Other thing, too, is even if I did get short, my profit target would be the middle of range and then bottom of range. And I just don't know if we're going to get there. If I took a short right now, I could be holding that trade for a really long time. And I definitely don't want to be holding the trade into Powell speaking, because that's just going to be a minefield of volatility. So it's kind of an awkward time too, because if you want to hold a trade for a bit, you might end up running up into Powell speaking, and I have to assume that the trading quality is going to get more and more mediocre the closer we get to Powell speaking, as traders start, getting flat and putting their cash on the sidelines. And then there was a good question in here. Let me grab it real quick. It was for you. It's from Zysoft. Dakota, what is your risk per trade? Do you move your stop loss ever?
Yeah, I move my stop loss, and it depends on what. Yeah, there's the thing again. It depends.
It depends.
Yeah. On what time frame I'm trading, what market I'm trading, but I like to risk about 0.25% of my account value. So for 150K account, usually about $375 per trade per contract. If I'm copy trading, say for example 3 XFAs, or what I'm trying to do is scale into that. You can imagine it's that times 3, so 375 times 3, just over $1,000.
Yeah. And Jay, how's your how do you approach risk management and stop losses? I don't think it's a controversial subject, but every trader does it differently. Some traders like going to break even, some don't like doing it. How do you stand with your stop movements?
I don't really like going to break even because I think unless I look at the market and it's not doing what I expect it to do, I don't really like going to break even because break even is where we decided to get in, and it normally doesn't invalidate your trade. On the NASDAQ, I'm going anywhere from a 10 to 20 point stop. And if there's some market structure around that area, then I'll give it the few extra points to allow the market structure to do its job, right? If it looks like a support and my stop is close to it point wise, then I'll give it the few extra points to allow that market structure to play out. And I'll move I normally, like, as far as profit targets go, I normally trail my stop up instead of getting out or setting a price target, right? I have an idea of where I think the market can go, but normally I'm getting out as the market comes back to my position.
Yeah, we got Isaac Rivera in chat. Break-even trailing strategy is one of the things that upsets me most in trading. Only thing worse is not having a stop at all.
Yeah,
next time you're on, you're going to have to clarify that. Break-even trailing, yeah. I mean, listen, I think going to break-even is betting against your trade, in my opinion.
Yep.
Because you have to be right a lot. You have to be so wrong in your trading initially that being break-even frequently pays off, which is
and if you have,
not
if
a
you
great system.
If you ever traded a live account, there's really no such thing as a real break-even at your price because there's a commission on every trade. So Coach Paul says it all the time. He's like, you're either winning or you're losing because you're always paying commissions. And break-even is just really not a real thing.
I would just let it run. Let the trade run. Let your edge play out. Why get paranoid about losing money? Because listen, if you want to drive yourself crazy thinking about losses, the market will be more than happy to provide that, food for your brain to think about losing money perpetually. Because the market is always trying to get us to make decisions and think. So I agree with all. I think the whole break-even thing is a little bit suspect. Taking a little bit of some offers in the NQ, heading a little bit lower. Dakota, we're still hanging in there pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a very choppy market, and I'm expecting it to be just as choppy. I mean, I moved my stop up a little bit to that pivot right around 859, but I'm expecting this thing to go back up and maybe test above 900s again and just piss people off because that's what markets do.
That's
people who think this is going to be going down. Maybe we'll get frustrated that we don't go down, and people who thinks it's going to be breaking up probably going to be frustrated that we're not breaking up yet. So, like I said, the traders who typically do better in a market like this have wider stops and are not in and out, and holding trades a little bit longer than normal.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you that it is the market's job to basically piss everybody off, especially in range-bound markets. It is definitely the job of the market makers to piss everybody off, get everyone's positions stopped out, run highs, run lows, and back at VWAP. We've all seen it. Classic movement in the markets. It can be very frustrating for new traders to experience that because they're like, oh, it ran to my to my stop, and then it rolled right over again. You know, when we see
Yeah,
that
I can't
happen
tell
a
you how many
bunch.
times where I do
Yeah, go
that.
ahead.
You know, maybe I just get impatient. I say, you know what, I'm just gonna flat. I think it happened to me a couple weeks ago during Power Hour where I'm like, I think we could break up. I'm like, okay, we're not doing anything. I closed my trade out, and immediately when I closed my trade, we just rallied in the direction I thought. I'm like, well, dang it. Me being impatient or just, you know, not letting the market come to me or let the trade play out. I see it all the time. Traders can be impatient or have a tendency to overtrade or overmanage their position or one thing or the other. It's very easy to mess up a trading strategy or a trade just because of human error and emotions.
Oh yeah, I have overmanaged tens of thousands of dollars worth of like potential profits. Just moving stops too soon, over leveraging is super common too. Like especially in a trading combine, you keep on like buying higher than your average entry keeps on getting moved up, and now your stop keeps on getting smaller and smaller, and then all of a sudden the pullback just wipes out your entire trade. Or if you had just kept like one or two contracts, you would have had, you know, a great position. There's a lot of little things that can kind of trip you up in trading. It's just unfortunate that I think traders have to learn that the hard way. And you know, typically it's like one mistake at a time, as painfully as possible. But it is what it is. That's why we have coaches, right? That's why we have Coach Jay, Coach Dakota to help help Topstep TV, and chat get better at trading. You know, learn from these coaches is what they're here for. And also make sure you get your coaches in for group coaching, which is in about 20 minutes with Coach Robert. The form is pinned to the top of chat, so make sure you get your questions in. There are not a ton of questions, so there's a very, very good chance you'll get your question answered live on air. So very, very cool opportunity to get your questions answered by Coach Robert. And also, we can answer questions right now, chat. We've got two coaches right here, so feel free to drop some questions in chat. We got about 5 minutes left before top quiz. You could probably hammer out at least one or two more while we wait for these markets to do something. We are waiting for Powell. Was that a sigh of agony there, Dakota? Because you're been sitting in this trade
it's the
for
side of this
half an
market's
hour?
going sideways. Like I said, pissing people
They're
off
waiting.
on both directions.
Yep.
But here I am sitting here, break even.
Yep. The market's just waiting right now. There's not a lot of I've scanned pretty much everything on my watch list and it all looks exactly the same. There's no volume anywhere. Everyone's kind of just waiting or counting their profits from yesterday. Who knows what's going on? Licking their wounds. Who knows?
It could be anything.
Yeah.
Well, we did have Tuckman on Monday, which is fantastic, a wealth of knowledge. And, you know, what he said a while ago is that the markets cannot handle multiple pieces of bad news at the same time. It can handle about one bit of bad information at a time. And we started to get a confluence of, you know, market instability with, you know, interest rates. Then we have geopolitical stuff. And Tuckman said that, you know, the Middle East is probably the number one thing. And then number two is going to be, you know, what's going on with interest rates. And here we are. The market is waiting on the number two most important thing. You know, what is Powell going to say? So if you are, you know, if you tuned in on Monday, this kind of shouldn't be a surprise, this sort of lack of volatility, because we know the markets are waiting because they want to wait for the important information to come out so everyone can get on the right side of things. You know, why bet a couple $1 million when you don't have to make that bet right now? And we do have about 5 minutes left in this segment. But we have Dakota here taking a bet with 1NQ, who's currently long 17,905. So are you going to hold that just all day, or is there a time stop on that? You might just throw in the towel.
That's a good question. I'll probably just close this before Powell speaks. I mean, well, it depends, right? Because if we start rallying up, maybe I do move my stop loss into some profit and just let it run. We're starting to just go to the right still and continue going to the right. I mean, there's not much commentary onto this other than
Oh, Dakota. Sorry, buddy. Anne Marie, you're live right now. Welcome to.
Oops. That's what I feared might happen. Emery, if you want to log out right now, you can just log back in when we go to break.
Oh, look at that. Welcome back. Welcome back. We got Dakota.
What did you guys hear last?
You
well, the
turned
last
into
thing I
Anne
saw
Marie.
was it was Anne Marie's face.
All
Talking
right.
about the Packers.
We're starting
Yeah,
to push
right.
to these highs again. We're
Yep.
starting there. Let's see if this is going to be a true breakout for us Bulls, or if this is just going to be another one of those barcodes. While we're waiting, I had a question. Coach Jay, did you see that YouTube video I sent you on Discord?
I did.
What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, again, we can talk about it all the time, but I'm 30, I'll be 35 in 2 months. And the level of athleticism nearing 40, if I could have like a quarter of that, of my peak athleticism, I'd be amazed. But to see somebody continue to do it at that high of a level, I'm running out of words, Dakota.
We're talking about
Same.
LeBron, aren't we?
We're talking about how LeBron had a pretty much game-sealing still reverse dunk at the age of almost 40 years old. And then I was watching some highlights, and when MJ never did make it that old, and he had a couple missed ones at that age.
Gold just took out those orders at 24.10 we were talking about. There's a little bit more sitting at 24.11 right now. We can see there's 55 still sitting there. We took out about half of that order that was sitting out there. So I'm just going to watch this. If we don't get any real buyers to come in, I might just want to take a short in gold and risk those highs.
Ooh, short and gold. Those are some bold words there. Because gold has been on the up and up. But we love it when a coach does some bold stuff. Yeah, it could be a nice little. Is it a cheap trade? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it would be a cheap trade because if buyers don't want to take out those highs for whatever reason, because like you just said, Dolby, right? It's been on the up and up, which means buyers have been pushing this market up. But if for whatever reason they find a spot where they're just like, you know what, I'm good, I don't want to buy anymore. To me, that's the perfect place to short. So surprising that they didn't take out that full order. I want to see what they do when we get back up to it. We might not even hit it again, to be honest. It was only 100 lots, so it shouldn't have been that difficult to take out if someone was convinced that we needed to trade above that.
Well, gents,
moving to the right.
We tried. I mean, we tried to get some trades in. I mean, Dakota, you gave it the all college try and threw an order in there, and you bid in this thing for like almost 40 minutes, which is absolutely insane.
I mean, since we started, and we're right where we started.
We've gone literally nowhere. So if that is any indication to hands on butts, chat, I would just wait for the fireworks for Powell. But we have some better fireworks coming up because we got Eddie and Anne Marie for TopQuiz. So a chance to win, enter into a raffle to win a free reset. I haven't seen the questions yet. I'm sure they will be as challenging as ever. But gentlemen, it was a pleasure to talk to you as always. Good luck with your trading. Not that you need it, because there is no luck in trading. Just that whatever happens, happens. But we are going to slide right on into TopQuiz. And chat, make sure you get those questions in for group coaching at the very, very top. And now there is a TopQuiz link, so make sure you click that. But let's head on over.
Sounds good.
TopQuiz.
I'll keep everybody updated in the chat. This is just a boring trade. Thanks, Coach Jay and Dobie. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Welcome to Top Quiz, where you have the opportunity to win yourself a free reset. Get 3 out of the 4 questions right, and you will get that opportunity for a random pick. Step right up, step right up. Yes, ma'am. Your name, please.
My name is Anne-Marie Band.
Very nice to meet you, Anne-Marie. Are you ready to partake in this Top Quiz?
I am. I am very much so.
I hope everybody else is. We're still getting some names in here. Get your name in here. And we've got some questions that hopefully you can answer correctly. And
Yeah.
I don't know, Jack, we're just about ready here. We've still got a lot of people.
Oh, we're ready.
in.
Let me run through my riot act of rules real quick. You're competing.
Okay.
If you get 3 or 4 of these questions right, there are 4 multiple choice. You can win one of 50 free resets.
Ooh.
You'll want to answer the questions when they appear on your device. Trying to think if there's anything else. We're on a 6-second delay, so stick around for the chit chat here, but answer on your device. And we will reveal the winners during Power Hour today.
Okay.
Back to you, Eddie. Let me know when you want to start.
All right. Names are still coming in here. I think they're slowing down a little bit. Yes, this is our Top Quiz contest.
Okay, what is this? A stupid contest?
No, it is not a stupid contest. It is a very good contest where it can get you a reset. But I am ready, Jack. If you want to put these up.
Let's do it.
All right. Tuesday, April 16th. 3, 2, 1. All right, here's the first question. What person was given the key to the city of Detroit, Michigan in 1979? Was it Muammar Gaddafi, Idi Amin, Evel Knievel, or Saddam Hussein?
Holy smokes. I'm going to guess Evel Knievel.
Well, no. The answer is Saddam Hussein. Yes, he had donated money to a church, $200,000, and they gave him the key to the city. And I'd like to know where that is at this present time.
What?
Probably not in his upper dresser drawer. All right. Well, I got a few. A lot of people put Evel Knievel. MSK with 1,000. We got Mike's Payne with 978. Mikey 977. And Q Slayer 72. And Amy. Hi, Amy at 970. All right.
I'm going to go. Stop. I have to go get a life jacket. I feel like I'm a sinking ship right now. I'm ready.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Evel Knievel. All right. Well, that was a good guess. I mean, it's probably the best guess there. But all right. Second question. What do we got?
Good.
What is a male swan called? Do they call him a royal, a toplet, a cob, or a viceroy?
Wow. I'm going to guess a viceroy.
Viceroy. Is it viceroy?
Oh, it's a cob. Oh, my gosh.
No, it is a cob.
Wait.
So I guess Ty Cobb was a male swan at one point in his life. And MSK's 2,000. Wow, somebody is just killing it here. And that's NQ Slayer 5. Him, Kramer, Jack the Goat, and K. Wen.
Good on you guys getting this. That's a good question.
I'm sorry. Now you know.
Don't say sorry. This is great. Listen, I need to get knocked down a couple pegs. That's,
I don't mean to do
my
this.
head will blow up, and this is good for me. I'm ready.
I just like throwing that curveball. All right, third question. What do you got, Jack? Number 3. When was the first rubber core golf ball invented? 1858, 1898, 1913, or 1934? The first rubber core golf ball. The first.
Rubber. Oh, golly, I didn't even. That.
And there it is. The answer is 1898.
Ran out of seconds.
There you go. A lot of people got that one.
Nice.
Congratulations. All right. And for our last question, okay. Jack the Goat spawned. Jack the Goat taking over first
Oh,
place.
the question's
I like
up.
it.
In the first 70 years, the New York Stock Exchange had another name. Was it the Buttonwood Exchange, New York Stock and Exchange Board, New York Trade Exchange, or New York Laffy Taffy Inc.?
Stock and Exchange Board, maybe. No.
What do we got?
Oh.
Yes, indeed,
Oh
that
my
is the
gosh.
right one.
One.
New York Stock and Exchange
25%.
Board.
All right, I'm gonna have to go.
Well, you didn't get shut out. That's a good
Study.
one. And let's take a look to see who our winners are. Remember, if you got 3 out of the 4 or 4 out of the 4, you will be put in that random pick for 50.
Well,
Third place,
that won't
Futures
be me.
Forever. Congratulations.
All right.
Number 2, Spawn. And number 1, there it is. Got to be Jack's Goat. Jack
Good
the Goat.
going, everybody.
Congratulations.
Hey.
Good
Man,
job.
I let
and
the team
well
down
done.
today. Good on you, folks. Man, I gotta go get out my little trivia books and start studying.
There you go. All right. Well, Anne-Marie, thank you very much for joining us. And let's see here real quick here. We've got coming up after Top Quiz. Stick around. This is going to be fun here. We do have, I'm going to be sticking around with Ben. Shoulder tap. So you get to see my ugly mug again. But Anne-Marie, the beautiful Anne-Marie, we'll get you back here again here. When do we got you back here again? Got you back here later in the week, I think.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
All right.
See you guys
We have a great
Thursday.
day. Thanks for joining us. And
Thank you. Those
by all
were
means,
great questions, Eddie. I don't get normally stumped that badly, so I like it. I like it.
cornucopia.
Bring it.
All right. Have a great day, Anne-Marie. Thank you.
Take care. Bye bye.
All right. We'll be right back with Shoulder Tap, Ben. Hi. Welcome to Shoulder Top. Time to share some success and, of course, time to avoid some failure. And let's bring in our risk manager. We got Ben today. Ben with the Muhammad Ali picture behind him. I love that picture. Ben, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm good. Howdy. Feeling good today. I love that picture as well, especially when I go on broadcast. I get to see it. Usually it's right behind me, but that's Muhammad Ali, Leon Spinks 2, touched up by an artist that I like a lot, Alec. I think he goes by Alec Monopoly. Yeah, very cool stuff.
Nice. So you're going to be bringing us the good, the bad, and the ugly today?
Yeah. Plenty of each, actually. Lots of good trading, lots of bad trading. Tons of folks that hit a daily loss limit today. We had some people reaching out asking to expand loss limits, which is, in my opinion, never a good idea, especially on a day that you had already hit a loss limit. So, yeah, definitely good, bad, and the ugly. We'll dig into it. We can start out with some shout outs. Not that he needs any further
here,
praise.
Ben,
I don't. Go ahead.
Ben, real quick. We got a lot of new people here in our community, and they're probably wondering, well, how does this guy know what's going on? You're one of the risk managers, and if you can, real quick, Mick, what do you do behind the scenes as a risk manager?
Yeah, so I've been with Topstep for coming up on a year now. I started in trader support. I've been with the risk team for a little over 6 months now. And, I have a background in trading options, stocks, futures as well. So it was kind of a natural fit for me to transition to the risk team. And we do a lot on the risk team. We help manage our live traders first and foremost. We've got lots of live traders that are trading the markets across different brokerages. So monitoring those live boards, managing company level risk, talking to our live traders about adjusting risk parameters. Dakota kind of famously just increased his to a $9,000 daily loss limit and 30 contract position size limit. So he's trading exceptionally well, especially over the last month or so. So we expanded his. So working with our traders, trying to manage risk at that level, talking about ways that we can implement increased efficiency, automation, visibility, just putting the right tools in our traders' hands to help them succeed. So we monitor those. We also monitor our express funded traders. Those are our traders that are in the sim environment but are eligible for payouts on those profits. So among a handful of other things, communicating with other departments, we got a lot going on. So that's what we do on the risk team. That's what I do. We've got a call-up process for our XFA traders who are trading well that end up getting called up to a live environment. So we'll talk about some of those individuals today, and also give a few shout-outs for the people that are trading well. Coach Dakota being on that list. I know he was just on. He's up around 10,500. He may still have the position on that he was talking about. He did as we jumped on here, but something interesting about Dakota's account, I noticed he's flirting with $130,000 in his live account balance and hasn't taken a payout in that account in quite some time. So, Dakota, if you're listening, I would highly encourage you to take a payout there, brother. You have been crushing it, recovered well from a daily loss limit yesterday. You're stacking up your chips in a way that we see very infrequently. And just want to encourage you to go see the cashier, take a little bit out, even if it's 5,000. You got room to stay north of that 100K mark and do something nice for yourself. Take a family member out to a nice dinner, or pay something off that you've got debt on, whatever it may be. Just do something good for yourself and take that money out. So Dakota, another monstrous day today. We've also got Isaac Rivera, one of our live traders, up 4,500. Vinkata, someone else we featured, up 3,500. And we've got two pretty significant standout XFA traders today. Dylan M is up 22,000 in his single XFA, and Jerry J is trading with us in 3 XFAs. He is up a total of $78,000 across those 3 accounts today. So I had to dig into that. That kind of jumped off the screen to me. So I went and dug into Jerry, what he's been up to. He's been trading the NASDAQ today, about 72 trades today. So very active and involved. But Jerry's a big swinger, if you couldn't tell from those numbers. Taking big cracks at the market, especially in an instrument like the NQ. You're going to have a lot of movement up and down. And he caught the right side of it today. So He's got 2 winning days currently in that XFA, 3 daily loss limits. So he's either playing to win or stopping out at that daily loss limit, which tells me one of two things is going to happen, right? This is his 4th winning day. As long as he locks in these profits, that would be a true crime to give away 78 grand. But locks in the profits for the day, and then he's going to have to post one more day of at least $200 or more to cash that out. So he's going to post a day where he makes that minimum $200 threshold and takes a really, really nice payout, or he's going to start to whittle away at that. That's really the 2 paths that we see consistently. So we're rooting for you, Jerry. We want to see you take a payout, take it nice and slow tomorrow, book a profitable day, and take a big chunk of change home. That's what we're wanting to see, and some pretty big numbers on the board today. And we can move into our first trading card.
All right, let's pull it up.
Pull up Sunish.
All right, Sunish, here it is.
You'll probably see some common themes across the cards that we're covering today, and I'll leave that to our audience to pick up on those, and I'll kind of recap those at the end. But Sunish is trading with us out of Kansas, Salinas, Kansas, and 150K XFA. All of these traders we're talking about today were just called up to live yesterday. So we had 4 accounts, 4 traders that were called up to live yesterday. Really good day for us, moving traders into live accounts. And he's trading the NASDAQ and the MNQ. Doing so very well, taking home an average P&L of $619 a day, and putting up 74% winning days, 68% winning trades. Those are good numbers. An area that we would like to see some improvement on is that reward to risk ratio being less than 1-to-1. So he's making less than he is risking on each trade, but averaging greater than 50% wins. And so he's coming out profitably. When you have a win rate of 70% or so, or a little bit less, and you're at less than a 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio, you are going to have to, you're going to go through ups and downs, and you're going to have to walk away, near your P&L highs. You're going to have to make the decision at some point throughout the day to say, hey, I'm taking it home, I'm calling it a day, and I'm profitable. And that's something that Sunish does well. He actually does something I see very infrequently after, looking at hundreds of these accounts a day. Sunish presses the gas very well on his winning days, and he recognizes the market is in his favor. It's in favor of his system. He is absolutely pressing that gas pedal down, and we see very high volumes of trades on his winning days. A lot of times it's the opposite. You see someone go on tilt, they're pressing the gas in the wrong direction. Right. They're chasing that loser, and all of a sudden they've blown the account on the day, where they might average 3 trades a day, and on the losing days they've got 15 trades. It's the exact opposite for Sunish. So really impressive characteristic of his trading that we really like to see is being, identifying early that the market's in your favor and pressing the gas. Sunish is taking $15,000 in payouts. Another big pro for us. We love seeing traders consistently taking payouts. That wasn't all in one payout. That's been steadily across a total of 35 trading days that Sunish has been with us. So another big pro, solid body of work. We're not just looking at 5 days or 10 trading days. Looking at a good sample size of what Sunish is capable of. And he's taking it home. So averaging 2 contracts per trade and about 28 trades a day. So that number skewed a little bit because, again, he might have, 90 or 150 trades on his best winning days, but his average, otherwise might be, 10 to 15. So we love seeing that. And he takes losses pretty well. His worst day is less than the daily loss limit. So another really, really important characteristic we consider, not having, daily loss limit days, several in a row, or, 3 out of 4 daily loss limit days. He's keeping it nice and tight, being comfortable, walking away, saying, hey, it's not my day, and I'm going to keep moving and live to play another day. So all really, really good stuff from Sunish. Happy to have him in the live account. One thing I would, Sunish, if you're listening, I would recommend is setting a losing streak for yourself. So, and I mean by trade. So if you see yourself, you can pick the number, right? Go back and look at your statistics. But if you see yourself losing, let's call it 5 trades in a row, that might be the time to call it a day. That might be something you recognize, hey, I'm on the wrong side of this, and I need to call it a day before I go any lower. And to contrast that, his best winning days his best day was $5,000, a little bit more that he took home. On that day, he had a winning streak of 48 trades in a row. So the day that he took home $5,000, he traded 48 winners in a row. That's statistically significant, to say the least. That's really impressive. And shooters in basketball talk about that often. The rim of when you're in that zone, the rim looks like it's 10 feet wide and you can't miss. So again, he does a great job of pressing those winners. On the other side of that coin, take a look at your losing days, set a losing streak for yourself and commit to that. Say, hey, I'm going to call it quits when I've lost 5 in a row. And that'll help, manage that downside of the account. So overall, we're loving what we see from Stanish. And is there anything you picked up out of this, Eddie, when you were looking at that trading report?
Yeah, April 1st, he had a fantastic, spectacular day. I do notice here on the trade report that some of the days that he had started out negative, maybe took a few steps back, timed out, reevaluated, came back, and made some nice profits. A little over trading, but as far as the 3 that I see here, he's got himself back to positive. And that average that you're seeing here, average daily P&L 619, without that big $5,000 day, it'd probably be around maybe $400, maybe around there somewhere. But consistency when he's right, a little possibly, I'm not really going to harp on it too much, a little over trading when he's wrong, but he has picked himself up on those wrong days and made them right. Good on. We can move on to the next one.
Yeah, let's do it. Next up, we've got Matt S. Matt's with us from New Jersey, Fairhaven, New Jersey. He's trading the NASDAQ and gold contracts as well as the Nikkei. Shout out to our Nikkei traders. And he's been with us since 2016. So a Topstep OG, a certified Topstep OG, been with us since 2016. So he's been around the block. He knows our program, has seen us evolve, and he's evolved with us. Such that we want to call him up. We made the decision yesterday to call him up from his 150K XFA into a live account. Some similar statistics on certain levels to Sanish, 76% winning days, 67% winning trades. That's pretty close to in line with where Sanish was. He's averaging 38 trades per day, though, even more. So, when you get into that, 30, 40, 50 trade per day, that's difficult to manage. It's difficult to, log and review, right? You kind of got to go back through a market replay function or record your trades or, make shorthand notes in real time if you want to really track what you're taking and why. So something to be aware of, but Matt's taken $5,000 in payouts before getting transferred to live. Another huge bonus. We love seeing that. He is at a less than 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio as well. So taking home less money on his winners as compared to his losers. That's also reflected in his average winning day compared to his average losing day. Average winning day being 1558 versus average losing day of 2507. That being said, he put up a $10,000 428 profit day. So that's a big deal. That's double his worst trading day. So that's always something we factor in. What is your ceiling? How high do you push it? Similar to Sanish, how are you, pressing the gas when it's working for you? And can you, when the stars align, take home the bacon? And he's done that that day. He's had several other big winning days. A big positive for him. He takes home, on top of that $10,000 day, he took home $4,000, a couple of $3,000 winning days. So when you look at it relative to his daily loss limit, relative to his average losing day, he is outpacing those losing days with some considerable winners. So that's something that we definitely factor in and want to see. We want to see people putting up profits in those live accounts. I would say that probably the biggest area to focus would be reducing that P&L volatility. Now, that's kind of a broad recommendation, and it's certainly not, it's easier said than done. It's not something that you can easily go in and implement. There's a lot of ways to do it. Work on the risk to reduce the daily loss limit. So you can work with our risk team now that you are in a live account. You can reach out to us. You'll have a direct line to us, and we can communicate with you. I would love to see Matt communicate with us and say, hey, I want to start out, even though in a 150K account. I'm going to have a $3,000 daily loss limit. I want to start out at $1,500, my daily loss limit. I'll start there. I think that would really help. That's one piece that he could implement that I think would be very helpful, because then looking over his numbers in that trade report, you can see that on those best days that he has, he's very rarely in the hole to start, right? He kind of makes money and just keeps making money. He doesn't really, a lot of traders just see him go in the hole, maybe 500, 1,000, then kind of pop back up to 1,500 on the day. On his best days, he's making money and he keeps doing it. So if you start out the day, you can't catch them. Go ahead, Eddie.
Ben, real quick. We got Paul speaking here. I'm watching the wire. Just want to make sure everybody is aware. Probably be safe to see here. Check your positions if you need to be flat. Please be flat. All right. You don't want to have a position on not know it, and he says something and the market just goes wonkers. So heads up on that. I'll be watching the wire. But Ben, I'm sorry about that. But
no problem at all.
Please continue.
Jerome Powell speaks, and usually a big old doji candle is to follow. A lot of indecision and trappy action. So definitely, sit that out if you can. That's my personal take. When you got big news or something that moves markets like that, go ahead and get flat in front of it, resituate, pull your compass out, get your bearings, and then you can get back into the market in a place that makes sense and not exposing your account. So good call out, Eddie. Certainly.
You should bring.
Right. Yeah. So reducing that P&L volatility needs to be a focus for Matt, and just recognizing early. It seems like if he puts on a winner early, if it's a confidence thing, I'm not sure exactly what's going on up here, but clearly, when he starts winning, he continues to win and he can put up some big days. So use that as an early kind of bellwether for yourself in your day trading, Matt. If you put up a couple winners to start, good. If you put up a couple losers to start, maybe cut your risk in half or just walk away for the day. So those are the recommendations. Outside of that, I can't see a whole lot different that I want to get out of Matt. Anything that stands out to you, Eddie, or that I mentioned you want to comment on?
You know what? I do see the 76% winning days, 67% winning trades. And sometimes we see that lower and good success also. And that sort of all circles around to good management, managing his account. And I really think that what I'm seeing here also is he is managing himself, right? Which is the first thing that you need to do. Manage yourself and then manage your account. But Matt, I think that's a good trade. He's trading NASDAQ, gold, and Nikkei. And I hope to see he does very well. Keep us posted with Matt.
Yeah, certainly will. We expect to see him putting up some profits here very shortly once we get him all set up in the live account. So we can skip on over to Justin. Justin E. Another 150K XFA trader that we ended up calling up to live. Made the decision to call him up to live yesterday. So he's been trading with us since 2023. Relatively recent, also out of New Jersey. So we got a pair of New Jersey live traders that we're bringing on board.
Hey, bada bing. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And he's from Jersey, and I'm sure, Ben, he knows what payouts are. He knows how to pay himself well.
That's right.
And I love to see that.
One way or the other, we're getting the payout. That's the New Jersey way. So, yeah, he's trading the NASDAQ and the MNQ. NASDAQ is our most popular product, so not surprising to see a lot of NASDAQ traders getting called up to live. Pretty similar number on the average daily P&L. Everyone that we've talked about so far has taken home roughly $600 a day on average. But his standout feature really is that 88% winning days. So almost 9 out of 10 days, he's walking away with profit. That's really impressive. That does a lot for your own psychology, the steadiness of your P&L curve over time. It's really impressive having that level of a winning day percentage accompanied by a 74% winning trade percentage. But he still has that. He got bit by that same bug as Sanish and Matt. He's got less than a 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio. And part of the selection of these traders was to highlight that feature. Similar to what you just said, Eddie, being able to manage yourself. Being at a less than 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio is not necessarily a bad thing. Just something you have to be aware of. You're going to have to manage yourself, and you're going to have to know, okay, I've put together a significant string of winners. Probably time to call it a day. Probably time to walk away before I have a couple of losers and I give away half of my profits, because that's what those statistics tell us. When you're on a heater, you're on a long win streak. The losers tend to be a little bit larger, and they are statistically likely to come here relatively soon. So You know, just be aware of that and manage yourself, manage your own emotions. But Justin obviously does an excellent job of that, walking away profitable 9 out of 10 days. So he's averaging 2 contracts a trade, 4 trades a day, 14 trades a day. So he's trading the least on a trade number of trades basis of the guys we talked about so far. And he's taken an aggressive $13,600 in payouts, paying himself almost every week, practically. So that he's been in the XFA. So love seeing that, booking a lot of profitable days, taking as much payouts as you possibly can as you go along. That's the right way to do it, in my opinion. That's what we love seeing. And ultimately, what everyone's here to do is not move numbers around on a screen. It's to get a nice payout and you know, improve your life, your overall quality of life, and those around you. So taking payouts is always a good thing. Pretty big disparity on the average winning day and the average losing day. Average winning day being $900 and the average loser being $1,700. So that's back to that point earlier of manage your account, manage your emotions and yourself, and recognize, you know, sometimes I can't let go of those losers quick enough. You know, and I'm on a hot win streak. It's time to walk away. His best day so far has been just over 4,000, and he's traded 32 days. So we got 3 traders that have traded very profitably over a considerable amount of time that we're talking about today. Eddie, it looks like you got a thought on that.
Yeah, I got to. Am I smoking? Is there? Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, for those that are listening and wondering, you know, what do I need to do? How do I need to do that? The thing is, I'm looking at these trade reports, and these traders are putting up $360, $250, $300. These are all separate days, $392, $311. Of course, they've got bigger days, okay, where they're seeing the market a little bit better, the market's moving a little bit better. But this is what you need to really do and commit to it, is small profits add up. These small profits, now he was trading how many days? 32 days, so that's a month of work, okay, but he's paid himself out in this account. Let's see here, yeah. So the thing is, traders and so forth, don't be pulling out the big wood looking for the home run. My God, base hits. It's in black and white here right now. That's what you need to do. And if you want to pull out that home run bat, wait until you got that foundation down. Wait until you've got that safety net, that cushion, the amount of P&L where if you do swing and miss with the home run bat, and you do take that account down, you're not busting it, and you still have a chance the next day to trade. So keep that in mind. You know, very consistent here with Justin's trades. I like what's going on here, and I'm glad that you guys brought these traders up, because their management is very well. They're not getting greedy. I don't see anything in any of these trade reports. Good stuff.
Yeah, it's an important point, Eddie. Like you're saying, we of course we highlight big winning days. They're eye popping. They're exciting. That's what everyone does this for, right? You want to be able to take home a considerable amount of money that maybe you wouldn't be at your normal job, or even if you're working 2 jobs. That's the whole point of trading, is to make considerable money. However, so many people, I think, jump in. And I actually saw a really interesting quote from, I think it was a tweet from Lance Breitstein, who's formerly I think he works with SMB now in kind of a consulting manner. But he said so often people are talking about trading psychology and how to, trading in the zone, Mark Douglas's book, and how much emphasis is put on that versus how much emphasis is put on actually having an edge in the markets, right? Actually studying the setup, something that you know has a positive expectancy. And that's what so often we see traders blow up from is, they're taking big swings at just an ordinary day. Like if you've been, loading up thinking you're going to get a trend day in the NASDAQ today, as an example, you've been getting crushed, right? But finding ways to define the variables around what are the criteria for an A+ setup for me, and how am I going to increase my size into that? That's what you need to be really studying and really researching, and working with our coaching staff and just learning more about yourself, so that when that big fat pitch does finally come across the plate, okay, you've got your bat in your hand and you're ready to do it. But you certainly shouldn't be expecting that every single day. Matt does a great job of that. I think the trader we were just, our second trader we featured today, he's got pretty steady days, and then all of a sudden, boom, 4,000, boom, 10,000. Justin, same thing. You're rattling off 200, 300, 400, and then all of a sudden he's got $2,500 day. So the excellent traders, the steady traders that don't blow up, that don't just hit big days and then blow up, that's what they're doing. In the background, they're taking it nice and light, taking small bites out of the market until all the stars align for what their core setup is and what their A+ setup is, and then taking a swing with that. So really important, but yeah, lots of commonalities across these traders we talked about today. And we're really excited to have all of them in the live account stable, and look forward to them taking some serious payouts. So anything else you have to add, Eddie?
No, I'm glad you brought up some positivities here and examples on what traders need to do. No, that's not the only path to success, but it's one that I know that Ben says he looks over probably 1,000 trade reports a week. I'm up in that number too, just doing the one-on-ones and so forth. And greed's a factor. Greed's a nasty, nasty factor in sabotaging your account. And these accounts today, these trade reports I saw, didn't really see it at all. And if you can eliminate that, eliminate emotional trading, eliminate revenge trading. I know it's easy to say, but it is a bitch to do. But if you can contain, and if you are seeing what you're doing, if you're seeing a revenge trade, if you're seeing anything that you shouldn't be doing, the greed factor, I need to get more. Let's get more. Ask yourself the question, do I really need to do that? All right. If you get a good answer, then fine, proceed. If not, if you're like sort of, well, I don't know, it's best to just call it. So, but anyway, Ben, this has been very educational for me. I love seeing the trade reports that we share with traders, and keep up the great work. You guys are doing a great job. And gosh darn it, if I need a call, by all means, call me up and tell me what I need to do.
Okay, we will. We keep a close eye on all our TopstepTV personalities trading as well. So have no fear. You'll get a shoulder tap if you're getting out of line as well. We got you, Eddie.
Either that or a kick in the ass. One of the two. I'm up for both. All right, Ben. All right, we're going to be right back here with group coaching. I don't see the pin here in the chat, but I think we might put it. Group coaching, JD and Robert. I'm going to go grab a ham sandwich. I'm going to watch this one. But Ben, you have a great day. Thanks for being with us there. We're going to take a time out and be right back with group coaching. right, this is Grip Coaching, but real quick here, coming off the wire, Uncle Jay, Fed Powell's talking about the recent data shows lack of further progress on inflation. Also saying the labor market moving into a better balance even amidst the ongoing strength. He also does say that the U.S. economy over the past year has really been quite strong, and the performance of the U.S. has been quite strong also. He's adding 12-month core PCE inflation was a little changed in March. That's according to the estimates. Anything else that is hot from the wire, I will chime in. But otherwise, guys, Group Coaching, JD, and of course, we got Robert. All you. Thank you.
Thank you for that update. Thank you for the update, Eddie. Checking out on the markets, looking at the Nasdaq right now. We're still trading inside that 5-minute range, going back to almost the open, right around 8:45 this morning. Well, yeah, since the open, since regular trading hours open, we might have extended the range just a little bit lower on that move down, maybe just by a couple ticks or two. Found a little support there. We're kind of bouncing back up to VWAP right now. Coach Robert, what are you seeing in the markets so far today? Anything worth talking about? We're in a bit of a hangover day after yesterday's big move down in equities, at least.
After that big move down from yesterday, and then waiting on this Powell talking heads here. The Fed had some. Didn't expect to see too much. I didn't expect it to be this tight. You're talking roughly like 100-point range in NQ, the one we're looking at, and it's it is what it is. Trade what you see. You can have an expectation and a hypothesis and your assumptions and your speculation, whatever you want to call it. That's all it is, and you just trade what you see. So let's get on with it.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Let's set up some relevant questions pertinent to today's sort of price action. Very first question from German says, which day is better to not operate? What are good days to sit out? So let's take today for an example. Like after a huge move like yesterday, is today the kind of day that you like to sit out? Do you anticipate range days like this? Are these the better days for your trading systems, or something like yesterday? The way you set up your systems, were you like buying new lows yesterday, trying to get in the market and like kind of getting stopped out, or do you adapt to that, or do you just not? When you see something like that happen, you just step away and then wait for something like this, more structure building days like today?
Yeah, it's a good question, JD, and a good question, German there. It's going to depend on your type of trading. I'm more on the Adobe side of things, where we're looking at the range days, but a little bit different. Where Adobe will look at the range days, say, "Oh, we're going to let's just say arbitrary numbers 50 points up and down." He's going to wait till it gets around 50 points and then short it to trade it down. Whereas a typical trading for me, I'm going to wait for it to get 50 points, see if it gets out, and then take a few pieces once it breaks out of there. Totally different styles of trading, but we're looking for the same thing. Find that range. I'm going to take pieces off the top. He's going to take it the other direction. Way to go. Both of them, right, wrong, doesn't make any difference. Just how you do it. I would be, yesterday, if I traded that way, I probably would have only had a couple of trades and then been either destroyed or not taking any more because it just dropped. When it's just a big down day the whole day, and just what are you going to get out of that for that particular style? There's no ranges. I like to see the consolidation and then take the breaks at the top or the bottom. Now, with this challenge here, it's a little bit different where I'm waiting for smaller, tighter ranges. I did take a couple trades today, a couple losses and 2 wins, I believe it was. So we're behind the 8 ball a little bit. And I ended up closing this trade out just before coming on to group coaching. I was coming back from break. And the trade that I took was right in this particular area, and I will circle it, then I'll tell you the levels. Right in that particular area there, that's what I'm looking for. You're talking around 17,900, 17,920. It just bounced between those two levels for a while, indicated here by these Renko bricks. We see them bouncing back and forth. What does that mean? It just means the market was ranging within that 20 points. It was either going to go up or was going to go down. So what I did, once it jumped into here and once it actually broke up a little above this high, I took a long and then realized that Powell was speaking about 30 seconds. As soon as it pulled back against me, I simply closed the trade for a small loss, and it went down. Now, if I was not preparing for group coaching, my trade, honest to goodness, would be right at the bottom of this level. That was the 17,920, and taking that short because, as I said in my challenge, my strategy for this particular challenge is I'm going to wait for these little consolidation areas. I'm going to take the breaks out and ride them until they turn, or I'm going to take the breaks below them to short them until they turn, which is right there. Looks like we've got more news coming in. Did I hear Morse code?
We sure did. Come on in, Eddie. What do you got?
Come on in.
Coming off hot here, saying that it is appropriate to let the policy take further time to work. All right. Also, traders of the rate futures reduce expectations for the Fed to cut rates more than once this year. Hot off the wire. Back to you, Robert.
Thank you, Eddie. Isn't that amazing? Talking on both sides, we just see it's talking went down from 17,900 to 17,840, and we are right back up to 17,900 again. It's unbelievable. So let me answer this question for German specifically. The question is, what days are better not to operate? It's going to be a pretty simple, basic answer. It's the day that doesn't match your strategy. Sometimes that's not for the entire day. It just simply, sometimes it's not for 2 days. I do not subscribe to the thing that don't trade Monday mornings, don't trade Friday afternoon. Oh, well, Friday afternoon is a little bit hesitant on, but if you're trading right toward the close of the day on Friday afternoon, you're probably behind the 8 ball, and you need to, just need to take it easy at that point. It is probably not a good time if you're trying to get those last dollars in on a Friday afternoon. So I'll backtrack on that a little bit. But if the market is not moving the way that you're anticipated, the way you like to see, that doesn't fit you, that, my friend, would be the day to not take a trade. It doesn't mean it's going to stay like that all day long. It just means that it's going to give you some pause. If it's not fitting your strategy, not fitting your style, just sit on your hands. There's no harm in that. No position is a position.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. Great question, German. Great answer, Robert. Next up, DJ wants to know, when do current contracts expire? When do we start trading June? I assume you're talking about crude oil, DJ. Crude oil should be your front month contract today. If you're trading on Topstep X, it will roll automatically. If you're trading another front end, you will need to do it manually. Best way to find out what the front month contract is to go to the CME Group website and look up the contract that you're trading. It will give you a clear answer. Follow the volume also. If you're not sure what contract is in the front month, check out that volume and open interest tab on the CME Group website for the contract that you're trading. Whichever contract has the highest volume, that is the contract you should be trading. Hope that helps you out, DJ. All right, next we're going to move on. Oh, anything you want to add?
Yeah,
to that,
additionally to that, if you're looking at outside of crude oil, if you're looking at other like indices, or other products, let's say you're trading, you're looking at June, so January, February, March, and then April, May, June. So right around the 3rd into the 4th week of June will be when the rollover is, but you want to trade the contract, like I said, with the highest volume. And we do send that information out on the weekly kickoff email, so you should subscribe to that.
Thank you, Robert. Tradecraft Media, I hope you're paying attention because we are jumping in with news when the Fed speakers are talking. There's quotes coming in the chat directly from Fed Speaker Powell, and Eddie's been jumping in with updates, so pay closer attention, please. All right, let's move on to Jayhawk. Jayhawk says, hello, Coach. I have questions regarding Dome Surface. I think it's a great tool to see both past and real-time liquidity, but don't know what to do with it. Looks like it's a lot of data for me to do something with. Seeing it makes me both happy and sad at the same time. Any help? For those of you who don't know, Dome Surface is a very similar product to a Bookmap, where you're reading basically liquidity off of a giant screen. But Robert, what do you have to say about Dome Surface? And do you?
Yeah, I saw this question and prepared it. My screen is up there. Let me minimize the Topstep X, and this is what you're looking at. This is Quant Tower. So Dome Surface is very similar to Bookmap. This is a regular 1-minute chart on NQ, but I was prepared for this, so I basically opened up the DOM surface, and I'm going to spread the channel up, and this is what the DOM surface looks like. So left side is in a 1-minute candlestick chart. The right side is the DOM surface, and I have it set to show us 100 levels up and down. Let's make this a little bigger so we can see how it looks. There it is, and it's more of a stream versus a candle. I'll move this up so we can see it. The colors that are here, these circles, are the volume at that particular level. So you can pretty much look at this really quickly and easily and see, well, let me see. If I just mouse over this right around 17,897, looks like there's some support, resistance at this time, 1238. And then it turned into support later on here about 1240. It's a constant stream. There's no time base on it. It just runs and runs and runs. As the market comes in, you can see them. You can see the bubbles here getting larger and smaller based on the amount of volume at that particular level. It's pretty cool because it's such a reactive visualization. It's not giving you necessarily more information because the market right up here at looks like around 1240 is 17,919. And if we went to that same time frame on a candlestick chart, you're going to see the same level at that point. Now I did sync these up so we can make a little square. Let's just take this section right here, showing the square. Hold on here on this one. Here we are. I'm going to, come on, Bob. Get my colors here going. There we go. So here on the right-hand side, I've just highlighted an area. Now, if you look at that on the left-hand chart, we will see that same highlight, that same highlighted area is right here on the left-hand chart. I say here it's around 17,900 to 17,920. This is what happened within that 1 minute candle that you see on the left-hand side. Okay, so it's giving us a more granular look and granular view of what's going on inside. We can see at the bottom of this candle here, 17,900-ish, we have some higher red areas, so a little bit more short, but these could be some coverings, more volume in there. We have some green volume coming in, pushing up. It's hard to see that inside of a traditional candlestick. So I believe it gives you a little more granular view as to what the market is doing inside of the candles. And you can set these levels showing different things. I'm going to widen this out a bit so we can see the market moving a little bit quicker, which we may or may not want. Let me grab the right channel here. I just want to make sure I have enough time with this. RIPS uses something like this. He uses bookmap. So it's good to see. If I should really shrink it down, you can see that it shows just a further area. Now, it's not very far. This is only from 1237 to 1243. So the whole screen, you're looking at this whole DOM surface screen. It's only 20 minutes. Well, if I'm looking at a 5 minute chart, this is 4 candles, right? So again, it's just that granular view. I do kind of like it for seeing this type of, dare I say, type of an order flow. It kind of is, but you can really visualize what is happening at the granular level inside of particular candles, taking time out of the equation. And if you know me, you know I like to take time out of the equation. JD? Did we get the mute monster for JD?
Did we lose him?
Ah,
I'm here with you.
Okay. All right, I will jump in here. A couple of quick, easy ones. Stanley says, I'm looking for a coach. Can you coach me? Well, we're coaching all day, every day on TopstepTV from a whole bunch of different coaches with a lot of different ways to trade, a lot of different advice, a lot of different setups. That's the best way to do it. You can also jump into Discord, and each coach has their own channels. You want to hang out with Coach Dakota and learn the massive stuff that he's doing over there. He's got a channel in Discord. You can catch him at 8 p.m. Central for slow markets every day. I am not the only one, and I certainly don't have all the answers by far. So that, if you're looking for a coach, that is a really good place to look. Any more market movement?
Oh, we got JD back? All right.
I'm back. That hasn't happened in a while.
It's a satellite. It's a Chinese satellite that passes over Chicago. But you know what, Robert? You had that bubble, that dome. What is that? You mentioned, like, we see RIPS has a bookmap. What was that? Was that something you put together?
Nope. This is very similar to bookmap. It is called the DOM Surface, DOM, DOM Surface, and it's in Quant Tower. It comes with the Quant Tower package on. We have level 2. You do need, I should be first say that when you get Quant Tower free with Topstep, you will need, there's an add-on to it. It's like $25. It's not from Topstep. It is an add-on from Quant Tower. It gives you all the additional stuff like range bars and other funky like hiking candles and stuff like that. You get along with it. To use this, you do need level 2 data, which is a little bit of an upcharge for inside of Topstep. You can request that right through your dashboard. Just log in, go over to your account, and request level 2. You will need that to see all this information. You'll just need that one little upgrade. But $25, for the month to see this information, that's called the cost of doing business, folks. It is worth it.
That's not a heavy price to pay for level 2 data, $25 a month. Not at all.
Not at all. One trade, close it out for the month and get to it.
Absolutely. All right, let's backtrack just a little bit. Corey says, when tracking levels, Topstep provided and self-identified, is it best to add day-to-day or to replace with new day's levels? I think the answer may be both, depending on the conditions. I believe I think you're on the right track there, Corey. It is both. There are some levels that you could keep static on your chart, something like Hoag's weekly kickoff levels. I always have those up on my charts. And then I remove things throughout the day. I always want to keep a current 3-day high, 3-day low on my charts also. So yeah, it's definitely objective.
Yeah.
Whatever works best with your trading system, that's how you should do it. But as far as, a 3-day high from 6 months ago, is that going to be relevant trading today? I really don't think so. You can don't need to muddy up your charts with that kind of stuff. So anything else to add there, Robert?
No, man, that was exactly perfect. Just put on what you think. There are some things that can stay on for a while. Hoag's weekly kickoff levels are by far, those are super, super good. And then of course you just put your own levels onto your own strategy.
Boom. All right, next up, Frederick. Frederick has 2 questions. This is functionality, Topstep X functionality. How do I convert a stop to a trailing stop, and how do I place a buy limit order higher than the current price? Both are for Topstep X. Thank you and have a great day. Part 1, how do I convert a stop to a trailing stop, and how do I place a buy limit order higher than the current price?
Okay, I can show both of those pretty quickly. I'm going to switch my layout over to a demo layout so I don't ruin what we're looking at here. This is just a regular standard demo layout. I'm also going to get off of my combine. I'm going to switch to the practice account whenever we're playing around, and let's just make everybody happy and put this on a 5-minute chart so we can all understand things a little bit better here. So first part of the question is, how do we do a trailing stop? Well, first thing I need to do is I'll need to place an order using my bracket orders. So let me save my layout. We go on the left-hand side over here under the settings area, which is the gear. And we have our position. We have our profit and target, and we have it set up to use these as a bracket order. That is step number 1. Now those were set for 100. So, and I'm on the MNQ, so we should have, I'm going to shrink this down so we can see it. I am simply going to go by market. I have to make sure that I'm on the right contract. This is a blue dot. Let me get over to my blue dot. This is the link. See, it's linked together, link to blue, link to blue. I am now on it. I am now looking at MNQ. I'm simply going to put a market order in. And there we have it. There is a market order long, and I have my brackets up and down. Well, we want to make this, we don't want to have a stop order. We want it to have a trailing stop. So let's look at that level. 17,832 looks good enough to me. I'm going to remove that. We'll go over to my order type, trailing stop. Guess what I'm going to do? What is my trailing? Number of ticks, let's put it at, it's what, 50 ticks? And that would be $100. And we're going to add a trailing stop. Now, if I did it the right way, I'm going to sell my trailing stop, and there it is. So I'm selling, let's move this down. I should probably go the other direction so we can actually see it working. But now I have a trailing stop. If the market starts heading up in my direction because I'm long, this trailing stop will trail along with it. That is all. It's not that difficult to do, and we'll see. And let's see if it actually starts going up when it should. But JD, there it is. I can see it going up 26.75, 27.5, 28.75. We can see that is trailing up right now. Switch to a smaller time frame. We can see it even better. There's a 1-minute time frame. Let's get these candles off to the side, and we can actually see it moving up. As long as the market goes 34, 36. There's your trailing stop right there, JD.
Perfect. Thank you, Robert. Hope that answered your question, Frederick. All right, let's move on. Can you explain a lower high, or I'm sorry, can you explain lower low, higher high? Basic chart pricing.
Sure.
What does a lower low and a higher high look like?
Yeah, it's just a trading term. Yeah, absolutely. Just these are right in here are pretty close. This is let me grab an area so we can all see the same thing, just to make it nice and crystal clear for everyone. Let's take this group of candles right in here where it's circled. Should be able to see that, no problem. What it means is if we take the first candle up the top, right in here. This is a red candle. I mean, pricing really doesn't matter, but it's 17,930-ish. The next candle, the high of the next candle is lower than the high of the previous. Right here, it's a green one. The high is lower than the previous high, and this low is lower than the previous low. That is simply a lower high and a lower low. So is the next one. It's a lower high and a lower low. So is the next one. What does that indicate? It indicates a downward move. Just remember that it is also, boy, I hate to say a hindsight move because these ones here on the left-hand side are the same way. We have lower highs and lower lows, but if you're catching it right around this candle, 17,878-ish, well, the move's already done, right? And it doesn't, I don't care about falling knife strength right now. I just want to just demonstrate the lower high and lower low is an indicative of a downward move. The opposite would be true for an upward move. We have a higher low. The low of the candle is higher than the previous, then a higher high. The high of the candle is higher than the previous high. That's really all it means. Higher high, higher low, upwards. Lower high, lower low, downward move. That's it. JD.
All right.
One more time. There we Eddie, we got a tag team today.
That's good. Now, let me ask you something, Robert. Got a lot of suggestions here, for the TopstepX account. Where can we, if you can pull it up here on your screen here, any suggestions or anything if we find bugs here for X, where can we go to post those? A lot of new people here today.
Yeah, well, the bugs are going to be submitted if it's a bug problem that goes into support. And if you tag that it's a bug when you're filling out the form, tag that it's a bug and it's in TopstepX, it goes to a special group. Several of us worked on that group like last week or week before when it was really busy. So that's where the bugs would go. Now, if you have a request, if you want to see something or have an idea, that's where we would use right inside of TopstepX. On the left side panel down the bottom, there's a question mark. When we click on the question mark, the left side does have that support area where you can go and hit your support resources and help center and go into live chat and submit those bugs. But if you want a feature request, that's in the center right here. You can give feedback. See, help us shape the platform. If you have an idea, request something cool you want to do, submit it right there. Click on create a post, enter your information for your post, submit your post, and it will go right in the list with the rest of them. This is a cool one, max position sizing. If you like with this setting, if you want to see this on the right-hand side, you can vote it up and then tell how it's important. Yeah, I think this is nice to have. And there you go. It sends the survey. And now this just got upvoted to 2. And then you can watch the progress on that as well by looking at the roadmap. And it will tell you what is finished. It will tell you what is working on. And look at what we have here. Look at this one in progress. The next one on the list, micro to mini. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's going to make a lot of people happy. There you go.
It's
so
coming,
you can follow
folks.
that, and you can click on this right here, and on the right-hand side, check this out. I am going to click Get Notified because I want to see when that sucker is going to be available. Micros to minis, upvoted 254 times. It is in progress. It's the next highest in the list. That is getting done first. We can see it. It's a platform for traders, by traders. If you want to see something, you want to dump it in YouTube chat, hey, we'd love to hear from you. It doesn't do anything. Go into the platform, submit it, let other traders go. This is a fabulous idea. Upvote the hell out of it. It will move it to top of the list. Development team will get on it and get it out there sooner than later. Micros to minis is next in the list, folks.
Yep. Follow-up question from John R. He's got a couple here asking, when are shortcut keys for buy and sell going to be available on TopstepX? And when can I start exporting my trades to Excel sheet from TopstepX? Well, Robert just showed you how to find those on the roadmap and what their position is in the queue. So keep yourself updated on TopstepX updates. All right. We got time for one more quick one. This is right in your wheelhouse from Jay. Jay wants to know what's the difference between the tick chart and the hourly chart?
Oh, okay. Well, first
Aside
of
from
all,
one being
chart is
time-based. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the hourly chart, so it is a time-based chart. So it's going to plot a candle every time an hour goes by. 15-minute chart, it's going to plot a candle every time 15 minutes goes by. A tick chart And let's click on it while we're talking here. I'm going to choose, I have it on my screen at the top, 500 ticks. So you're looking at a 500 tick chart on MNQ. All that means is going to plot a candle once 500 ticks of movement has happened. If the market goes up a tick, that's 1. Goes up a tick, that's 2. Goes up a tick, that's 3. Goes down a tick, that's 4. Down a tick, that's 5. Up a tick, that's 6. As soon as we get to 500 ticks of movement, we're going to plot a candle. Was that too loud? Sorry about that. It's going to plot a candle. So it's showing us that how fast the movement, it's not time-based. You may have 3 or 4 candles plot like bam, 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 right in a row, but then another candle may take a little while to plot. So although it is not a time-based chart, it looks like one because they're regular, just real types of candles. So that would be my vote, would be in between like a range chart and Renko chart. So for me, range, Renko, tick, time-based. Only a matter of preference, but that's your difference. One is going to plot on time once it's elapsed time, and one is going to plot based on the number of ticks once that number of ticks has elapsed. I think that'll do.
That will do it. Thanks, Robert. Appreciate it. Thanks you for all the questions. And Eddie, thank you again for popping in with those updates. Very much appreciated. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be right back with Market Stalking with D. You're going to get another hour of Coach Robert. They're going to be joined by Eddie. After that, we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre Hogue, and Austin Silver is coming back. So stick around. Plenty more tradertainment coming your way right after this short break.
Welcome back, Market Stalking with Deeyana. And of course, Coach Robert. Deeyana, how are you today?
I'm all right. I've just come away from my own live stream, so we're hoping to continue some of the narrative in gold that we've seen. So yeah, let's see what we've got.
What was
chat
the
gold.
main conversation?
The main well, there's always a lot of conversation because it's 90 minutes, right? But yeah, we were talking about risk-off events, and we were also talking about combines. We were talking about Topstep X. We were talking about a whole bunch of stuff. And yeah, so everybody agreed that Topstep X is cool. Everybody wants to jump on it. They're like, are they live? Are they live? And I'm like, they're no public yet. so
soon, yeah, we'll be doing this soon. But
yeah,
we want to make sure it's
there's
right.
a lot of interest. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I said. I said it's still beta testing, beta testing, however you want to call it. So yeah, I think there's a lot of interest about the lockout button. And somebody even said it made him into a completely different trader. So that was very interesting to hear. And I'm not surprised because it's something that traders need. We sometimes need to be saved from ourselves. And that's one good way to do it.
I did that yesterday on both accounts. And it was early.
Nice.
Markets ran in my favor afterwards. But you know what? I did not get upset about it. I wasn't worried about it. Didn't have the FOMO. My decision was made. I committed to closing the accounts, shutting them down, locking them up, and I was happy with the outcome. The woulda, coulda, shoulda was never there.
It was a tough day. Like one thing that I'm doing this week because of all the stuff that we have from the Middle East, I'm telling everybody to be really careful. And if they want to keep trading, just go to micros. Just go to micros. You can stay out, but today practice account is one way to do it. I didn't want to stay out of the market completely, so I am down to a couple of micros or 3 micros, depends on the opportunity. I'm running a long gold at the moment from 23.98.8. Again, very small, and I've increased my stop loss size as a disaster stop just to desensitize the position to the craziness that we've seen. I mean, gold is like, over 350 ticks for the session. That's a big range. So obviously I don't want to, plow in with a full size and then just get smacked in the face for like $500 in like the space of 3 seconds. So obviously I'm just controlling my risk that way. I'm still very long biased on gold. I still think there's room to keep going higher. So we do have, let me have a look at what's going on with equities, because during the times of risk on or risk off, you want to look at a few core markets across the board, and that will give you an idea of what is going on. Yesterday, we had a typical risk-off day where equities were smashing down, gold was screaming up. So if you manage to recognize that on time, you shouldn't fight those moves because they are so relentless. But it obviously takes a while to live through those events before you can start recognizing them. And they don't come every day. They're fairly rare. So it's just time spent through irregular events, black swan type moves. So that's kind of what saved me yesterday. So I did come away. I think it was about 400 in profit or something, which was still fine. It was pretty good. Again, traded very small.
Deeyana,
managed to. Yep.
You mentioned black swan moves. What is a black swan move?
Well, it's not a bird, that's for sure. So it's basically an event that nobody can expect, that comes out of nowhere, and that has a massive impact on the market. Type of black swan events was the credit crunch of 2008, COVID lockdowns. So basically anything that causes an uproar across the board. It's something that is extremely challenging to trade because it always comes with extraordinary volatility. But as the old saying goes, in chaos, there's opportunity. You just need to know where to look, right? And one thing to look is to size down, to make sure you desensitize your positions by sizing down, maybe increasing stop loss sizes. Revisit your stop loss size. Because, like, for example, I usually use about like 30 to 35 ticks on gold. I can't use that now because, that's like a 10th of the move that we're seeing. That's too small. That's not going to last 3 seconds. So obviously you need something that's going to give you time to react to whatever is coming. And trading from a position of fear and doubt is never what you want to be doing. You want to trade without the fear, and you want to follow your plan. So I have a pretty good way to sift out whether I should be trading with full size or size down. And then I also have a way to scale my stop losses. But, all of that comes with experience and obviously living through some of those events and also messing it up with some of them, especially early on in my career. It teaches you a lot. It's that experiential data that nobody can really teach you. You can only live through them yourself and see how they feel. And then realize, oh God, I need a different approach for this. And since then, every time we have these sort of moves, I just size down and I allow the position to breathe within reason, obviously. So it's almost like running swing trades intraday, because those are the kind of sizes of stops that I tend to use in these situations. And it's enabled me to stay pretty calm and to make perfectly rational decisions on the day.
Real
so now
quick here, we've got
it's still
NASDAQ.
moving.
Yeah, NASDAQ here, buyers strong here. We're watching gold also. NASDAQ up to 17,941.75, top and a high here. 45 is the high. See if we can get to it. Gold right now trading 2407. Also the ES running here. Nice run here on the bull here, 5113. High of the day, 5120. And of course, crude also moving north, 85.43, still at the high of 85.73. That's an update here on our markets. And Deeyana, you mentioned a word, desensitizing. It's the thing is, when I was taught on the floor, obviously when the market was open, tragedy had hit a lot of places on the planet. And the thing is, as a trader, our job is to trade. And no matter how bad or how good the news is, our job is to trade. Whoever it gives the market a good move, a bad move. And that word desensitizing was taught to me on the trading floor. Something, gosh, 9/11 happened. That was horrendous. But
awful.
The thing was that there were still people looking to trade. And I finally realized that, that your job, if you are, and you consider yourself a trader, you need to trade and take it. It sounds nasty, but it take advantage of the market movements.
Yeah, if the building that you're trading from is not falling, you trade. That's, the core thing that we do. And it's maybe not something that everybody agrees with, but that's what we're here to do. We're here to collate and aggregate the data that's coming out of such bad news, and then to try and profit from it. That's maybe a slightly uglier side of being a trader, profiting from, bad events, but we also profit from good events, So when things start moving in the right direction, we have lovely, trending markets that we can take advantage of as well. So it works both ways. But yeah, desensitizing the position, it just simply means not being smacked in the face with the normal position that you would trade with, and then going, what the hell happened? So you need to stand back and reassess how you're going to approach any trades that you take in this environment. I know some people just completely stay out. I still like to be involved for the purposes of experience. And I have lived through a few of these events before. So I kind of know how I can approach them, if that makes sense. But desensitizing the position via lowering your size, widening your stop, to give yourself time to react in light of new increased volatility, that's what desensitization means.
Right.
And it's going to save your butt so much, going forward.
Yes, cover your butt. Speaking of covering,
Cover your butt.
buyers are covering here nicely here. NASDAQ new high 17. What do we got here? 81.5. Also in the S&P, the little sister following along very closely. We did hit the 51.20s. We did hit the 51 quarters. 51 halves is the high, and still lingering around there. Also, gold still making a push here, and I'm going to kick crude a little bit and see if we can get back into the game here. Robert, what are you doing over there? Anything cooking on your end of the spectrum.
Yeah. Well, when you're on and talking and you're taking group coaching and then your setup comes through, and then you switch over to when you trade and the setup has already gone by, there's not too much you can do. But I'm sorry I wasn't able to jump onto this one ahead of time. But those are the breaks. There will be another bus around the corner, as we always say.
Yes.
I did write up the plan for this micro challenge that I will be delivering to everybody. I'm not going to go through the whole thing here, just a screenshot of what I wrote in here. This is the steps to it. This is the process I'm doing, and this is the strategy with some charts and some screenshots. I'll be getting that out to everybody that wants to follow along, because I'm going to try to stick to the rules.
For those that are wondering what Robert
Yeah.
just put there, he is trying to pass a combine, correct? 50K combine with the micros, exclusive. Trading only micros. So what is your progress? What's your P&L on the account?
Well, the P&L is down a little bit to start with. And before I go there, I'm not only passing with micros, I'm passing with micros as if I were trading an XFA, meaning no more than 2 because of the scaling plan. Okay. And then I'm targeting I want to make sure they get 5 days of over $200 so I can work towards a payout. What I'm doing is I'm preparing myself for when I become funded, instead of throwing a bunch of stuff at the market and then needing to change my strategy to a different area, once I get in there. So that's the whole approach. The P&L right now is down a bit, and the reason it's down a bit, honestly, is because the first few days I tried trading this, I didn't do it right. I was trading it as if like I already knew how to trade my other way, by trading, short-term trades using a couple of minis. It just didn't work out. It's just not the way. I have to redo my whole strategy, my whole way of thinking around this. And this is entirely what this challenge is all about. It's not just a challenge to prove this, prove to myself also, and say, what do I need to do to make a change? I'm trading instruments that I don't typically trade at times. I typically don't trade them with parameters I don't usually use on a chart that I don't have. And it's a full-blown challenge to myself. I didn't do good the first couple of days. I was trading it incorrectly. I took a look over the weekend, put a plan together, and that's what you saw, and that's what I'll be giving out to everybody. And then a little bit Friday, Monday was good. Today I'm down slightly. I'm down $62, and that was for this section right here, right around 11:30 or so today. You can see the 12:30 trade I had right down at the bottom. That was right in this area, but it just wasn't the opportunity. All I'm doing is very, very, very simple. I'm just waiting for a couple of blocks, these Renko bricks to stick together. They're 10 points high. So when the market is ranging 20 points back and forth, I'm just going to take a break above or a break below and wait for the next reversal to get out of my trade and, of course, manage my stop. So that's really it. It's nothing. It's not rocket science, and it's going to force me to slow down. It's going to force me to hold on to my trades, and it's going to force me to pick my spots articulately and following a plan. And that is your challenge.
Yeah, I do remember there was a day when we were like, Robert, how are you doing? And you're like,
oh my God, that's right. You were there. Like, I'm dying. This is killing me.
What's up? Breathe.
That's what I did at Deeyana. I think you were there, and that's when I just had to this is not going to work this way. It's just simply it's not the correct way to trade this environment with this setup and this strategy. It just wasn't right. And it proved itself not right. It was down a couple $100 on day between the first day and the second day. I think it was 180 and then like another 80. I'm like, this is not working. So I spent the weekend going over, putting a plan together. And we did okay the other day, and we just took this first loss right here. But hey, you know what? A second loss, excuse me. And that's it. We'll once it starts ranging, and it's opportunity too, folks. We're running production here. We can't just look at these all the time. We kind of keep it off on a screen and say, oh, what is that looking like over there? Can I jump in there and then let it go? That's what we have to do behind the scenes. And sometimes you miss the moves, but you know what? There'll be another one coming around. There's no sweat on this. It's a simple challenge. And hopefully some folks will follow along, and everybody can possibly learn something, including myself. I learned something on day 1 and then again on day 2. So it's a constant battle and a constant growth pattern we're in here. So it's a challenge. We'll see how we do.
I would say it's a typical Kolb's experiential learning cycle. So you have the abstract theory, then you test it, do some trades, then you go back to review, you improve, and you come back stronger. And you keep doing that.
Exactly.
And keep doing that. I wish that there was like a comment on one of the videos. Actually, for Power Hour, you guys posted it and somebody asked, oh, how long did it take you to... And honestly, I wish that somebody told me about the reviewing part in the first like 2 years of starting to trade, because I didn't really know about it until I got to the prop world, which is already like 5-6 years into my career. Because I did pretty well as a swing trader, and then I was like kind of fish out of water wanting to do intraday trading. And there's a guy next to me doing like an options trade for like $500,000, and my entire pot at that time was probably about £220,000, which I thought was amazing. But then there's this guy next to me who's like doing much bigger, and I was like, oh, what have I gotten myself into? And then he was actually somebody who talked to me about improving and you're reviewing your trades, and I was like, I've never done that. It's a great idea.
There you go.
So I started doing that as well. And the amount of progress that I saw, literally like within a week, it was crazy. Like you suddenly become aware of the stupid things that you're doing that are really hindering your performance, and they're just there. And you're like, why do I keep doing that? Like, there was this thing where I kept trading the open, and most of my losses were at the open. So I'm like, why am I trading the open? Like, I should just stop. It's so revealing.
How did you remind yourself the things not to do?
How did I remind myself? Well, Post-it notes. I have so many Post-it notes, yeah, but also flow diagrams. So whenever I was working with a new process, if I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to do, even when the trade is open, I would do like a little execution flow. So it's like, this happened, then if we reach this level, I do this. And just visualizing that on a flow diagram, that was really helpful for me. I'm a very, very visual person. So trying to keep it all in my head, it didn't work for me, but just laying it all out. And I mean, even now, if I show you some of these, they're like, profile open, that's my open sentiment, my levels, then I've got some price action, this, check this. It's literally just reminding me what to keep track of once I'm already in a trade. So Post-it notes, guys, go get some.
You can't go wrong with that, because it's a constant reminder in front of you constantly. I've got Post-it notes here on reminders throughout the day. I would highly suggest that. It's only going to help you. It's only going to remind you when you're in a trade and you're stressed out, you're wondering, oh my God, what do I need to do? And you see the Post-it note that says, do not revenge trade. All right, that's a good reminder, because I would have forgot about that. I was going to put a position on right now. So
I also have
CYA.
alarms on my phone. So that's another thing, because with the way crude oil in particular trades, there's certain times of day when certain price events are pretty high probability, like reversals intraday and all of that. And a lot of the times when I was still a new prop trader, I would be staying in a trade past those times, even though my review said that I need to bail at that time. So I started doing alarms. So now I actually still have them on my computer. So they just pop up and they go, hey, bail. But I mean, at this point, a lot of the times that's quite ingrained in me. So I already know it's coming. I'm not like sitting there going, oh my God, now what? So alarms, Post-it notes, like anything that you can remind yourself and to tell yourself, this is what the review said, this is what the data says, follow it now. You can even do alerts that come to your phone directly. So you receive a text message and you go, oh, who likes me? And then you're like, it's an alert from the trading platform. Okay. Fun.
Who likes me?
Hey,
just
guys,
over the chat, thank you, Johnny Hoagland. Real quick here, NASDAQ Delta plus 4,600. NQ Delta plus 4,600. Thank you, Hoag. Robert, you were saying.
Yeah, I saw that Delta come over. Good thing you jumped on there, Eddie. I was going to do the same thing. I'm going to switch the charts exactly the same. I'm just going to switch over to practice accounts. We can put a trade on for those that want to see these types of bars moving around. That way, it's not going to make any difference to the process I'm doing. We have a Delta. We see this coming down. The market's coming down, 17,870. What if we want to buy this area, buy this low? We think that it's come down far enough, and we'll have our risk on here. So we'll let it go down a little bit further until we get to the low. I need to watch my real chart so I can see what's going on. And then we'll take a long, and we can just see how this happens and see if we can get the bounce back up again.
Real quick, Robert. Gosh, what a different side of the coin here. We got the NASDAQ selling off here big, S&P selling off. Looks like gold's going to join the party. And crude is saying, hey, wait for me. Pushing all the way here. S&P's down to 50, 83.5. We're looking at a low of 78.75. And right now here, the NASDAQ here, 17,855 quarter. Low of the day, 17,818. And gosh, I tell you, it's a roller coaster here right now this afternoon. Back to you, Robert.
Yeah, big difference from earlier today where we were just chopping there on the NQ versus within less than 100 points or 100-ish point range all day long. Now we're back down to yesterday's low, April 15th low, roughly. We have the overnight low below that at 17,800. What do we say we take a long here for the bounce? This is a practice account, so we have nothing to fear, and we'll move this off to the side. We will watch what happens. And we'll see if we can ride this back up to the highs again. If not, we get stopped out. I'm going to reduce my risk just a little bit more. And we'll just watch and we'll see what happens. We're up $22. Let's just let it ride up, see what happens. We can watch this thing work as we're going back and forth.
Yeah, there's a neutral day. There's a bit of a bit of danger of risk off kicking in at any one point. This is why I'm not really that keen to short gold, because risk off means equities selling off, gold and crude oil usually going up. And that happened really late yesterday, comparatively. We should have ended the session with like a nice auction fade, and it should have just died. Instead, gold went into this like massive uptrend. So again, I was partly expecting that to happen because of all the news that we had over the weekend. So that's the only thing to just keep in mind in case we get some late news coming out of the Middle East. Everything is really sensitive to headlines at this point.
G, do you got a position on?
Yeah, I've got a long gold from 23.98.8. So 23.98.8.
Long gold, 23. All right, it's trading to 403s right now. And Robert, what's your position and contract size?
Yep, absolutely. I'm in one contract. It's a practice account. It's one contract MNQ, and the entry price is 17,858 quarter.
Okay. See if we can get those posts up here on the screen. Let our traders know where we are in gold and mini NQ. Now, Robert, what's the difference here? Is there much of a difference? I know a lot of us trade NQ with the minis. Is it just time-wise, volume-wise? I mean, do we see a lot of action here in the minis versus the micros?
They're very similar products. They are a different product, so there's going to be a slight difference between the two of them. Maybe a tick or two off. I've seen it if there's a lot of slippage going on there, a lot of market movement. They are different products. Just be clear on that one. So
how different?
And it's a 10-to-1. It's a 10-to-1. So the NQ is $20 per point or handle. Yep. And the MNQ is $2. I'm going up. It's going to my favor. I'm going to punch in one more. We're going to go 2 micros long. It makes me average 17,866. And we're going to run this up. I'm actually going to bring my target down. We are getting right now. So hey, we'll see. It works or it doesn't. I just want to share what these Renkos look like for traders who don't want to use their own money, risk their own account. You can just see how they go. They're just going to plot every time the market moves 10 points. If it takes an hour, we'll have one block if it only moves 10 points. If it takes a few seconds, we'll have a couple in a row. To me, price wins over time. It's just a matter of how traders like to trade. If neither one of those matters if you're trading a DOM, like we don't look at candles, right? If you're trading a DOM, we don't look at time. If you're trading a DOM, it's just the different way of looking at it. And I always like to expand and I like to share as I'm going along with things. So that's all we're doing.
So if you're trading, you're just trading the DOM? Because what I like to do is I like to watch momentum on both. I like to see, the DOM is like a tug of war. Who's winning it? Back and forth, and all of a sudden one side pulls up a little ahead, and now you're seeing some market movement. But just looking at the charts themselves, it's sort of, what it does is it tells me a story. And if you're looking to see what this story is about, you look at the big picture. Move out. I got a 15-minute every day. I will do a daily or weekly, a daily, hourly, and then I set my 15-minute as my destination, just so I get a look to see what happened prior, any levels that we hit. What did we do when we hit those levels before? Not to say that's going to happen again, but it's good to give you an idea where the traders are. So that's something that I like to use both. And you just trade off the dome, huh?
If I look at the dome, and I'm going to switch to a screen real quick to show you, but I want to also update. I closed those positions. It popped up. It got over $100 for those two positions. I simply flattened my position at that point, closed them all out. That's it ended up being like $112. I was down a little bit, so my P&L right now is $80. But folks, this is exactly what I'm trying to do with this. That was 2 micros right here live. The market came down to a level, hovered around the April 15th low. I went long, had a stop in place, went my direction. I threw my second contract on. I closed out for $100 and some odd profit. You do that twice, you can take a payout. So I'm not trying to prove like easiness. I'm just saying how simple we can keep it. Nothing else is on here. There's no indicators, no nothing. We literally just said, hey, it's at the lower it was before. Let's see if we can take it long. Went in my favor, took the money out, and closed the trade. Now, Eddie, here's your DOM. I already have it set up. DOM only.
Okay.
I set a layout, and this is what they all look like. That's just 6 DOMs in a row with the main products that we trade. So some traders can trade only off DOMs. I cannot do this, but that's what it would look like.
Yeah.
So there's
what do you use? You use a DOM?
I use a combination of things. So rather than just looking at the DOM, I actually prefer to use Bookmap for momentum around my entries. So that's more helpful to me than just looking at the DOM. Although I will look at the DOM to see whether there are any large orders that might be a draw of liquidity. However, when it comes to price velocity, to me, looking at Bookmap is actually pretty helpful. Even though I'm a core supply and demand and profile trader, once the price arrives at my level, I want to see whether somebody else is thinking of the same thing that I'm thinking of. And then typically, if I am right, for a reversal trade, for example, you will see a very, very increased, kind of like a flurry of activity. And then suddenly you will have these orders that kind of shoot up or down in a vertical manner. That's very, very easy to see on Bookmap. So this is why I've started using it like for the last year or so. Just looking at the DOM, to me, it's a bit too much. And, so I prefer to visualize things. Again, I'm a very visual person. So to figure out exactly how much momentum is there, I need a little bit more rather than just the DOM. That's just me. But then again, I never worked in the open outcry pits. I was always an electronic screen trader. So having something that visualizes the auction around my level is more helpful, if that makes sense. And just seeing those pops in price, that's what sometimes will push me into a position, or sometimes I actually change my mind and I go, actually, I'm wrong, because there's like a load of opposite orders coming in. So I'm not going to go against that. So it's definitely like a more discretionary side to a part of my trading. But when it comes to levels, they are high probability levels for certain times of day. There's no doubt about it. So until the price arrives at my level, I'm not going to stare at Bookmap and just, make my eyes bleed. But once it's there, I like to see what's going on.
That's smart. Use the tools that you have available. A lot of suggestions, a lot of things that you might see that something you're not familiar with. And if that's something, ask questions about it, and hopefully we can answer those. Now, just coming off the chat here, we see this a lot. Up on the day. All right. Up nicely on the day. And then ended up, let's just say, up 2,000 on the day. And you end the day down 700. What is something, Dee, that you share with your traders to ensure that you're not doing that? That's the worst thing that you can do, is have a real nice day, give it back and more. And I mean, that's just a setback, and we don't want that.
It is. Yeah. So I solved that with a number of trades per day. Now, in my methodology, the Mark Stoker's method, we typically aim for 2R multiples. So twice the amount of what you risk is your target. If you've not had any profitable trades in the day, you need to bail after the second full loss. So if you're down 2R on the day, you stop. If you're already up on the day, you have some budget. Again, if you lose 2 trades on the bounce, you're down for the day. If you're up, let's say 4R, on some days you might be right a lot, right? And you're like smashing it. You're reading the market really well. It happens to me fairly often where I get the market right in one direction and then I get it right in the other direction. So like one trade is like 2R, the other trade is maybe 1R. So I'm sitting at 3R. If I lose one trade or if I lose full 1R, I will walk away. Because it's like at that point, you're just risking everything that you've made. That's not what we're trying to do. So you already did your job, save the money. So I will allow myself 30 to 50% off the high mark, but I do have a point where I will keep trading. However, if you guys know how I trade, I very rarely take the full stop. So I will typically bail out of my trades before that happens. I don't advise new traders doing that because you still don't have enough like sort of proof of concept that whatever you're doing is correct. So messing with over management means that on a lot of the days you will actually over manage yourself out of a trade and then it goes to target. And now you're sitting at like 0.5R. So you only made like a fraction and you're staring at it doing exactly what you wanted it to do. So I try to force people not to overtrade. And the way also I do it, so we have the 2R multiples as a target. You shouldn't really do too many more trades that you're going to lose on the day that will vastly overshoot your target for one trade. Because if you do, it's going to be very hard to come back from that. So instead of pushing the envelope forward constantly, you're going to be like 1 step forward, 3 steps back, 1 step forward. So you have to be a little bit more mindful of that budgeting. People call it risk management, but I prefer to call it as budgeting because we're not necessarily managing risk, we're managing profits and try to hold on to profits. So that's why higher risk reward will always win over high accuracy.
Now, Dee, let me ask you, how do we know if we're over trading? How do we know that we're a 5 trade a day person? How do we know that we're a 50 trade a day person? How do we know that we're a sniper, one trade?
I think that many new traders will not be the type of people that do 20 trades a day and do really well. I think that comes with time. Doing more trades and still coming out successful. And even then, it's extraordinarily difficult to keep doing that over and over. This is why only the very few people that you see are successful scalpers because they know when to stop. They have that extraordinary discipline, which, let's face it, most people don't have. But, you know, there are a few individuals who are completely able to do a few trades, you know, do 20 trades in quick succession and then walk away. But even then, you will notice that a lot of those trades are part of a core idea. It's not going to be like 20 random trades. Let's go long, let's go short, let's go long. It's like, let's say 1 gold, and then you try one, and then you see it maybe dying off a little bit with momentum. Let's try again. But it's all the same of the core. It's all the same trade idea. Like, for example, I've got a long trade on in gold. One trade idea that I have that is that 2400 is going to stay. And I've probably done about 3 trades around this idea today, depending on what was going on in the markets. But that doesn't mean it's like, oh, it's a new trade. So from in my head, when I'm doing multiple trades around the same idea, that's not kind of going long, short. So here's one trick. If you start flipping and flopping, I'm going long. Oh no, now I'm going short. Oh no, I'm going to go long again. That's usually a terrible sign. So you need to stop, take a breath, go do something else. It means that you're not reading the market correctly. You're just literally just in the throes of price action and you have no idea, no plan, or you've lost the plot on the day. So at that point, you're like, okay. Anytime I start going long, then short, then long, I'm like, whoa, hold on. What's happening?
That's the
and
chase.
then I typically zoom out. I zoom out. So I stop looking at 2 minute and 5 minute in the book map. And I'm like, let's see what the next 30-minute candle does. That might give me a clue. And that's why I'm generally pretty good at bailing myself out on the day, even if my day didn't go well. As long as I didn't oversize it, I'm nowhere near my daily loss limit, I'm able to pull it back by the end of the day. So this is, you know, one thing that you kind of develop over time. But my first trigger in my head. Whenever I start flipping and flopping, I'm like, I have no idea what's going on here, so I need to stop. So I advise anyone who gets themselves into, it's kind of like, well, Anne-Marie calls it a kerfuffle. So that's a kerfuffle, right? You're like, long, short. Just take a breath, do something else, come back, zoom out, and come up with a plan, and then assault it again.
Right. I mean, the thing is, that's an effing kerfuffle when you got yourself in that position. But, think of it, and I know I've talked to Mick about this. Treat your account as your business and commit to that. Because if you do, revenge trading, emotions, they should be sitting wayside. They should be nowhere near the account. What you're looking to do is improve that account like a business. Now, the worst thing that I see is, 75% off going out of business sale. That was somebody's dream, right? That was somebody's dream to have a business, and it's failed. Same thing should be with your account. It's not a gamble. You're not just clicking the mouse, hoping customers come in. I mean, obviously you do that as a business, but for an account, you've really got to be thinking not what's going to make you feel better, but what's best for the account, right? No matter if you want to, man, I want to get in again. I want to get in again. And the thing is, it's probably best that you don't. It's probably best that you call it a day. You got a nice profit sitting there. No reason to risk it. And that's when greed kicks in. Oh, gosh, the market's moving again. Let's get in. Sure. You put a profit.
It's because it's so easy.
It is.
But it's so easy. See, I do the opposite of, I say this all the time, I do kind of the opposite of most people, where if I've made money on the day, I will size down. But at the same time, the more time goes on in the day, the more probability that I start reading the market better. At least that's been my experience, because, with the profile, you get more data coming in. So you're like, okay, so that's happening now. But most people do the opposite. They start big, get themselves into a hole, then they size down. Well, that's never going to work, is it? From a numbers point of view, because unless you have a massive trade that you've already done, and then you can play around with that budget, what's going to happen is that you have one trade that maybe got to 1-to-1. A lot of people do that here. And then you size up the next trade. Well, if you lose a full one of those, you're going to be down -1. Like, why? So use the math. Use the math. It's like, it's our friend. Numbers on our side.
It's
that's what we
our
want.
friend. In this business, you got to make as many friends as possible, especially starting with the markets. Robert, how you doing over there with those micros?
We're doing good. I pulled up the bookmap screen. It's technically not bookmap, to be clarified. This is Quant Tower's DOM surface. It's very, very similar to bookmap. Bookmap is first, bookmap is the king, but it's very, very similar, just because I had it up on the last session I was doing. It's exactly like you said. When things are bouncing all over the place, just get off of these little things, get off of the small pieces. Step back, look out a little bit. Even though you and I have different instruments and different styles of trading, everything you said I'm in 100% agreement with, because that's the philosophy of things. Just stop. Don't go in all the way. Try it out a little bit. Get things going your way. If you're up big, you don't have to give it all back. Just go half of it. Just preserve some. If you don't have any money to trade, you can't trade. So we're in the same agreement. I just wanted to show what this looked like when you're talking about these little bubbles of liquidity areas. It's just an interesting tool. It's just another tool. It's like a trend line. It's like a volume profile. It's like market profile, levels, TPOs. They're all different ways of looking at the same information. How do we want to see today's high? Well, you can pick your poison. What do you want to look at? Do you want to look at a DOM? Do you want to look at the bookmap with these bubble charts and DOM surface? Do you want to look at just the DOM itself? Do you want to look at a 5-minute chart and scroll out so you can see them all? Do you want to look at a daily chart and look at one candle at the top? It's all the same information. It's how you want to view it that's going to make the most sense to you for your style of trading. So I just wanted to make sure I shared that on there, and I'm going to put them right next to each other. We will shrink down the DOM surface and look at it so we can compare it right next to a 1-minute chart. That's the same information. That's a 1-minute chart.
Now, how are you reading that, Robert?
And the DOM surface on the right. I'm sorry, sir?
How are we reading this?
The DOM surface, well, they're the same price levels. So on the right, wow, okay, look at this. It looks like I have to renew them. Let me just get rid of that screen for a moment.
No, don't renew it. Yeah. It's going to
I've
open
got
up
book
your.
That's interesting.
I can show something similar actually. So
please switch to book maps so we can see what you see on your oil. That'd be great. Thanks, Deeyana.
So I'm going to use gold for this. So up
screens.
here, I don't know whether we can change to my screen.
We get to that. We got that check.
Yeah.
There it is.
So up here,
Thank you.
you have a whole bunch of stacked orders that represents liquidity, but also a supply zone. Why do we know it's a supply zone? Because sellers came in from there. So that's Bookmap. And now if I switch to the regular 5-minute chart, well, where do we see sellers coming in? From this area here. So like Robert says, it's exactly the same type of information, just organized in a slightly different way. One thing that you can see in Bookmap is the real-time bubbles, which represents the size of orders that are coming into the market. So not only do you get the resting orders that are there as a result of previous inventory that was located at certain levels of interest for institutional participants, those that can really move the market, you can also see the real-time price action and whether there's extra buyers or sellers, and also levels of interest. So here I can see that there's still some people interested in 2404 level. And then also way down, we have some orders also interested in picking up some stuff at 2402. We can also see that on regular charts, right? So it's literally the same thing. It's just what floats your boat. So I'm very comfortable with Bookmap because I find it kind of an addition to what I can already see in the market via the supply and demand levels, because I've done supply and demand from the very beginning. So I started trading in 2007, but I didn't really start with supply and demand until 2008. So that's a long time to stare at these kind of levels of previous inventory. And this is why some of us are getting involved at areas of previous inventory. So it's exactly like a business. Somebody had interest here. So that's what we're looking for. We might sell through that. So we might sell when we get to that level. But it can also, like, depending on the context, this is where it gets a little bit complicated. But depending on the context, you as a trader have to decide whether this level is good for an actual sell or whether you're expecting the market participants to ignore this on the next run. And typically what supply and demand traders who didn't have access to Bookmap used to do, we used to look at whether the level was tested before already. So the more times the level gets tested, the less orders are going to be sitting there until at some point they break through it. So if a level gets tested, that immediately weakens the level. And it's a very unique way of looking at things. So rather than being, oh my God, I need to go long or short, you just go, okay, this is where sellers came from. This is where buyers came from. So now we have that range to play with. And depending on how the market participants act around it, so we see that this level was already tested. This level was also already tested multiple times. So this could be a range day from now on until the market close. But one of these sides might actually give way. This is where you start going up in the chart. So rather than staring at just one little tiny time frame, zoom out, see where we are. And you can see that right now demands are actually pretty strong. Zoom out, go to a higher time frame and look at the same thing. So where are the buyers? Where are the sellers? Also, did the sellers manage to keep the price away for long enough time, like several candles away from it? Well, right now, no, not on this 30-minute chart. I'm actually seeing some strength here, where every time we get there, not only do we not manage to keep the price away from the level, we're still pushing into it. That's bullish. That means, for my liking, I would be expecting this high to get broken because the buyers just keep stepping in. And there's one thing that my indicator didn't pick up here, but I can see it with my eyes. It's this demand in the middle of nowhere. If you see there's a bullish wick, buying buyers stepped in. So it didn't even spend any time there. It just touched it. So first area of demand that was touched, more buyers stepped in, and now we're pushing. So, that's, if you learn to analyze the markets in a more systematic way, you're going to see a lot of stuff that probably 90% of other retail traders who are just starting out, they can't see it. And it gives you an edge.
What market is that we're looking at?
It's just gold. It's the same trade that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, have you been trading gold over crude here lately, Deeyana?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look at crude today. It's like we're doing all of this stuff in the Middle East, and crude oil is like, I'm just going to do 100 ticks today. It's like, what? So gold is like 300. Where are we? 352 ticks gold has come up today. And however you spin it, a market that is only 100 ticks wide with like candles on a 30-minute chart that are 3/4 of that range. Like if you look at crude oil, one 30-minute candle is like nearly 70 ticks. What kind of follow through can you expect there? You can't. But anything that moves more, there's more opportunity. It means it gives you flexibility to get into those larger chunks of the move on the day. It's always easier to trade markets that have more momentum. That's why I'm staying away from crude oil. I'm looking forward to our Bob coming into Topstep, so I'm eagerly awaiting for that. I'm glad the platinum is there now, so very, very happy. So yeah, if we could just get gasoline futures in there, I'm just going to be one happy buddy. I don't need anything else.
That's it. I'm done. I am happy.
I'm done.
Leave
I'm
me
happy.
alone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, a lot of people asking, there's always things that we're going to be adding here in TopstepX. We will let you know when we do add those, but I really appreciate the suggestions from our traders and the vote up and so forth. How many places? I don't know of any, and being in the business here for a long time, where company was developing a product and they, as they were developing it, they asked the customer, what would you like? What would you like? It's far
Especially
and
in
few.
trading platform world. Like you have so
It's
many
take what we
trading
got.
platforms. They're like, yeah. And the fact I was actually talking about this on my live stream. They're like, oh, why doesn't TopstepX have this? Oh, TopstepX should have ATM orders from Ninja Trader. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yes, it's gonna come. Like you have to keep in mind that platforms of this sort usually take years to develop. And here you have MP with Casey and their development team. They've done something extraordinary in the space of 9 months? So just be patient. It's coming.
Well,
it's
I tell you,
good,
they were beating the drums and cracking the whip. And actually, the team that helped us put that together, top notch. I don't think we could have found a better team. Of developers.
It's very trader centric. That's what's so unique about this. It's trader centric. Not like, oh, I'm a broker, I want to have a platform. No, it's like we're traders. This is what we want. Nobody's done that yet. So from that perspective, this is something that we've never seen in the industry ever. We have platforms that have been made in the 90s, even the 80s in some cases, and they they are outdated, they're dinosaur. So it's time that, somebody stepped up and said, hey, there's so many traders now, let's make something that we can use. And it's very innovative, very disruptive. So it's so good to see that they're just pushing these features at a lightning fast speed. It's amazing.
Right. We want to make sure that our traders have what they need at some point. Robert, how you doing over there in your trade, old boy?
We're doing all right. It's just hanging around the overnight high as we see around 17,904, 905. Just sticking around.
We need
there
something
right
for
now.
you here. Somebody go prod Jay. Where's Paul? Paul was done pretty quick here. Not really too much to upset these markets. And taking a look right now here, a little while ago, Brent crude futures settled 90.02. That was down 8 cents. TI settling at 85.36. A barrel of beer down 5 cents at 0.06%. We're seeing that, but the market's still trading. Looks like we got the buyers back in the market here for the ES and the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
See how far they can make the run here. Now, if you look right now, I don't got my charts up, but I think we need to break out of this. If you look there, I got my 15-minute candlesticks up here. Looks a lot trading from west to east. Nothing really north and south. And I think if we can bust out of this, we might see another top. Now, we did see that spike to establish the new highs in the ES and NASDAQ. But once again, that was a market. I don't want to call it a fluke, but obviously the market didn't want to stay there too long. So we are seeing the buyers come in. I think if we pop this top here, we might see some new highs. But Dee, what's your take on the gold here?
Gold, I mean, obviously we're post settlement, but it's still moving. I reckon there's still a little bit of strength in this market. I want to see it pop the top into the close. So it's been happening a lot, especially on these risk-off news. That's what I'm going to be waiting. But having said that, we don't have risk-off sentiment. I just took a look at NASDAQ. I mean, we do have some areas, a gap close. And that was, I think, the failed attempt the first time around.
Right.
But I think there's still room for a gap close in NASDAQ in particular. So there's room until 180.48.5. And if we start seeing strength that holds into that level, I wouldn't be surprised to see a very quick run up through that. Having said that, at the moment we have a neutral day. It looks like a bit of a slow day after a massive move yesterday. So sometimes those aftermath days can just end up as a big, as John says, nothing burger, like storm in a teacup. Lots of spikes everywhere, but ultimately it doesn't move the price to any new levels. But if we do get a sustained move into it, we might see the gap close into power hour. So be careful of that. Don't fight it if it comes.
I think we are distancing ourselves from that west to east market. Besides, we took the jump to the top, but we'll see what happens here. It looks like buyers might be just a wee bit stronger here. We'll see how long that lasts for the ES and the NASDAQ. Also, crude putting on some buyers here right now. Gold sort of rolling over and getting a belly scratch here, like a good little puppy. Yeah. But we'll see if anything can happen in gold right now. But Robert, before we go, any closing comments here? I know we got about another couple minutes.
Yeah, there's something that I've heard peppered throughout this conversation that I'd really like to address, and that is to be adaptive and be malleable and be fluid in your trading and not so rigid, because the markets are changing. Even if you pick the same market, same strategy, same time. Look at today. We have the NQ. We barely broke over 100 points. Yesterday it was 500. So if you just get stuck in one thing, I'm only taking this trade, I'm only doing this, if the market's not doing that, you just got to adapt. You just have to be a little more malleable for it, a little more moldable, I guess you could call it, right? So it's like, hey, I want to take the highs, and if it's going up 50 points, I'm going to short it. Well, what if it goes up 30? Like, you have to be able to adapt, and that's just a big thing that I think. It's like, instead of being so strict and rigid. For example, if your stops too, it's like, I'm only using a 20-point stop. Well, if it's only moving 5 points, it's not going to help you, right? So I just want to make sure we put that out there too for everybody that's newer traders. Just be careful.
It is adapt or die. Dee, any closing comments?
Yeah, I mean, stay flexible. One tool that I found extremely helpful in staying flexible is the profile. If I didn't have the profile, I wouldn't be able to spot some single prints that get left behind. And that allows me to sometimes modify my plan on the fly. Obviously, don't do that if you're super new and you're still trying to, find the probabilities of the strategy that you're trying to use. But it's a good starting point to not ignore events that are happening on the profile. Like for example, gold has built quite a lot of structure today. It's one hell of a range, and we've built structure. So that might mean that this is it for the day. But having said that, I keep seeing these buyers coming in. So if I, at any one point, see the market jump over the high, sustain the high, create single prints to the upside, I'm going to open up my target. I'm not just going to stay with 1.52R. I'm going to open up my target, and then I'm going to track what the price action is doing in real time and whether those single prints are being left behind. That by far was something that Hoagland taught me pretty early, sort of 8-9 years ago now. But it's been invaluable just to stay objective, even when you have a trade on.
There you go. All right, Deeyana, thank you very much for being with us here We will
Thanks,
see
Eddie.
you later. And of course, Robert, thank you very much. Before we leave, this coming over the wire here, Israel reportedly finalizes plans for a counterstrike against Iran. The Israeli military is said to have finalized a strategy for the response to the weekend attack by Iranian forces. And this is coming from Familiar Matters from the Jerusalem Post today. So let's keep our fingers crossed nothing of that does happen. But otherwise, coming up here next, yes, it is Power Hour. We got the dynamic duo. Well, actually, Dolby time. We're going to have Hogan Andre. All right. So Hogan's going to jump in there. And Austin's going to join us again here. Great to see Austin. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with Power Hour. Don't go away. You're going to love it.
All right, welcome back to Power Hour, the man in the middle. back by popular demand, Mr. Austin Silver. Austin, welcome to Power Hour, man. How you doing?
It's going well, guys. It's good to see you both. I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me again.
You got it. You got it. So, well, I guess without further ado, have you taken any trades today? If so, tell us about them. Let's get right into this. It's been a super volatile day. I guess, well, last hour or so, we saw a huge spike in the equities and with a big sell-off. And now we're kind of creeping back to the upside. Got to keep an eye on all these this geopolitical risk or headlines coming out of the Middle East. How are you trading this? How are you navigating these markets, Austin?
Great question. Got my screen up there. Beautiful. So you see I've got executions on. I had a trade this morning after the 30 a.m. CAD news came out. I caught a long there, made a couple $100, and then that was it for the day. I knew that going into today with Powell speaking this afternoon, we could have sideways markets. To me, this is a sideways market. The range is fairly large. It's about 40 something points today, top to bottom. So it's not a 20-point tight little range where we're just stuck. But knowing that we had such a strong move down yesterday, seeing that we really weren't making new lows overnight, got me thinking, hey, with Powell in the market, no structure really coming in overnight. If we see profits, we'll take profits. We'll try to take and then be done before 1 o'clock, which was nice because you could see, I mean, this price action, I'm looking at a 15-minute. We could take it to like a 3-minute just to get a little more. I mean, it is disgusting. It's very tough to trade when Powell's talking like that. So tough to get a read. But you know what's really important, and I know you guys plug me all the time for it. Look at the low of day today. It set at basically midnight, 11:30 Eastern time, 10:30 Eastern time last night, and it has not been able to sit below that low of day. But even if you remove that low of day zone and you just mark yesterday's low, and we take a little pin there, so we'll say it's about 50.94, something like that. We really haven't been able to stay under yesterday's low either, which is a sign to me that it's going to be a sideways day. We're not using structure to move higher, and we're also not using yesterday's low to move lower. So again, with those things happening, plus Powell, you do 2 and 2, you get 4. It's going to be a sideways market today, potentially. So the trade, to your question, to get us going here. It was on a mini contract. I'm trading an XFA here, so I'm up on this XFA now about $360, which is cool. So working my way towards that target of, the 5 days with $200. I had an XFA. I have 2 other XFAs. I lost one of them just on draw trading this too heavy in the beginning, but I also struggled to trade the micros. So I've kind of found a sweet spot trading one mini contract and just trying to be really aggressive with that on the upside and on the downside. So I like my trades to be is maybe what I'm saying, as we are not seeing the same type of accelerated upward movement on the markets that we have seen over the last couple of months. I mean, if you look at the move, and we could talk about this in a second, but look at the move on the indices for the start of the year. I mean, it's not like this most years for the first 3 months. So it's very important to pay attention when these conditions change. You've got to adapt. You've got to say, okay, maybe we're not going to be running these trades as longer. Maybe it is, as you guys say, I took it from you, the see profits, take profits, that kind of a market. So this morning, my trade was, we had an anchored VWAP on the high of day. You can see my long execution comes in at 8:33 this morning. It's just 3 minutes after the CAD news came out. We're above the daily VWAP here, as you can see, before the trade, and really holding above it pretty nicely this morning. I mean, we had a little bit of time around 6 a.m. below it, but in my head, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, we could have some buyers step in and take control here. And when they broke that high VWAP here on that CAD news, that was like the momentum to me to say, okay, I think we're going to pop towards high of day and let's see if we can get something there. And you can see full exit there on the one contract. So in at 8:33, 8:39, made a couple $100 and called it a day. So very happy with that. I think this is exactly what we're saying, right? See profits, take profits. You would have some traders marry this and think it's going to rip all day. I know that that's probably not going to happen most days. It happens sometimes, just not most days. So I take what I can get, do it again.
I do like that. Thanks to you for that update. So since you were on last, Austin Silver, new strategies really being employed heavily here at TopstepTV. Last time you were on with us, you talked to us, you will not take a short unless we get beneath the previous session, the low of the day from the previous session. John, I know he's used that today. John, tell us about that trade. We learned something when we had Austin Silver on last time.
I don't think it was today. It was a day last week when I think it was last week or the week before, we took a nice trade off that. We broke the overnight, the low of the previous session low. We got in short and we had a pretty decent trade off that. So,
I'm glad to hear it.
That was nice. Today, I got, aggressive. I got chopped up early in the session. I stopped myself from continuing because I want to have an opportunity to take a trade here in in Power Hour, and I was just looking at a short, and the S&Ps was well above value. We couldn't hold above the overnight high, which was something that I was able to take advantage of in a trading combine earlier today. But still looking just really to focus on the extremes for opportunities here. I think maybe I did take a trade. I think it was one of the winners that I had this morning off the overnight low, but I don't think I took the I don't think I took the profit soon enough, so it came back and probably stopped me out because I was looking for something bigger. But I mean, we still had to Austin. We had the agreement, and Rips was saying it too, that we're probably not going to be seeing a lot of range extensions. I was kind of biased this morning, looking for an opportunity to see an acceleration to the downside. It just didn't happen.
Yeah, I think the conditions are changing. I would agree 100%. What does that look like? That's going to be up to everybody's interpretation of what you think is going to happen. Look at today. This is probably the first time, at least that I've seen, where Powell actually says the words higher for longer. So who knows? I mean, we haven't even looked. I probably out right now. I'm seeing CME Fed Watch tool has already changed the projection after his speech today. So it looks to stay longer. And does that mean that the industry will go side? And if that's the case, we are going to, like you said, see the market change for sure. I really would like reiterate what you said about trading from extremes. I mean, if you look at it today, the high set at 745 this morning, that's at 51.19, 51, call it 20, hasn't been broken yet. Here this afternoon, and the low set overnight still hasn't been broken. So those have been the two best places to trade from today. And I guess in hindsight, of course, it's easy to say, but to my point, what I mentioned on the opening there, if you just look at yesterday's low and see that we haven't been able to really leave that, does even make you think more range trading today, trade from the extremes, find the bottom, buy the bottom, sell the top. Don't try to forecast when this thing is going to break out.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if we get another opportunity at one of these extremes, and then I'll jump in. Last thing I'll do is start doing in the middle on a day like today.
A lot of that too. Hey, John, quick, I know why you're looking for a trade. Quick Delta update. Reading from you, please. Last we saw plus 28,000 about 50 minutes ago or so. This was in the ES. We had plus 4,600 in the NQ. See if maybe we can get a quick update on that. It's, plus 28,000 is pretty sizable.
30,000 positive in the S&Ps.
Okay.
5,700 positive in the NASDAQ. And just to throw the Dow in there, positive 1,400.
That's pretty heavy.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty long, but if we were adding to it at the lows, I'd say okay, now maybe we'll finally get that breakout to the downside late in the session as the longs start to capitulate. But we're near the highs here, so it's still kind of indicating range bound activity.
I would agree.
Quick
look at the tilt here. We are seeing long 80% in gold. That's the heaviest tilt we got right now. Everything else is around 50-50. Long 80% in gold. We did see gold crack 2,400. Well, we are above 2,400. Top out of 24.1480. That was a nice spike. But John, what do you make of that volatility we saw about an hour ago? And the huge spike, a huge run up, and a huge reversal. I mean, that's tough.
I thought it was beautiful because the extremes of the day were pretty much already in. And if you faded those extremes, you were able to limit your risk on it, and you were able to, see profit, take profit. I mean, if you're looking for the range to go from the high to the low to the low to the high to the high to the low, it did happen that way today, but it really just doesn't happen that way that often. But I mean, still, if you faded the extremes, anytime we got to one of the extremes, the high of the day, low of the day, high of overnight, low of overnight, you were really in a good situation. I added to some profits in a trading combine during that time, but I'm only trading this particular live account on screen, so got to find something to trim this loss a little bit today. So I'm watching for these extremes.
Excellent stuff. You wanted me to say good stuff, but I said excellent stuff there because NC Mountain Trader said, yes, wow. I'm always good for a wow as well. All right, Austin. So we heard him say some words that we don't typically say. So there's the graphic. I like that. Austin, thoughts on what Jerome Powell had to say earlier today?
I think it's not anything we didn't expect. Nothing has really changed. And everyone that's kind of paying attention to markets, inflation is not headed in the right direction. The funny thing with inflation is that to the average person, they don't understand that the CPI read and these other indicators, PCE price index, that is coming down or slowing down, that prices are easing. That's not how it works. That's the rate of change, that CPI number. They're studying the rate of change. They want to slow the rate of change. Well, whether it's 3, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, et cetera, to me, the bigger issue is still not being addressed, that everything is getting more expensive. It's just now the speed at which these things are going to get more expensive. And Powell is trying to control that. It's very difficult. It's so difficult. I would not want to be paid 200 grand or whatever he's paid to do his job, because it is probably so stressful and so difficult. You know, he said he makes like 170 or something like that. I just think that that's insane. This guy has literally his hands on the control of the economy in a way, because look at how the market reacts right now when he comes in. Yeah, the globe. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So what I really finish see up on that April 1st high at 53.34. I think high of year. I'm not here to forecast. We've got some type of a level at 5,300. I think we have a shot of here at 50. I follow a couple of guys like Anthony Credelli and Pax and everybody's looking at this 5,100 level on ES. Do we hold or do we crack? I'll hold because I'd love to see bullish momentum. However, 10 correct off here, that would take us back to 47.89, call it 47.90, and that's only a 10 correction. That takes us back to, start of year, basically. It erases everything from the start of the year. So when you look at it like that, we could be there very quickly. You guys know how fast this thing can slide to the downside. But does Powell's speech and Powell's words from today really create that acceleration? I don't think so. I think if it is going to go there based on him talking, it's going to be a slow jog downwards. You know what I mean? A slow down to pullback price. So my take, I'm not super good at forecasting. It's not really what I do well. I like to a price. This game on pros and corrections and this and that. Yeah, other market we hold 100. Really
Austin,
I think we're getting some. Yes, we're getting some mic issues out of you. Cutting in and out a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe get out of the platform, or even better, just go to the wheel at the bottom and click reconnect. Maybe that'll do it for us.
Reconnected. Check. Hello.
That sounds good here.
Sounds better now.
Yep, that sounds a little better.
All right, cool. Let's get back into it.
Yeah.
So yeah, what Powell's saying, nothing completely unexpected. I would agree with that. Although he did say he is admitting that inflation is not coming down as quickly as they'd like. Like you said, the job's damn near impossible. Overall, probably doing a pretty good job considering you pump in $6 trillion into the economy and you got to reel that thing back. Yeah, it's definitely tricky. It's definitely a tricky spot.
I mean, imagine when you just think about how much money was printed in such a short amount of time. I just don't know if we've seen all the impact of that yet. Maybe, but I don't know. I just, that's a very tough question as well.
Oh, do you remember NFTs and that whole thing? that was
crazy.
Quite a thing.
Crazy.
Quite a
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's a sign of, that markets will, go through cycles. So are we changing cycles maybe right now? When you look even just at the daily chart right now on the indices, you can see it's different than it's been this year. So something is happening. Do we have to know what's happening to make money? That's maybe the question we should ask for the audience and for a trading stream. No, we just have to know how to make money based on what is happening, right? By reacting and adjusting our biases and not marrying a bias and not being egotistical and trying to make the market be right, just listening to the market, So that's the beautiful thing about trading is you don't have to know this stuff. All those guys that get paid to be analysts and just make guesses, they don't have skin in the game like we do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we knew a lot of those guys on the trading floor. They always had some pretty good numbers, but they couldn't trade with them to save their lives.
That's how it always is. And then you get the traders that bust on them all the time that say, this guy's just picking random numbers. Tesla to this to that. You know what I mean?
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Love that price target. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But there were guys that made a living selling their numbers, selling their levels, and they were really good about that. They were really good.
Yeah. Speaking of Tesla, down 3% today. That's not too good. Nice gap down and it's holding it nicely here. Yeah. Maybe it finds support here at 150. Maybe, but it's been a rough year for Tesla. I think they just announced they're laying off 14,000 employees too.
Yeah.
Yep. Not good.
That's
I did read that. That's tough, man.
It's tough.
Well, here in Power Hour, started getting something ready here behind the scenes. We're going to bring you guys. We haven't done it in a minute, but we are starting to see a little bit of selling here in the S&Ps. Like you said, that big level, that number is magnetic 5100s. S&Ps, where we go from there, anyone's guess.
So I didn't know
gold
that,
chilling out, crude
Fidelity
chilling.
And PAX were focusing on that 5100 level. 5103 is my weekly kickoff low. It's kind of it's amazing how traders come to the same levels by different ways.
Isn't that interesting? It is so amazing.
Yeah, it really is. It should make it easier, making it any easier, does it?
No, it definitely doesn't. I mean, the price action, I personally think since the last week of March has been really, really difficult. If you made easy money through the beginning of this year, these last 3 weeks, 4 weeks probably were like earth shattering to a new trader that did well the first couple of months this year and then went through the last couple of weeks. I mean, even look at last week. I did a video on this for my YouTube channel. There was like 3 bursts over the course of the first 4 days of the week where there was the move. Everything else was just sideways. Very difficult to make money. It was a little bit of action on Tuesday, CPI Wednesday, a nice bounce on Thursday, and then not really anything for me on Friday. So like very short amounts of time where that move is actually happening. That's tough. Traders are very impatient. They're going to lose a lot of money during those periods. You know what I mean? They're just going to get chopped around.
Well, certainly. Well, right now, Power Hour is a little quiet, but as you know, it likes to build into the fireworks as we approach the closing bell. Currently, like John said, we got a big positive delta, plus 30,000 in the ES, plus 5,700 in the NQ, plus 1,400 in the YM last we checked, but with nothing really popping right now. Hey, JD, I think we got to bring something in. We haven't done this in a minute. I know that people really liked it. Let's show them some trader wins, huh? What do you got?
How about it? Let's check out this first guy.
Check this out.
Trader Bait locked in $2,000 on the live account. Bought the bottom, sold the top.
Nice.
Reading right off there. According to Dolby, his name is in teal. That's the most prestigious Discord rank a trader can have.
Is that true?
TopStep Discord server.
The live account. Bought basically the bottoms and sold the top. Man, keep that up there, and you'll be sitting pretty here for a little bit. But yes, well done.
Nice trade in teal. Yeah, all right, Svenja. Svenja was on our leaderboard the other day after a huge win. And it looks like Svenja ordered a, where to go? There it is.
There it is. Look at that one.
Yesterday, $75,000 payout for Svenja.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Are you kidding me? Yo, 75 G's. Okay.
Not bad at all.
Great.
Wow.
We do live stream payouts on our Discord too. So if you want to see payouts coming in, just hop over to our Discord channel and you'll see them in real time.
Now. Look at all those payouts requested. 1,600, 2,000, 2,000, 5,000, and then the whopping 75,000 for Svenja. Well done.
Unreal.
Are you kidding me?
That's awesome.
Wow, these are some
I
trade
love
wins,
seeing that.
Now we got a trade to share.
Okay.
From a guy named Rwrd. RWRD.
All right.
Nice $1,350 profit target there.
Yes, it is.
Trade in the NQ, which resulted in
Yep, show them there it is.
Certified funded account. Way to go, Rwrd. Nice job getting funded today.
Yes, very well done. Yes, for those that don't know, you do get that you'll get that sweet certificate, kind of like a diploma, if you will, going up to becoming funded, going up to the big leagues. Man, shares. Keep sending those trader wins, please, too, by the way. We'll be sure to show them here on Power Hour. But it's really good to see all the success that we're seeing here at TopStep. Traders are trading. We've been looking for the best. We back the best, making real trades, real accounts, real P&Ls. No fake, no filler. It's really cool.
We've got
awesome
the
stuff.
best.
We got the best.
We've got the best.
We got the best. Very good job. Thanks, JD. Yeah, we'll have some quiz results here in a little bit for the time being, we are watching these markets kind of just consolidating and waiting for their next move. Wow,
Yeah.
$75,000
Maybe the next half
payout.
hour will provide something here. Just not getting to the
You guys
extremes
ever-
I'm looking for. I promised myself I would not get stuck in the middle here.
All right.
That's the best move. Definitely the best move. Why do you guys think sometimes power hour is popping and other times it's not?
That is a great question.
Question.
I think it's slow. Well, yesterday was popping. Yeah, it's slow when there's big time news events coming out in the following morning or maybe earnings after. So everyone's just kind of waiting, digesting. Although we are seeing a pop here in crude, and if there's a big delta one way or another, we will see unwinding going into the close. But is this really anyone's guess? I mean, obviously on FOMC days where we get the big stuff coming out at like 1 o'clock Central, it'll carry into 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock as well. But yeah, I think it's anyone's guess. John, what are your thoughts?
It's
Well, I mean, if we're
Goldman
waiting
interns,
for somebody,
somebody said in the live chat.
What did they say?
Interns.
It's the
Oh,
Goldman
yeah.
interns.
Well, them too.
Goldman interns.
Them too, for
What were
sure.
you going to say, John?
If we're waiting for anything, it's the beige book tomorrow. But the beige book is, that's going to be something that the Fed is going to be looking at for the next 2 weeks, and with all the other numbers coming out in the next 2 weeks, the beige book usually just means to me maybe a little bit of market activity, but it means 2 weeks to the next FOMC meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we had Dalton talking earlier this week, and he was talking about, he's not really depending much on any of the economic information before Wednesday, which is beige book. Then, misleading indicators on Thursday. Is that going to be much? We have nothing really on the docket on Friday as far as economic numbers are concerned.
We don't. We can start looking. Should start taking a look at the earnings calendars. Earnings season is about to ramp up. We had some big ones earlier this morning. United Health.
We just had a 1,500 contract bid at 51.13 even, and it traded out. It just traded out 1,500 contracts with what got put in. I watched it trade out slowly but surely. It traded out.
Bid side or offer side, John? Bid or ask?
Bid side.
Bid side.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nice catch.
On my side too, we're breaking a recent VWAP, so they could pick up some momentum here, maybe with some buyers stepping in for sure. So seeing the same thing you're seeing.
Nice catch.
Yeah,
real fast on the Fed watch calendar thing about rate hikes, rate cuts, 54% chance of no hike, no change at all in July now. So now highest percentage for an ease is not until September, and it's only 71%. So 154 days until that meeting, until potentially an ease. We are now locked in basically for the next 3 meetings, no change. The funny thing is they are saying 0% chance of a hike when JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon said he sees us hiking actually. So we're not even considering that. That would throw the market for a curveball if they raise rates. Could you imagine?
Michael Patak called for a rate hike. Michael Patak called for a rate hike by the end of the year.
Yeah, he did.
Did he?
As well.
All right, I'm
he
gonna
did.
ask
I mean,
about
he's saying
that
it
on
a
the
little bit
podcast
in jest. Oh, funny you mentioned that, Austin. When will you be speaking with him?
I was going to say I'm doing the podcast with him tomorrow, and that'll be out probably like the second week of May. So I'll see if I can get him to make some ballsy predictions on the podcast. That'll be good to have him come out. And I was hoping that you guys could maybe feed me with a couple of good questions or the live chat. Anybody that knows MP and wants to ask him a question, let me know. Put it in the live chat, and we'll see if there's anything worthy of me spitting it in the podcast. But it'll be good because I know he doesn't sit down and do these too often. He's a busy guy skiing in Colorado and doing all that fun stuff we want to be doing. So it's good that I got to get him for a few minutes tomorrow.
That's gonna be very interesting. Be sure to remind everyone to tune in for that. If you guys got any questions you want Austin to ask Mr. Patak, please just throw those in the chat casually. You can pick and choose from some of those, but yeah, they'll be jumping on. Have you done any recent podcasts with anyone else we might know there, Austin?
I was just going to say, yeah, RIPS, that'll be out first weekend of May. That one's really, really good. He's a great guy. Everybody knows RIPS, and he's just such a good communicator. So me and him together, I feel like it's just good energy and kind of cut from same entrepreneurial background. So it was very easy for us to talk. We have him, Justin Werlin. I'm trying to get him to sit down. So I think that one, some of your guests, some of your viewers might know as well. But the name of the podcast is The Day Trading Show, everybody. And we're doing, I think the most important one for a lot of you guys is actually next week. It's with Chris Cady. And a lot of people don't know Chris Cady, but he's been trading futures since 1980, since futures basically started. So To learn from someone like him is extremely awesome. Why are you laughing, John? Because you know future started in like 1850. Is that what you're going to tell me, John? The year that that you graduated high school. 1848.
I remember
yep,
that day.
85.
1848.
Yep, 85. John was one of the 85 merchants that started the CBOT, right, John?
That's right. No, he's got me beat. I just got my first job on the trading floor in February of 1983, and it was
so he's probably right around you, John. Yeah.
Yeah. 1990, I think, was when I got my first membership and started trading.
Nice. It's super cool to be able to chat with guys that were first on the floor and then see how they've adapted, like yourself, John. Like you guys have seen all of the technological changes, all of the market has shifted. It's been unbelievable, I'm sure. You know what I mean? And we're going to live through it. We're going to see like AI and how AI changes markets. You know what I mean? But that'll be my generation first. So it'll be cool.
I'll be retired by then, I hope.
Hopefully, yep. What do you think on the upside on ES? You think we go to high a day, 51.20, 51.23? Think we got 7 to 10 points in this?
The last time I was up, we were up here, I was thinking about shorting it, but with that big bid coming in, and we're seeing some liquidity above.
Yeah,
we are.
So if I'm going to be looking for shorts, I'm going to really have to be choosy as far as trade location is concerned.
Yep. It's funny, VIX is down 6% today, so you'd think the indices would just be ripping to the upside, but they're not. They're stuck.
They're not.
So maybe that's a little tell of where we're headed here this afternoon. Maybe. Yeah.
I just noticed that VIX is down 6%, huh?
Mm-hmm. After last week, one of the biggest days in the last 2 years last week on Friday, I believe. That Friday move was massive. Yeah, Friday. Even yesterday, big day.
Yes, it was. All right, well, we're approaching to the bottom of the hour here, about 30 minutes left in this session. And before we get really popping here, JD, let's get the quiz results out. If people do ask in the chat, and inevitably about 3 or 4 minutes after we do post the results, people will still be asking, did you post the results? So let's post the results.
Here we are. This is us. This is us posting the results, everybody. Pay attention.
We're posting the results.
Results are posted.
There we go.
Jack the Goat. Leading the charge.
Jack the Goat.
Andre is cloned. He's back.
Yes, fact. I'm cloned.
Dude,
Austin, I think I'm cloned, man.
Funny.
Brutal. They're brutal around here.
Dolby Dung. Dude, that is so funny. Eat a tick.
Eat a tick, yep. All right, so check your inboxes tomorrow for that reset, for those resets, for those that on the quiz today. Thank you.
We see Woozy Woo up there quite a bit.
Woozy Woo's been definitely making the name for himself.
Yeah.
All right, that's it. Unposting.
Thank you, JD.
Unposting results.
Unposting results. Results have been posted.
Unposted. Results unposted.
In about 5 minutes here, someone will innocently ask, did you post the results? But the answer is yes.
Okay, so
back
I got
the
the next
fires.
30-minute bar opening up here in 15 seconds.
Eddie,
are you in a position?
You know what we're looking for, Eddie. Yep.
I got you.
Thank you.
Austin, are you in a position right now?
I'm not. I said that I wasn't going to trade anymore today since I'm up and I hit my $200 target. But if I was long, I'd like to be long at 51.12. Probably put a 10-point stop in there. I wouldn't want to sit in this through a pullback to the daily VWAP. With 30 minutes left in the market, it could even go back to the low of the day because we know we're in a range. If we were out of a range and we were not sideways today, John, I would definitely be trading with it. But I'm trying to get, I want to share, I knew I was coming on and I do want to try to share good habits and be a good influence on the stream. I don't want to be a bad influence, you know what I mean, and corrupt your traders.
That's number
so
one.
If I'm up and I hit my daily target, right. If I'm up and I hit my daily target, I want to get that payout. I want that first, payout. So you got to get your 5 days of $200. I'm up 270 something today. Good. Done. On a day where Powell's in, let's see if we can do another $500-$600 tomorrow. Get another good day on Thursday or Friday. Call it a week.
I like it.
I'm a little bit more conservative, I think, than some people too. You know what I mean? I'm not the kind of guy that's like, I need to make $3,000 a day. I take what I can get. You know what I mean? I'm very busy with other stuff too, so I try to balance that. I wish I wasn't as busy some days, and I wish I could plug at it, but
it's generally how I am too. I'm just trying to take a little bit every day. But I'm short now at 51.12. Just one contract.
Nice. Nice.
If we get into
I
those
like that.
single
It's coming back
TPOs,
under
I get
that
out.
VWAP. Yep.
Yeah, let's go to VWAP, huh? What do you say?
I'd be fine with that.
Absolutely. Got VWAP at 50.99. Call it 5,100. And
take the 10 points.
Hell
Happy
yeah.
days. Happy days.
Hell yeah. Starting to see a bit of a sell-off here in gold. Pulled down about $3 in the last 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Dow taking a dip.
Just trying to trim these losses a little bit here today. So I'm not, I'm not thinking I'm going to get it all back, but here we are. We got to do something, right?
That's what we do. If we're gonna force these markets lower, Johnny, that's what we're gonna do right now.
Yes.
Yeah, gold down. Gold
Everybody
down about
sell.
$4. Gold's been
Everybody get
super
up and push.
volatile. Very amazing market to watch. All right, Johnny. John's short in the S&Ps from 12. See if we can get some follow through the downside.
Yeah,
You guys ever talk about
13 is
Bitcoin?
where
We talk about Bitcoin in what sense? In what sense,
Go for
Austin?
Just the fundamentals of it. I mean, I'm kicking myself. I wanted to sell some of my Bitcoin last week when we were at 70. You just get a feeling. I know, John, you know what I'm saying, dude. You're like, you're at this high. You've been at this high before. You're like, I know this isn't going to just break out here, and I probably should take some off. But everybody is like, no, you don't want to sell your Bitcoin. So then I don't. And then I'm like, God damn it. Now it's down at 62, and I could have sold some. You know what I mean? Just so kicking the dick a little bit on that one. But I think
friends like that.
Curious if you guys. Yeah, I know, right? There you go. There's a little move.
I have nothing to do with Bitcoin. It's I've always been distrustful of technology, and to me that's a technology thing, and I've never been able to trust it. And I've missed a lot of good opportunities. I could have bought Apple stock. I could have bought Microsoft stock.
I think Bitcoin is simply just another product to trade. It's treated as if another index or indice. It's definitely here to stay. In terms of being actual currency used to pay for stuff, I think it's way too volatile. It's not stable enough. But in terms of just trading it, you want to day trade it. I get it. I don't fully understand the fundamentals. What influences it?
Back to point of control here.
Come on, John.
This is a nice little trade. I'm out of that.
I agree with you,
that's
Andre.
350.
Nice.
Trim some of the losses there, and we'll see if we find another opportunity.
Andre, I saw a tweet today that was trying to prove how the government created Bitcoin. So that made me want to sell it even more.
Government created Bitcoin, eh? Interesting. Because I believe Bitcoin
somebody on Twitter saying how Bitcoin was mined at an NSA data center in Arizona, dude. I don't know. Twitter's crazy, bro. You got to be careful.
Man, yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Come on, John. There we go.
So yeah, John, how's is Delta unwinding? Here we go. Are you? Nice cover.
Wow.
Good job. Beautiful.
Just taking a jab, just trying to nick down this loss from earlier today. Although this is looking pretty tasty. There's finally VWAP. So I don't know about you, Austin. When you have a profit target, do you usually put your exit a little bit short of it?
I honestly don't trade with take profit in because I'm closing it manually myself. And I normally am not seeing my trade all the way through to like in this trade, if we were short together, I would have done the same thing you did. I'm not married to get it to VWAP. I'm looking to trade to make money. So if I'm up or if in your case, if I'm covering to break even, I'm just looking to get out. I mean, I know some people will argue and I'd be happy to have a debate about trading P&L or not. But I think when you're trading XFA, you're trying to get payouts. You got to pay attention to P&L.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
So it's just my perspective.
All right, more sellers coming in here, guys. We are well beneath 5,100 in the S&P. Sellers in Dow, S&P's, Nasdaq, gold's selling off, the crude selling off, everything's selling off on my board right now. We will keep an eye on
opportunity for long.
Who sat on the keyboard, Andre?
Someone hit the sell button, Austin. Someone pushed the sell button.
Somebody pushed it.
We got some.
And now we'll see if we bounce a little bit here.
On
ES. Do we hold and try to bounce a little here at 93? Maybe, maybe not. That's a strong slide right there in 5 minutes. I mean, what's that? 20 points in 5 minutes?
Somebody. I could have been a contender.
Right to VWAP in the Nasdaq, broke beneath VWAP S&Ps, broke beneath VWAP in Dow as well. We'll see a bit of a bounce here. Looking at the tilt, nothing really shown in tilt. 50-50 across the board. John, what did that do to Delta? That sell off there in the ES and Nasdaq?
It's still 27,000 positive. It hasn't moved.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm starting to feel that maybe they.
You don't understand. I could have had class. I could have been a contender. I could have been somebody instead of a bum.
More on gold here, Andre. More.
Yeah.
So we are seeing some price action here now.
Here we are.
We're right in the middle. Can't diddle in the middle.
Right to 5100s.
Can't diddle in the middle.
All right, when we get those MOC imbalances, we'll be sure to pass those along. About 24 minutes left here in the session. We just saw a nice little move to the downside. Johnny took advantage of it, caught it very nicely. Nice out too, John.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. I never cry about leaving money on the table. It wasn't mine to begin with.
You can't, right? If you do that, you're always going to be thinking like that's a negative perspective to take. You should just be grateful to be able to make any money. That's hell. But I feel, you know what I was thinking, John, you'll agree with this. I feel like people, because of what we talked about last time I was on, I remember people often are very greedy in trading and they try to solve their greed through a multitude of avenues. But I think one of them should just be to be more grateful, just more gratitude. Like you could be doing a million other jobs. You're lucky enough to be able to do this. Not only that, you're making money bro, I just think of all the physical labor, always that comes to mind first. You just got to be more grateful, I think. And that'll make you a little less greedy. Oh, nice. I caught that 20-point drop in 5 minutes. Great. I mean, like, can you imagine thinking, I wanted 25 points. It should have been 25. That's the opposite of
Right, right.
You know?
You're going to complain about that, right? Well, I mean, Austin, one of the things that I say to everybody every morning is stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered.
Love
humble, grateful, creative, and centered. So, if you stay centered, you're not too excited, you're not too upset. You stay humble, you realize that you're in the market's environment, it's not in yours. And if you're grateful, you'll take what the market gives and be happy with it.
Damn.
And when the market gives a lot, it can be great.
Yep. But unfortunately,
John,
some people burn themselves out. They run out of that gunpowder before that opportunity. Sorry, good, Andre.
No, it was John. That massive bid, that 1300. What was the price on that? Was it 13s?
It was higher.
5113.
5113. Okay. Huh.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay.
When a bid comes in like that, like for some of the listeners, I'm sure they're thinking the same thing. A bid comes in at 5113. John, you think is that one person trading that big order, and do you think they're out at this point now with this type of a pullback?
Ooh. It's a great question. I mean, I doubt that it's more than one person was the majority of it. That's just somebody that you had an execution they had to do and they did it.
Yep.
And they left it in. I mean, that was a legitimate bid that got taken out. And did they just bail out of it? I mean, if that was my 1,300 lot bid, I certainly would have been out of it by now.
Right.
I'm thinking that's more of an adjustment in inventory in a longer time frame, institutional account. I don't think that's necessarily going to be a speculative account. And I know some pretty big speculators, but if that was me, I would have been like, why did I just do that? Why did I just do that?
When you guys show Topstep X, then that makes sense, John. When you guys show the Topstep X, you know how time in sales, I think it says time in sales or tilt. One of them is just based on Topstep data, but is the DOM based on all market data? Is that pulling the data from the CME? So that's where you can make that.
That's CME data. The DOM is everybody in the world.
Is everybody.
Yes.
Got it.
The tilt is what you're thinking about. That's just Topstep
data.
Combines and XFAs. But the DOM that's directly CME data.
Got it. Yeah, and RIPS said it really well on my podcast. He uses the time and sales feature on Topstep X to really kind of feel the rhythm of the market, and then he's using the DOM to pick his spots and really know when to get in. So I really like that time and sales feature you guys had. I think a lot of people are loving that just as much as they're loving the lockout rule.
100%.
Yeah, I've got it up on another screen here, so that's how I knew that 1,300 lot bid did get taken out. Yep.
Especially because you can filter it by size, and you can see it at the 50 or the 100, and you can see the larger size. It's very cool.
Yes, sir. You got it. And RIPS is big into bookmap too, which I need to learn more about and to do that.
Me too. I had no idea what bookmap was until he brought it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've known about it for a while. I just, haven't had the opportunity really to dive into it, because it's one of those things. I mean, it's going to take thousands of hours to really get a master on it, like RIPS does. And do I have thousands of hours at this point? I don't know, but anything that helps, I'm in with. Right.
100%.
Austin, they're asking what the name of the podcast is called. I think you threw it in the chat there. I want you to say it again. What's the name of your podcast?
The Day Trading Show. Yep. On all platforms, on YouTube, on iTunes, Spotify, everything. The Day Trading Show. Can you believe nobody had that keyword? I was like, I can't believe I'm going to get this keyword. It's great.
Got it. Got it.
Yep.
Well done.
So how are my
friends?
I've
had Crudelli on. I had Brian Shannon. I've had a couple of futures guys on. Some good guys.
How are my friends?
I try to avoid all the fake
hacks.
Oh, they're good. Pax did a Twitter space on Friday, just sharing stories from in the pit. It was so good. I love those stories.
Somebody told me that was going on.
It was so good. It's still up on his Twitter if you can go listen to it. I love that stuff. I don't know why. I just do. Like, I'm a nerd about it, I guess. But it's cool.
I love it.
Some people are like looking for strategy. They're like, Pax, tell me how to trade. It's like, dude, relax. It's not like people just got to tone it back. But I think once you have been trading for a little bit, and you start to realize that strategy is not the make or break factor in long-term profitability. No. It's psychology. It's you. It really is you. Then I think that right, and that's why I want to hear more about his stories and his experience. I could care less about the way that he trades. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
we got a quick poll up here. Do you use or have you used Bookmap? Nice poll up there. I use it now. I used to use it. Would like to use it. Not interested. Interesting. Do a little survey there.
Austin.
Yes.
Back in the day when I was before I was a member and I was working my way up on the trading floor, I was a deck holder in the lumber pit for Edmund Krasinski and then John Fisher. JD, John Doherty's dad, was a broker in the lumber pit back then. I've known JD's dad for years and years and years. So, I'm a deck holder and I'm good at it. I get noticed by somebody in the S&Ps. They hire me away. I go work in the S&Ps, work my way up there and end up a proprietary trader and the rest is history. But, John Fisher was my boss when I left the lumber pit. And I think maybe one or two deck holders after I left, Pax got that job with John Fisher as John Fisher's.
That's so funny. Right? That's crazy. Small world. Yeah.
Very small world. Very small world.
It's a very small world of guys like you who have adapted to. Like, that's what I give Pax a lot of credit for and Crudelli a lot of credit for. It's like, not only like your career did not end in the pit. And I think for some people it probably did. There's probably a lot of people
for most.
That you
knew
from the
yes,
for exactly. Most. So I think that's the actually I just think survivability is the characteristic that traders like yourself can brag on.
That's what I call myself, a future survivor, because
that's really what it is.
For real.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
It really is. And you have those weeks, I'm sure you still do, John, where like you got to fight it out, right? Like I had a week last week where I had to. It's like a fight with the market, and then you have weeks where it just rains and it's beautiful, and everybody thinks every week is like through it enough. You got those weeks where you got to fight. So I commend guys like you for that. It's tough, man.
Crudelli, I think, was in the pit for a little bit, but he was one of the first guys to be working the arbitrage between the S&P bigs and the minis. So he had a guy in the pit. Crudelli was working the guy working the machine, right? He was working the computer, and Max was in there for a long time, but he was in there. I think he was in the NASDAQ pit for long enough where people started peeling out of the pit because the opportunities were kind of dwindling and trying to learn to trade on screen. And I had the benefit of being in the pit long enough to where a lot of people that I knew, acquaintances, friends, and all that, they were moving away from the pit and trying to trade on screen, and they opened their accounts and they started trading big numbers on screen the way they thought they were going to be able to in the trading pit. And a lot of them had some substantial losses and said, I can't do this. I don't know how this is going to work. This sucks, whatever it is. And they quit. But, I had the benefit of hearing their stories directly from them saying, this screen trading is a it's a bitch, man. It is difficult. I just lost, how much money I spent 3-6 months trying to figure this out. and I can't do it. So I'm out of here. I can't do it. So by the time I left the pit, I already had in my mind how difficult that transition was going to be. And I didn't trade live for a year. I was on sim for a full year trying to figure out, and I was at that time still on the trading floor. So I'm not looking at the pit. I'm trying to see what I can see on these charts because I wouldn't be able to see, Goldman sell 2000, Morgan sell 2000, Merrill Lynch sell 2000, another clearing firm sell 2000, and they're not selling it to each other. They're selling it to the locals in the pit. And you can just watch the locals get longer and longer and longer and longer until they have to capitulate. And that's when you jump in and you say, okay, I know these guys are all going to turn sellers. They're going to move this thing lower. I'm selling a couple. And when it looks like it's over, I'll buy the last two from one of these guys that are stuck long. And you didn't have that ability anymore. You weren't going to be able to see that. And Delta is one of the tools that I kind of discovered at that time that where I would be able to kind of tell if the smaller speculator grade of traders were way too long or way too short at specific times. That's why we're always talking about the delta. And the delta is one of those tools that has helped us and helped me find those opportunities late in the session. But moreover, it's just been a long study of the market profiles, and I need to learn more about technical analysis. I thought I knew a lot, but there's always more to know.
Definitely always more to know. I love that. And
Hey, John, with that being said, sorry, pardon me. With that being said, you're just talking about Delta. I thought you were going to naturally just tell me what the Delta is, but I got to ask, we got 12 minutes left in this session. What is Delta?
28,000 positive. It's not moving. What? It's not moving. We're right in the middle of the range.
Clock is ticking.
28,000.
As you see here. Don't be sure to get on the Twitter or the X, whatever you want to call it, hashtag Power Hour. We are scraping the internet for submissions here. We'll be sure to show them on Power Hour as we're watching right now. You see the clock counting down, 11 minutes, 38 seconds left in the session. We've got one decent move, I would say. I think this has been pretty quiet for the time being, but you never know what could happen in the last 10 minutes of the trade. Pretty quiet out of the Middle East today as well. We did get a headline saying retaliation from Israel is imminent, so keep an eye on that. Makes things difficult and tricky, but here at Topstep TV, we will keep you in tune with the headlines. Chop around those 5100s here, John. I don't know. 17,900 in the NASDAQ. Just going to kind of wait this up, maybe take a knee on it, see what happens here in the following session, but nothing really popping. It's not that one move to the downside.
Yep. And I'm glad I got a piece of that because it looks like it's over.
Yep.
We do have MOCs coming up.
MOC should be coming, yes.
Yeah. Since when did these countries announce that they're attacking each other? You guys, what I'm saying? Like
that's the thing. That's the thing.
Isn't it weird? Hey man, you threw something to me. I'm throwing something back in 2 weeks. Get ready. And then it's like,
on this date, at this time, you ready?
Yep. Get ready.
Well, they started that in Desert Storm.
That you really slow. Is that what that is?
Yeah, they'd have it on the news. You'd be seeing it on the news.
It's crazy.
See, it seems like you're showing your opponent your hand. What are you gonna do next?
Literally. But it makes you wonder, like, especially because, on Twitter on Sunday, man, everybody was freaking out. War. Market's going to sell off.
Right.
What did the market do at the
open?
Nothing. We've gone side. Right. But yeah, exactly. So it's just funny. I just wonder sometimes, is it all for theater to just try to move things around? I just don't, because the amateur guy's going to panic. People that have traded through multiple wars before, like you, John, this has happened many times. 9/11, we were attacked, all these things that happen. The market does not always just go down because it's a bad thing. It's weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's what Credeli says. The market needs a strong catalyst to push it lower. The market doesn't just go down.
Very strong. Yep.
Yes. True.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. Especially, a substantial move down. There's always some sort of impetus. We have technical pullbacks, but that's actually good for the rally. Right.
Exactly. Right. They're healthy.
So 9/11, I was on vacation. I was in Myrtle Beach with my family. Here it is.
Real
MOCs.
quick here. Not getting it from Juice, but we're getting it from Shushwa, 850 million to the sell side. We will double check on that, but I have not yet got it. Back to you, John.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Eddie. So,
Real quick,
yeah,
guys, what is an MOC? Can you just update us real quick? MOC?
Yeah, Johnny.
Market on close, MOC. So there's orders that are left to be filled by the end of the day on the New York Stock Exchange. And that dollar sign is I mean, that's just basically money that needs to be allocated by the end of the day.
Got it. 150 million to the sell side.
Right. And it's not a lot until you get well over the billion mark.
Okay. But yeah, Myrtle Beach, 9/11. I remember my mom took me out of school for that. I was like kindergarten or first grade. I remember she came and got my dad was freaking out.
Yeah, you're my kid's age, dude. Oh my god, I'm getting freaking old.
I don't know.
Sorry,
I was
John,
thinking
I'm
where I
not trying to
was.
age
I was
you.
thinking
I'm not
where I
trying to
was.
age you, man.
Oh my god.
29
So,
over
I
here,
guess
John. Not trying to age you.
You're even
Makes
aging
me feel
me.
old
Shit.
thinking about it. If it helps anything. Sorry, Andre.
No, you're good. You're good. Something to be, but yeah, right now,
Yeah,
taking a look at the markets again. We got not a whole lot popping, but we do have about 7 minutes or so left in the trade. Again, hashtag Power Hour. Throw your submissions in there. We will post them here on Power Hour. But yes, hashtag Power Hour. You'd be surprised. No one's really using that. Just like Austin in his title of his podcast, no one took it yet. So we're going to take it and run with it. We'll go from there. Yeah, we got about 6 minutes left here in the trade. Austin's sitting on his hands. John took one nice trade to the downside there, trimming some losses. Well done, John. Jab, 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 as Michael would like to say.
Yep.
Yeah, gold kind of petering out, crude as well. Looking for something here, fellas. Not a whole lot popping. That's okay.
No. Yeah, unfortunately, it's the trader's worst nightmare. No movement sideways. Got to go to dinner tonight. Don't have anything exciting to think about. Wake up tomorrow and hope for something better.
Well,
it's like that meme of like the guy just laying in bed the next day. You know, it's that Pablo Escobar meme, just like sitting in the backyard with nothing to do. That's
by himself.
At the end of the day, like
Yep.
by himself.
Yep. Seriously,
we go do something nice for ourselves tonight. We come back tomorrow, grateful to be here, and we'll see what the markets offer.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, who do you guys have on tomorrow? I think you have KV on. Is that correct? Tomorrow afternoon, I think.
It is a Wednesday.
Yes.
It is a Wednesday. We got Patience with KV, and then I believe we got Justin Werline.
Oh, nice.
Boy,
Cool.
for Power Hour.
Yeah.
I believe he's out in Europe right
That'll be
now,
good.
so we'll get the hours
Yeah.
matched up there. But yeah, he's good. I think you'll like him on the podcast. Yeah, he knows his stuff. It's a really interesting story, and just lets it rip. I mean, he's pretty raw, and he doesn't hide it. It's pretty good stuff, unfiltered.
I like it. I really appreciate he's got he puts his track record out there. He shares a lot of his trades with you guys and on his social. So he's the kind of guy I like to sit with.
Big time. All right, coming up to the big last liquidity injection of the day. About 20 seconds here. So get ready if you got a position on. Things will get a little wonky here, but the previous 50 minutes, right? Indication, 55 minutes. That'd be called pretty.
Should we go pulled pork right now?
Dolby's taunting you there. Dante's taunting you in the chat. Yes.
Oh my, his cat is destroying his house. Well, you can't even tell you what my 90-pound German Shepherd has done to my house.
Here we go. 55 just hit and nothing. All right, guys. Well, that was exhilarating Power Hour. No, I'm just kidding. We still have 5 minutes left here.
I was afraid of that.
Sometimes they Austin asked, sometimes some are more exciting than others. And that's just the fact of the matter. I think the open this morning wasn't that fantastic. Got some moves. We also had Powell speak. We got to wait. You got to wait. We do have earnings coming up later in the week. So there will be some market moving events coming up. But it's just it's one of those days. Shout out to Dakota, though. Put up big time numbers. 11 grand in this type of market.
How about that, huh?
Yeah.
Shout out to Dakota, bro. Killing it, man. Killing it.
Just a little tease. I will be joining Dakota tomorrow evening. Slow markets. Going to trade the house account. He's going to show me around the Nikkei on some of the overnight markets. So I'll be joining him on Slow Markets tomorrow evening, 8 p.m. Central. We'll collab. This should be fun. Thanks for the invite, Dakota. Appreciate that.
You're going to be there with him
Yeah, a
tomorrow?
little downside on ES.
Tomorrow night. Yep, tomorrow night. Yeah, starting to break through VWAP here. S&P's
trying
1598. 1598. What are you going to try there?
Me? No, I was just saying try in. It's trying to break it. Sorry.
Oh,
No,
try
I'm
it.
not
Let's
trying.
try it. Yeah.
I was gonna, since you got me pulled up really fast. I was going to say, if you really look at the market today since 9:30 at market open, it hasn't been able to decide which side of VWAP it wants to play on. You know what I mean? So it is one of those days for the audience. Like, don't be ashamed, in my opinion, and you guys can disagree or agree with me, but I don't think you should be ashamed of being cash. I don't think you should be ashamed of being defensive on a day like this, where unless you're a really good range trader and you enjoy trading when Powell is potentially speaking, then you probably did okay today. But I mean, even on the top side of this VWAP today, when it was trying to make extension higher, it just quickly lower right before at rate of 130 when Powell came on. You know what I mean? So it just, there was no follow through in any of the movement since market open. So if you're cash or flat or you're up a little bit like I am today, don't be ashamed about that. There's always going to be somebody that made more money. You got to take lessons from the day and try to just get better 1% every day. That would be my advice.
Very good advice.
Try not to compare myself to other traders. Just do a little better tomorrow than I did yesterday.
Exactly. And there's, I mean, John, am I wrong? There's always going to be somebody that is a bigger trader. There's always going to be somebody
100%.
Oh,
100%.
So we got to let go.
Always somebody tougher too.
Of course.
Later, Command. All right, guys. We're looking at here, boy, about 2 minutes left in this session. We will start to see the ladder get a little bit fuller here, bids and asks, as we typically do. Yeah, right now, just a bit of a snoozer.
It's going to take a short, too, if we were going to go full port.
A little lower now. That was strong, 2 minutes ago. Strong, but strong.
Keep in mind that strong delta.
Yeah. Still 22,000 right now.
Unbelievable. They got to start unwinding this.
So it is peeling off.
Yep. Okay. Starting to see some sellers.
I'm up almost 30K in my practice account.
Go figure, right?
Deal with it.
Go figure. All right. Sellers in the SPOOs, sellers in the Dow, sellers in the NAS. Crude selling off a bit as well. Park.
Yeah.
60 seconds. See if we see what happens. See if they do that 5,100 level in the ES, if anything.
Dude, 20,000 now. All those longs are bailing.
Yes, they are.
Bailing.
Took 59 minutes, John. Took 58 minutes for it to finally happen.
Timing is everything, man.
Yeah, they wait till the very, very last second.
I know, right?
Started to see that unwind right now. That's why we watch Delta throughout the day, guys. For exactly this moment.
You think it flushes here? You think it could flush?
I don't know if it goes to zero, but they, like John said, they are starting to get a bail here. We're starting to see some volatility.
Yeah, I doubt we'll extend the range.
Eddie, you got Bell.
Got Bell.
We're 18,000,
yep.
17,000, 17,000.
Boom.
And there's the trolley.
And it's the trolley. Everybody get on. Please make sure that here we go.
Everybody on? Good. Great. Grand. Wonderful.
Austin, great to hang with you.
Good stuff, Austin.
Yeah, John. Really good to see you. Oh, man. Thank you guys for having me. I always enjoy chopping it up.
Fantastic. All right. Well, let's take a look at what we've got for our early bird special. Really not much on the bone here as far as the eco numbers go, but we do got API coming out here in just a few. So we'll watch for that on the 5 o'clock news session. Crude oil inventories tomorrow at 9:30. That's going to probably be the biggest number we do have. Also, if you are trading others, we got the heating oil and so forth. Yes. Scrolling down here at around 1 o'clock, beige book And after that, 3 o'clock, we have our U.S. foreign buying T-bonds. And it's also going to happen with the TIC net long-term transactions. And as far as tomorrow, the all-star menu. Join us here at 8 o'clock Central Time, a.m., and we're going to be having opening call. Hogan, myself, will get the morning started, get the fire brewing. Also, Fast Markets, we got Deeyana, Hogue, MP Andre, and myself will take turns seeing if we can profit and put any trades on. Power Players, we've got an Andre squared. Andre, of course, our own very own Andre, and Andre A. Is going to join Robert for Power Players. Top Quiz, Alyssa and Jack. Shoulder Tap, we got Robert and Mick. And group coaching, JD and Hogue. Coming in with KV, Patience with KV. Hogue and Andre is going to be joining our good buddy KV. And to end the hour, yes, they are back. The dynamic duo, Dolby and Andre, will be with Justin Worling for Power Hour. Don't forget today, right now at the buzzer, we've got Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Coming up at 6 o'clock here, we've got Coach Ray, Coach Vince at 7, and of course that Dakota Slow Markets at 8 p.m. Remember, these times are all central times, and it'll make sure that you do realize that. So, hey, we had a great time today. I had a great time today. I hope you did have a great time today. I hope you're here tomorrow. We love having you here with us each and every day, and we hope that you love being here just the same. So let's get some rest, energize. Remember, it's family time now. Shut things down, walk away. No reason to be sitting behind the monitor any longer. So let's do that. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.